The air at Awakening Square crackled with anticipation as every student gathered, including our main character, Lin Han. 10 long years had passed since he arrived in this world. Finally, this day had come. He found himself in a world where reality and gaming were one. Here, when people turn 18, they awaken incredible abilities within themselves. These powers allow them to shatter the limits of human capability. All awakened classes fall into 3 types: combat, household, and support. If you awaken a household class, you're destined for a life not much different from an ordinary person. A support class, on the other hand, demands mountains of resources at the start. So if you're not from a wealthy family, becoming a powerful support is nearly impossible. Lin Han, however, dreamed of awakening a combat class. In a world filled with countless forbidden lands and secret monster zones, his dream was simple. He wanted to awaken as a warrior, to fight monsters, to clear dungeons, and above all, to grow stronger. He vowed to become the most powerful person in this entire world. A voice snapped him out of his thoughts. "Hey, it's your turn." A guy named Wang Chang tapped his shoulder. Lin Han looked up, startled. His friend pointed out that the homeroom teacher had been glaring at him for a full minute. The stage in front of him was empty. He cursed inwardly. The 6th grade teacher, Yahi, crossed her arms, her patience wearing thin. "Student, must you cause trouble, even on awakening day?" Before she could finish, he bolted towards the podium. His friend cheered him on. "Let's awaken combat classes together and go hunt some monsters." Lin Han grinned back. "Just wait for me, I'll return as a true king." As he climbed the stairs, he approached a teacher in a robe, who instructed him to stand inside the formation and withstand its power. "You have the seed of a true warrior. I have high hopes for you." Awakening is tied to talent, but the will of the individual is just as crucial. That's why Lin Han, from the moment he began his studies, pushed himself to the absolute limit, all for the sake of a combat class. He stepped inside the formation, and a pillar of light erupted from the magic circle. The other students gasped in awe. "Just look at that. His talent is off the charts. What kind of legendary class is he getting?" Shielding his face from the gale force wind, Wang Chang yelled, "What's happening?" The teacher's voice was filled with shock. "It's a hidden class." Beyond the 3 main types existed an incredibly rare hidden class. Only something so legendary could cause such a powerful reaction. The heavens themselves were acknowledging his talent, bestowing upon him a hidden destiny. Wang Chang shouted with joy. This meant Lin Han was fated to become one of the strongest warriors in the world. Just then, the system congratulated the protagonist. He had awakened the hidden class altar. Seeing the unexpected words, his jaw dropped in utter shock. His mind screamed, "Why did I get a support class?" He stared at the system window in disbelief, grabbing his head in despair. The teacher sighed. "I can't believe it. A support class? What a pity. And I had such high hopes for this young man." Wang Chang called out to him, confused. "Lin Han has incredible talent. We all saw it. Why are you talking like he failed?" The teacher replied. "Altars are a cruel anomaly among classes. They can strengthen their comrades with battle chance, granting them a variety of powerful buffs. It was a very powerful support class. In theory. However, the path of cultivation for this class was brutally difficult. The system had 10 realms, each containing 10 levels. But this capricious hidden class required a special source of power, one that only appears inside the heavenly tribulation. Even powerful warriors at level 60 wouldn't dare venture into the depths of the heavenly tribulation. And yet, he would have to. At the very beginning of his journey, Yai added grimly, "In our entire history, no one with the altar class has ever broken through past level 10. This class is considered one of the most useless in the world." Wang Chang was stunned. This wasn't a blessing. It was a curse. A natural disaster, comparable to a forbidden level spell from Legends. As the protagonist descended from the platform, the teacher placed a hand on his shoulder. "Don't lose heart," she said softly. "You must remember, it is still a hidden class." He just scratched the back of his head with a bitter smile. His friend could only wonder, is Lin Han really doomed to the life of an ordinary support later? The main character walked home, and on the way, he began to examine his status window. 3 of his 5 main attributes were already over 100, far higher than the average person. If he had awakened a combat class, he would be ecstatic with these initial stats. He sighed and moved to the skills section. A list of his abilities appeared. Magic suppression, a passive skill, suppressing magical elements within 500 meters and converting them into his. own magical power. Song of Healing, by chanting the song of the goddess of life, he could heal his allies. Song of Summoning the Souls of the Dead, by chanting the song of the god of death, he could weaken his opponents and summon random undead. Song of Seduction, by singing the song of the fallen goddess, he could put enemies to sleep, cause hallucinations, or even drive them into madness. And Song of Blessing, by singing the song of the god of chaos, he could apply a random buff to his allies. Looking at his skills, Lin Han's heart sank. He was a true support. Every skill was meant to help others. A support who could, at most, reach level 10. If he had received a combat class, nothing would have changed. Suddenly, the system made a new sound. A message appeared. The owner has finally logged in after a long absence. The 10,000-fold amplification system has awakened. He was stunned. Then, overjoyed. A cheat. I finally got my cheat. The system reported that it could amplify everything related to the owner by 10,000 times, with no limit to his choice. He asked, "Can you amplify my status with this ability?" The system confirmed his words. The owner's status has been strengthened by 10,000 times. Please check it. The main character opened his status window and saw that all his stats had skyrocketed, and he now had new abilities. Forbidden Skill. Guardian Angel, by invoking the hymn of the goddess of life, he could revive allies fallen in battle, but not mechanical, elemental, or undead creatures. Forbidden Skill, Resurrection of the Undead, chanting the dirge of the god of death. He could summon demonic beings with a 100% success rate after a battle. 30% of fallen foes would rise again as his controllable undead, a power that didn't affect already undead enemies. Forbidden Skill Fallen Intervention, Ilvallen. By unleashing the lament of the fallen goddess, he could curse all enemies with 2 debilitating debuffs, with a 15% chance to force their surrender, crushing their will to fight. Forbidden Skill. Chaos Domain. With the Anthem of the God of Chaos, he could create a field where allies gained 2 random buffs, while his enemies were assaulted by a storm of forbidden magic. Ice arrows, lightning strikes, meteor showers, and the dreaded divine judgment. After absorbing the skill descriptions, he gasped. He now possessed 4 forbidden level skills, and all his attributes had been magnified by 10,000 times. With this power, he had more than a chance to overcome the heavenly tribulation. Suddenly, his friend rushed over, patting him on the shoulder, completely out of breath. I finally caught up, tossing the item back. After a long run, he demanded to know why the protagonist fled right after his awakening. He had something important to tell him. The protagonist apologized as his friend continued, explaining that in 7 days, the main entrance exam would begin. They had to use this time to become stronger and get into the academy. Let's start clearing dungeons together. But just then, a mocking laugh echoed from behind them. Are you? Hearing this, Gao Chong and his cronies approached, smirking. Lin Han awakened the most useless class in existence. He still thinks he can get into the academy. Maybe he should try finding work as a common laborer. Wan Chang shot back, pointing a finger. You shut your mouth. You awakened. The pathetic thief class yourself. What gives you the right to look down on Lin Han? Gao Chong simply ignored him, stepping right up to the protagonist. I've always told you, good grades are meaningless. People like you, born into poverty, will always be nothing but pathetic trash. Lin Han's eyes narrowed. Be a good dog, he said coldly, and get out of my way. His enemy's face twisted with rage. What did you just say? What makes you think? You can talk to me like that. Think you're the best in the school? You're just pathetic trash. I could crush with one hand, so why are you acting so tough? Lin Han had heard enough. In a flash, his fist connected with the bully's face, sending him flying backward into the wall, cracking his knuckles. He glared down at the boy. Then prove it. Defeat me with one hand. Gao Chong's lackeys scrambled to their leader's side, asking if he was all right. Wan Chong just crossed his arms, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. So, are you going to defeat him with one hand or not? Gao Chong struggled to his feet, pointing furiously. Don't get cocky. In a few days, I'll be level 10, or higher, while you'll still be a low-level loser. We'll see who's laughing then. The main character just cracked his knuckles threateningly, and the bullies flinched in fear before scurrying away. Just you wait, Gao Chong yelled over his shoulder. I'll be back for you. After they left, Wan Chang's eyes were sparkling. Dude, I have a strong feeling you're going to become someone truly great, he exclaimed. You're exaggerating, Lin Han replied. Let's head home. It's getting late. I'm not kidding, Wan Chang insisted. You'll see it for yourself soon enough. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, the protagonist made his way home. He passed a construction site, thinking, when are they ever going to fix this road? He was sick of cutting through the thorny path. Arriving at his house, he saw the lights on inside and sighed. What am I going to tell them? With his head hung low, he walked up to the porch, thinking they'd be so disappointed. He unlocked the door, stepped inside, and called out, I'm home. The scent of a delicious meal immediately filled the air. Wow, it smells amazing. Dad must have cooked tonight. Hearing his son's voice, his father emerged from the kitchen while his mother set the table. Today's your awakening day, she said warmly. My boss let eat. Us leave early so we could celebrate this momentous occasion properly. Lin Han sneakily grabbed a piece of food, but his mother playfully scolded him. Wash your hands first. Soon, they were all gathered at the table. His dad pulled out a bottle of liquor, smiling. Our boy is an adult today. Let him have a drink with me, Lin Han agreed hesitantly. Actually, I need to talk about my awakening. His dad just poured a glass. Your homeroom teacher already told us everything. Lin Han looked down, apologizing to his parents, but his father just smiled. So you didn't become a warrior like you dreamed. You shouldn't let that get you down. His wife nodded in agreement. Worthy people can make a name for themselves no matter what path they take. His dad raised his glass. Instead of worrying about some dark future, let's toast to the bright one ahead. They all clinked their glasses together. Don't worry about me, their son said. I won't give up over Shaixie. Something like this. After dinner, as his mother began washing the dishes, he asked if she needed help. No, she replied. I can handle it. You go watch some TV, interrupting a hiccup. His father happily called him over, presenting him with a chest. Lin Han's eyes widened in delight. What is this? His father leaned back, laughing drunkenly. It's your gift. His mother came out from the kitchen, smiling gently. He's right. That's your gift. It's a treasure that's been in our family for generations. A treasure, he repeated in shock. She confirmed it. It's been passed down for over 100 years. You shouldn't judge our family just by looking at your father. We once held a very high position in society. Lin Han struggled to lift his dad from the chair. He's so heavy, Mom. Can you help me get him to bed? Mumbling in his sleep, his dad slurred. It's true. Our family was powerful for generations. And now, another outstanding magician has appeared in our bloodline. He'll restore our family's honor, maybe even raise it higher than ever before. As twilight fell, our main character entered his room. He opened the chest, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, and equipped a magic robe and staff. This wasn't just any gear. It was a gold-level magician's set on the market. It would fetch nearly 1 million gold coins. It was perfect for both attack and defense. The quality was impeccable. His new magic staff had an 8% chance to deal bonus damage with earth magic, and a 10% chance when using lightning. The magic robe, meanwhile, granted him a magic shield with a capacity of 5% of his maximum health. With a grin, he turned to the system. Upgrade my equipment, he commanded. The system responded instantly. Request fulfilled. Equipment upgraded 10,000-fold. Please review the changes. His jaw dropped. The shield's maximum capacity was now 100% of his total health, and the divine magic staff now had a 100% chance to deal additional damage, unleashing a devastating combo of earth and lightning magic due to item limitations. The bonus damage was capped at 100%. But even so, a triumphant laugh echoed in his mind. This was incredible. He was now clad in legendary tier equipment, capable of dishing out double damage. With every single earth and lightning spell, mages had always ruled the battlefield from a distance. Overcome with joy, he exclaimed to the empty room. From now on, they'll call me the master of long-range combat. Later, as he lay in bed, his thoughts turned to his next great challenge. As soon as he reached level 10, he would face the heavenly tribulation. Only by absorbing the source of a natural disaster could he ascend to the next realm. The system had given him a clue. To find the source, he had to venture into the very heart of the cataclysm itself. He immediately began searching the forums for any information on such a place. He found it the Kingdom of Heis, a nation washed by the sea, a sprawling archipelago of countless small islands and volcanic mountains. The coasts of this country were said to be teeming with monsters, and dark thunderclouds perpetually gathered over the ocean, frequently spawning the very natural disasters he was searching for. Just then, his phone buzzed. A message from his friend. Wang Chang. He wanted to team up for leveling tomorrow. Lin Han had to refuse. Why not? Wang Chang asked, confused. I even picked a low-level dungeon for you. The monsters there are only up to level 5, he typed. It's perfect for a support class. But Lin Han knew better. "I'll level up much faster alone," he replied. "The entrance exam is coming up, and I don't want to slow you down." His friend sent a crying emoji. "Don't worry about me," Lin Han wrote back. "Even if I can't level up past 10 right now because of my class. Low-level dungeons won't give me any trouble. I can handle it. How about we team up when I reach the second realm?" Wang Chang agreed. "Once you ascend, I'll take you to a mid-level dungeon," he promised. Lin Han sent a cat meme captioned "deal," but a somber thought crossed his mind. He was sorry, but the kingdom of Heis was far too perilous for someone still in the first realm. He glanced at the clock. It was nearly 12 at night. "It's getting late," he mumbled to himself. He needed a good night's sleep. He could only hope that tomorrow would go smoothly. The next morning, he arrived at the teleportation plaza. He touched the small screen, his information appearing before him, and stated it his destination, the Kingdom of Heis. After a quick identity confirmation, permission was granted. "A safe journey to you," the system chimed. As a shimmering portal materialized before him, he extended his hand, stepped through the veil between worlds, and found himself on the other side. A warning sign stood at the entrance. "Fight with caution, lest you make your loved ones grieve. Ahead lie silver poisonous frogs. Entry is not recommended for those below the second realm." After reading the sign, Lin Han smirked. "Looks like this place is as dangerous as advertised." At that moment, a massive, dark silhouette rose up behind him. He spun around, startled, as a giant frog let out a piercing shriek. The monster summoned a hail of ice spikes from the air and launched them straight at our hero, but in an instant. A shield of light flared around him, and the spikes shattered harmlessly against the barrier. Lin Han was amazed. The shield reacted instantly to the danger. This robe truly lives up to its legendary name. Enraged, the frog let out another scream. This time, it was a deafening sound wave that slammed into him. He grabbed his head, gritting his teeth as an excruciating pain threatened to split his skull. The system's voice echoed in his mind. "Warning, the shield only protects from physical and magical attacks. It is ineffective against long-range mental assaults. Be careful." He let out a weary sigh and stared down the monster. "Did you really think you ran into some weakling?" He raised his magic staff, chanting an ancient incantation. He invoked the god of chaos, unleashing the forbidden spell, Chaos. Area. A meteor tore through the sky, crashing down with a world-shaking explosion. A massive column of fire erupted into the heavens, so powerful it made the nearby seas tremble. At the same time, a minister named Sun walked through a military base. His subordinate stared at a tablet in horror. "Sir, the magical fluctuations in Heis have reached their maximum. Could it be a surprise attack from our enemies?" "Impossible," the minister replied. "Hyo City is the heart of our coastal defense, surrounded by dozens of large guard posts. The enemy couldn't get close. We would have known about their intentions long ago." He strode into a dark command room. "Get the main surveillance screen online now." He then barked another order. "And contact the higher-ups immediately. Find out if there's anyone in the entire population who is capable of casting forbidden spells." Just as the operator complied, a blaring alarm filled the room. A massive wave of magical energy was approaching. "Put the entire city on high alert," he yelled into the comms. "I need you to pinpoint the direction of that magical energy and await further instructions." Meanwhile, a colossal tsunami rose from the sea, bearing down on the city as an automated message blared through the streets, declaring a state of high alert. "Please leave your homes without panic and evacuate to the shelters." But the people who ran outside simply froze in place, staring at the apocalyptic wave. It was approaching with unstoppable force. But just as it was about to crash down, a massive energy dome activated around the city, holding back the raging waves. On his gear, asking if the protective dome was holding, he was assured the first wave had been blocked, but the danger was imminent. The city-wide evacuation had already begun. A report came in the squads had completed their preparations. They were on standby, awaiting the order to move out. Meanwhile, our main character received his rewards for slaying the monster. A smile crept across his face. Though it took immense experience to reach level 10, he was satisfied with a bag overflowing with valuable materials. The system then congratulated him on acquiring a skill book. Did he wish to enhance it by 10,000 times? He enthusiastically confirmed the upgrade. And the system revealed the description of the new, terrifying skill, the Grace of the Gods, a forbidden spell that required no chanting. The user could bypass all preparation for magic. Spells that once needed incantations could now be activated instantly. Not all are worthy of such a gift from the heavens. Lin Han was ecstatic. Did this mean he could now annihilate enemies and empower his allies without a single word? Suddenly, the very ground trembled beneath him. A nearby volcano erupted with furious power. All he had to do now was reach the disaster's epicenter to collect the elements of fire and wind. According to his map, they had to be somewhere within the chaos. Getting closer, he leaped over rivers of boiling lava. It seemed all the local monsters were now cowering in fear from the eruption. At least, he wouldn't have to worry about them. There, among the flames, he saw it, a blazing cube. He had found the fire element. The system immediately asked if he was certain he wanted to claim it. He confirmed, thinking with glee how he never expected to get the fire element so easily. But he knew he couldn't relax just yet. He still needed to find the element of wind. With that, he journeyed to a raging sea, flying above the crashing waves on his staff. He knew the map indicated the wind element was near. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupted from the water. The sea parted, and a shimmering crystal shot into the sky just as he flew past. Having secured the wind element, he found a quiet place to inspect his inventory. He hadn't just obtained 2 elemental cores, but also a mountain of equipment and materials. If he sold even a fraction of this on the market, he'd earn a king's ransom. His work here was finally done. It was time to return home. He reappeared in the teleportation hall, only to be met by an emergency broadcast declaring the highest level of alert. Because of the crisis, the entire hall was temporarily shutting down. Everyone was ordered to follow staff instructions and evacuate in an organized manner to the central shelter. Stopping in the middle of the hall, he saw people running in sheer panic, screaming about a tsunami. Linhan looked around in utter confusion, wondering what was happening. A staff member rushed to him, explaining that the teleporter was unfortunately out of order. "It's not working," he repeated in disbelief. He had just decided to go home. The girl's voice was laced with worry. She insisted he follow her immediately to the central shelter. He had no idea what she was talking about. She explained that he must not have heard. Some mysterious force had triggered a massive tsunami that was now bearing down on their city. That's why everything was in chaos. Rumor had it the mysterious power originated from the He's kingdom. She urged him to follow. Pointing the way, she promised to lead him to safety. But Linhan didn't move. He stood frozen, replaying her words in his mind. A mysterious force. Could it have been the forbidden technique he'd used? He gripped his staff, a cold dread washing over him. It was his fault. He was too reckless with the power of a forbidden spell. And now, the entire city was in grave danger because of him. He turned, his expression now one of grim resolve, and walked back. The girl called out in surprise, asking where he was going. Meanwhile, the city remained under the protection of a massive dome, which was barely being maintained by the mages on the walls. A soldier reported to the minister with grim news. The equipment showed the barrier was already at maximum capacity. Nerves frayed as the soldier continued, stating that only 5 minutes remained before the next cataclysmic wave would strike. The minister waved his hand, ordering 2 soldiers to relay his command. They were to send for the strongest warriors, all of them above level 30. They were also to request reinforcements from every nearby city. They couldn't afford to wait another second. The soldiers rushed to obey as he roared that they had to hold the line. If those walls separating the waves from the residential areas were breached, their city was finished. Retreat was not an option. They had to protect the Yanti, thousands of civilians who had taken refuge there. The soldiers stared at his tablet and cursed. Cracks had begun to spiderweb across the wall's surface. If this continued, the walls would crumble. The minister spun around, exclaiming, "So soon!" He knew there was no other choice. He slammed his hand to the floor, a brilliant magic circle erupting beneath him. He ordered all soldiers to deploy a defensive barrier on his command. They had to push the waves back before the tsunami reached the city proper. They were to spare no effort and pour every last drop of their magic into this defense. They had to protect Tuo's city with a unified roar. They obeyed, beginning to erect a defensive barrier. But the pressure was immense. One of them collapsed, his strength failing. "I can't do it anymore," he gasped. Another soldier screamed for him to get up. The mage next to him grit his teeth. "It's no use. Our magic can't hold against waves of this magnitude." The minister's face was grim. Was this truly the final day for their city, then? A beacon of hope arrived. Linhan appeared, casting the song of blessing, infusing their weary bodies with strength. The soldiers immediately rose to their feet, stunned. "Whose magic is this?" one cried out. "My body. It's overflowing with magical energy." Now that they had recovered, they had to get back to work with Linhan's support. They found the strength to continue, and this time, it was working. They successfully fortified the dome. A soldier reported to the minister that they had managed to contain the waves inside the barrier. She commanded them to maintain their positions. Everyone else, with strength remaining, was to use teleportation magic. Their mission to throw this entire monstrous wave as far back into the sea as possible. "Begin," he commanded, and a mighty whirlpool of magic appeared. Energy began swirling inside the dome as a soldier announced the portal's activation, its destination unknown. The violent sea levels receded, returning to their normal state. With the danger gone, the protective barrier dissolved. One of the soldiers stared out. The crowd watched the calm sea in disbelief. A quiet whisper turned into a joyful roar. They had actually succeeded. Floating above them on his staff, Linhan smirked. "You can thank me for that." He mused. He sighed, the adrenaline fading. It had been a close call. The power of forbidden magic was truly terrifying. He knew he had to be more careful from now on. A disaster like that could never happen again. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was his mother. Her voice was trembling with fear. A massive tsunami had nearly wiped out the city, and he hadn't answered her calls. A pang of guilt hit him. He had completely forgotten about them. He quickly reassured her, claiming he was perfectly fine. He lied about poor reception in the shelter, promising to be home soon. Heading for the teleportation hall. He felt a wave of relief. The crisis was over. Tomorrow, he'd go home for real. First, he'd visit the upgrade hall to pick up a quest. Then, he'd sell the materials he'd gathered today. He hoped the money would finally give his parents an easier life. The next day, he arrived at the upgrade hall. A receptionist instructed him to fill out a quest application. He handed her the completed form. Name Linhan, age 18, occupation student, class, alter, At the mention of his class, her face soured, She explained there were two types of promotion quests. The first were prepared quests, usually difficulty A or B, The second were random quests, with difficulty chosen by the system, which will it be? She asked, already bored. Random, he replied without hesitation. She pushed a crystal ball toward him. Place your hand here and channel your energy. She glanced at the monitor, thinking he was just another rookie trying to get lucky with an easy quest. Suddenly, the screen flashed. The result is in, she stammered. Your quest difficulty is S-class, She stared in shock at the mission details. Go to the dungeon, slay the Herald of the Abyss, retrieve the Heart of the Abyss, Her gaze shifted to the main character, filled with disbelief. It's fine, he said calmly. I'll take it, She rushed to his side, her voice filled with urgency. I strongly advise you to refuse this mission. For a support class, a quest like this is a death sentence, but his resolve was unshaken. It's okay, I can handle it. Defeated, she processed the request, instantly. A massive screen in the main hall displayed the news. The hall erupted. Who is that guy? He accepted an S-class quest, an alter class. Is that some kind of hidden class? The girl confirmed the quest was his and wished him good luck, But as he turned to leave, a new challenge appeared. 3 mercenaries blocked his path, their leader, arms crossed, sneered. Heard you got an S-class quest. Join us. Together, we're sure to succeed, His partner grinned. So, what do you say? Linhan remained silent. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue. Can't believe your luck. Linhan simply turned away, waving a dismissive hand. Not interested. I prefer working alone. Enraged, the mercenary roared, You little brat! He lunged forward with a powerful punch. Don't you dare ignore us. In a blur, Linhan spun and delivered a devastating kick. Get out of my way! A wave of shock washed over the crowd. Is this some kind of joke? A support class is stronger than a warrior. What is he? A monster? The other mercenaries rushed to their fallen leader. Are you all right? The man ignored him, his eyes burning with hatred. That piece of trash. I can't lose to some support class punk, his buddy asked. So we finish him. To his surprise, the leader smacked him on the head. Are you an idiot? If we do that, no one will ever hire us again. He watched Linhan's retreating back. We can't get him directly, so we'll have to play dirty. Short while later, our hero arrived at the Merchants Guild. He greeted the receptionist at the entrance. I'd like to sell some equipment. With a warm smile, she led him to a private room. What would you like to sell today? She asked. In response. He opened his inventory, and a mountain of weapons crashed onto the floor. Pointing at the pile, he said, all of this? Her eyes went wide with shock. So many... She stammered an apology, saying she needed a moment. She had to contact her manager immediately. Soon after, a man named Lou entered the room. "Greetings," he said with a professional air. "I am the manager of the Hu City branch, and a level 46 treasure appraisal master." Linhan's eyes widened. A level 46 appraiser in a branch office? He knew the Merchants Guild was powerful. But he never imagined they were this stacked with talent. The manager gazed at the pile of loot, his expression one of pure amazement. "I've never seen anyone bring in so many treasures at once. By my initial estimate, the common equipment alone is worth at least 23 million. Linhan then placed 2 unique swords on the table. "And what about these?" "One moment," the manager replied, his eyes gleaming with professional curiosity. "I will need to examine them thoroughly." He sat down, taking the first sword in hand. He began a chant, calling upon the god of treasures to reveal the blade's true nature. When the appraisal was complete, he smiled. "These 2 items are a set, though not dual blades. Even so, show. They are legendary grade equipment. If you wish to sell, I can offer 140 million. Without a second thought, Linhan agreed. Lou presented him with a black card from the guild. "With this, you will receive our highest level of service at any branch in the world." Linhan thanked him. "There's one more thing. I'd like to purchase some skill books." "It would be my pleasure," the manager replied. After his shopping spree, he immediately strengthened a new skill 10,000 times. The system window glowed with the results. Passive skill of the forbidden spell. The Eye of Heaven. It warns its master of all impending danger. It also holds an active skill, granting him the foresight of a god model. After reviewing the intel, he smirked. Perfect. Now he wouldn't have to worry about any ambushes. He could already consider this dungeon clearing quest as good as done. Soon, he reached the information center located deep inside the dungeon. The employee there handed him a scroll. "Here is all the information on the Herald of the Abyss," she said, wishing him luck. Taking it, the protagonist noted how different this place was now. Dungeons used to be crawling with monsters, yet now people strolled around so casually. Suddenly, he felt a faint, weak bloodlust. Could it be some small fry looking to cause trouble? For now, he decided to ignore it. The Herald of the Abyss was his first priority. He headed to the designated location, and from the shadows, the very same mercenary who'd attacked him before watched with a predatory smirk. Linhan soon found himself inside a massive cave. According to the map, this was the exact spot the Herald of the Abyss should appear. As he stepped into the spacious hall, a colossal monster dropped from the ceiling with a deafening roar that shook the very ground. He immediately ignited sparks around his staff. "You're so ugly. I'm getting goosebumps. Let me start with a greeting." Summoning a bolt of lightning, he struck the monster dead on. It convulsed as electricity coursed through its body. Seeing the creature go still, Linhan wondered, is it already cooked? But no such luck. The monster suddenly charged towards him at blinding speed. Before he could react, a bone-crushing fist slammed into his face, sending him flying. In a single blow, it wiped out 1,800 points of his health. Even that giant frog only dealt 800. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from behind him. "Tell me, does it hurt?" At that moment, he realized that before the Herald of the Abyss, he was just a small fish. Recognizing the voice, Linhan turned. "You again." "It was one of the mercenaries from the 3 Snakes," the man chuckled. "You're far too confident for a mere support class," he sneered, "daring to refuse our help and face the Herald alone. By the way, we've been tailing you for a while. We know you've made a fortune in here." Now, every one of his millions belonged to them. Linhan's face darkened. "So you know how much I made, and you still decided to rob me?" he asked coldly. "Has your instinct for self-preservation completely disappeared?" The mercenary scoffed. "Stop acting like a big shot." Just then, a monster lunged at him from behind. In a flash of steel, he sliced it to pieces. "I am a warrior who has reached the second realm," he boasted. "Monsters like this are nothing to me." He leveled his weapon at Linhan, a wicked smile spreading across his face. "Besides, if we kill you in here, no one will ever know." Glancing at the mercenary's comrades, Linhan thought, "I've been wanting to try this spell for a long time." He cast the forbidden art fallen intervention instantly. The men behind the mercenary lost control of themselves, turning on their leader with murder in their eyes. He dodged a sudden knife strike. "What are you two doing?" he yelled in surprise. "Are you insane? If you're not happy with your share, just say so. We can talk about it." But their minds were clouded, their wills completely stolen. They only pressed the attack. "We're going to kill you," they chanted. Backing away in fear, he pleaded, "I'll give you half. Why are you being so greedy?" But they both pounced. "Stop pushing me," he screamed, pointing his knife at them. He couldn't bring himself to strike his own teammates. And in his hesitation, they sank their teeth into his leg and arm. Linhan's voice cut through the chaos. "Still don't understand what's happening here." The mercenary looked up, ignoring the pain. "This is your doing, isn't it?" he seethed. "Did you pay them off?" The main character called him an idiot. "You still don't get it. They are completely under my control." A cold sweat broke out on the mercenary's face. "Impossible," he stammered. "You're just a level 10 support class." How Linhan's magic flared, surrounding him in an aura of crackling lightning. He smiled. "And whoever told you that all support classes are weaklings?" His voice was cold. "Though it doesn't matter to you anymore. Just enjoy what comes next." He unleashed the Chaos Area spell. As bolts of lightning rained down on his enemies, Linhan calmly walked towards the cave's exit. Who in the hell are you?" the mercenary screamed. He stepped out into the forest just as a tremendous rumble echoed behind him. The entire cave entrance was collapsing in on itself. He felt a pang of anxiety. Was this the power of his forbidden spell? Could his magic really destroy a dungeon so easily, meanwhile, at the Ministry of Magic Control? Alarms blared. The magic fluctuations had been detected. "It's happening again," a technician yelled. The minister rushed into the room. "What's going on now?" The man pointed frantically at the monitors. "A massive energy wave has erupted inside the dungeon. I fear it might be a forbidden spell. The dungeon could collapse at any second." The minister, Sunho, slammed his fist on the table in a rage. "Are the higher-ups not involved in this? First the tsunami, now a dungeon collapse? What are they even doing?" the technician asked. "Sir, what are our orders?" The minister gritted his teeth. "What do you think? Get the city mayor on the line, now." Once connected, he spoke with grave urgency. "We have an emergency. The city dungeon is on the verge of total collapse. For the safety of everyone inside, we must act immediately." The mayor's voice was firm. "I understand. Assemble a rescue team at once. Every second counts." Sunho agreed. "It won't be an easy task," he added. "The students just had their awakenings. There could be a massive number of people trapped in there." The mayor replied, "I'll request aid from the higher-ups. We're counting on you, just as we did when you saved the city from the tsunami." After hanging up, the minister barked his orders. "Assemble a rescue team! Move out to the dungeon, now!" The ministry workers scrambled to carry out his command. Back inside the dungeon, chaos reigned. People screamed and ran for their lives, dodging falling debris. The world was coming down around them. Linhan cursed under his breath. If anyone died here because of him, he would never be able to forgive himself. He activated the Guardian Angel skill. A miniature, winged version of himself materialized behind him. This was another forbidden skill. By singing the song of the goddess of life, he could revive fallen allies. His magic spread like a wave of light through the dungeon. Those who had been crushed by rubble began to stir, their wounds healing. One of them opened his eyes in disbelief. "Am I still alive?" Meanwhile, the minister's rescue team stormed the scene. He roared at his squad. "Faster! Every second is a life lost." I think I saw an angel," one of the wounded whispered. But in the chaos, his words were simply dismissed. Nearby, Minister Sun nervously scanned the area, cursing the higher-ups under his breath. "As soon as I find out what they're planning, I will expose them all." Hearing this, our main character knew he had to vanish. He slipped past the minister, his heart pounding, praying he wasn't seen. If things take a dangerous turn, I'll just quit and move far away. With that resolve, he headed straight for the upgrade hall. Spotting a worker, he grabbed her hand with a charming smile. "Mistress, I've finally found you. We need to begin, quickly." Flustered, she stammered, Right here and now, I'm not ready." He simply presented the heart of the abyss. "I'm just here for a class upgrade. No need for confusing phrases." She blinked, astonished. "I can't believe you'd refuse my incredible beauty." Her gaze then fell from his face to the item in his hand. "The heart?" She gasped. "Did you actually complete the quest to kill the messenger of death?" An awakened passing by overheard and froze in his tracks. "That's impossible," he declared. "The abyss messenger just appeared. How could he be defeated so fast?" Another guy added, "He must be some master from a super rich family. There's no other way to explain it." Not wanting the attention, the protagonist mentally pleaded for them to stop exaggerating. "I was just lucky," he said awkwardly. "Other masters came to help, and I was just providing support." One of them called him lucky, while the other clutched his head in despair. "When will I ever meet masters like that? It's not fair." Linhan was relieved they believed him. He urged the hall worker, Please, let's hurry. I can't wait for my promotion. Crossing her arms, she agreed. Very well. You may now ascend to the second realm. Our main character was ecstatic, certain the power gap between realms was like heaven and earth. He commanded the system. Increase everything by 10,000 times. A system window materialized, displaying his brand new skills. Parried a forbidden light spell. It created a field where allies take 50% less damage, while the caster himself takes 80. Covering night, a dark spell that renders allies completely invisible. It could hide their very presence. Looking at the raging aura swirling around him, he realized this was the perfect spell to cover a retreat. Next time, he thought, I'll take on an even more serious challenge. But as he stepped outside, he saw people running everywhere in a panic. He grabbed a passerby. What's all this commotion? What's going on? The man stared back in disbelief. You haven't heard. Minister Sun believes an incredibly powerful creature has appeared near the city, the very cause of all the recent disasters. The protagonist felt a chill run down his spine. He'd just hit the second realm, and the minister was already hunting for some higher being. Who would have ever thought that this terrifying creature was actually just a second realm mage like him? Suddenly, a screen on a building flickered to life. The minister announced that effective today, the dungeon would be closed, due to recent events. Leaving the city was now strictly prohibited for their own safety. Lennon grabbed his head in frustration. They're prohibiting us from leaving the city. How am I supposed to get new materials now? He stormed into the trading guild. If he couldn't leave, he couldn't get materials or equipment. He hoped Manager Liu could somehow help him out. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by the manager himself. I didn't expect to see you so soon. Please, come inside. A staff member brought him a cup of coffee. She then handed him a catalog. The manager explained, This is a list of our products. Feel free to choose whatever you wish. We'll even give you a 10% discount on everything. Linhan smiled. In that case, I want to buy all the magic scrolls on the list. All 20 of them. His face then grew serious. And I have something to ask you, Liu replied confidently. You need not worry. Our information is always reliable. I want to know, Linhan said, about the source of the natural disasters. The manager smiled nervously and hesitated. So Linhan pressed, Is this some kind of secret? The manager replied, There is just very little information, and it is expensive. Linhan answered with a calm smile. How about one epic great item? Liu's eyes widened with delight. You are so generous. There will be an auction in our city soon, and one of the lots will be that very information. The protagonist realized he would have to wait. In the meantime, it was time to start improving his equipment. He stated calmly, You've been kind, but that information isn't worth an epic item. After all, everyone will soon know about it. Liu just smiled. Don't worry. How could I let our dear customer leave with nothing? He waved his hand at the girl. Bring it. She returned with a tray, carrying an item covered by a cloth. As soon as she lifted it, a blinding light shot into Linhan's eyes. He recognized the item, but the manager spoke first. It is the entrance to a silver replica of the legendary portal of the Holy Land. As long as you have this extremely rare item, Liu continued, you will be able to take one person with you and raise your level without any problem. Lion took it in his hands with awe, thinking that the manager was a truly amazing person. Silver replicas were incredibly rare. Things you can't buy, even for a fortune. Are you satisfied? Liu asked with a smile. He replied, I am very pleased. Now he understood the true measure of the manager's generosity. After they saw him out, the girl spoke up. These silver replicas are too rare to exchange for an epic item. Won't we be in the red because of this deal? The manager simply asked, What are you talking about? Did you not notice his aura has changed? Besides, he's looking for information on the source of the disasters. Perhaps it won't be long before we see the very first second realm altar class with our own eyes. Meanwhile, the main character stopped in the hall, thinking to himself, Now, who exactly should he take with him? Suddenly, his phone buzzed. His phone suddenly buzzed. Seeing his friend's name, he realized he'd found a candidate. He answered, only to hear Wang Chang's frustrated voice on the other end. His friend whined, asking if he was missed. Linhan smirked, remarking how unexpected it was for someone so busy to call. Wang Chang admitted he wanted to help him level up, but the city's sudden lockdown had him drowning his sorrows in meat and booze. Linhan simply replied that the plan was still on. He had access to a silver-grade Holy Land replica portal. Had he ever heard of such a thing? In utter shock, Wang Chang spilled his drink all over himself. He exclaimed in disbelief, asking if some rich family had adopted him. How else could he possess such a treasure? Linhan cut him off, telling him to stop the nonsense. He just needed a simple yes or no. Wang Chang excitedly shouted that, of course, he agreed. When were they going? Linhan told him to be at the replica portal's entrance tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. sharp. If he was late, he would be left behind. His friend cried out that this was completely unfair. The next morning, they met at the portal's entrance, a line already stretching out before them. Linhan walked up to his friend, teasing him for being so early. Hearing Linhan's voice, Wang Chang spun around with a grin. He pointed, saying he was just looking for the rich benefactor who must have sponsored him. But strangely, he didn't see anyone else around. He joked that he'd woken up early for nothing. Linhan glared at him. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting now?" He moved closer, grabbing his friend by the neck playfully. "Are you looking for an early grave?" He just had to say the word, and it would be arranged. But their banter was interrupted by approaching footsteps. A voice called out, recognizing them. With a smug smile and arms spread wide, the man sneered. Wasn't this their school's so-called #1? One of his cronies let out a mocking laugh. What a joke. As if some broke loser could ever afford a silver-grade portal. Rage flared in Wang Chang's eyes. He rolled up his sleeves and stomped toward them, demanding they repeat themselves. But Linhan held him back. The arrogant warrior offered some advice. He should bring a bottle of liquor inside, so when they find his corpse, they can at least have a drink in his memory. Wang Chang struggled, trying to break free. He begged to be let go, desperate to teach these punks a lesson. But Linhan held firm, telling him not to waste time on worthless trash. They'd understand soon enough. Once they cleared the portal, the bully's face hardened. He drew his sword, its tip aimed right at Linhan. He warned them to watch their mouths. They were warriors of the second realm now. The protagonist just scoffed. Did they really expect respect just because they'd grown a little stronger? Was he supposed to be impressed? The leader, Gao Chong, seethed with fury, hissing through his teeth. What did you just say? But then, something caught Linhan's eye, losing all interest in the grunts. The main character glanced toward the bushes. Have you finally decided to show yourself? How long were you planning to watch from the shadows? From the darkness, Gao Chong emerged, joining his crew. Wang Chang's eyes narrowed. It had been a long time. Why was he lurking around? With a contemptuous smirk, Gao Chong replied. He just wanted to enjoy their pathetic little show. If he'd come out any sooner, he wouldn't have been able to hold back his laughter. A support class. Someone who can never truly level up, trying to act tough. Isn't that hilarious? He then turned his attention to Wang Chang. He strongly advised finding a new team. Partnering with this trash would only lead to a quick death. That was the last straw for Wang Chang. And when his friend's hand stopped him once more, he demanded to be released. He was going to beat every ounce of arrogance out of that bastard. But Linhan just turned to him and offered his thanks. He appreciated him standing up for him. But this was something he'd handle himself. Enraged, one of Gao Chong's lackeys charged forward, exclaiming, "You dare look down on us! Then just die." But as the attacker closed in, Linhan's hand shot up in a blur, striking the sword. The weapon flew from the man's grasp, his face a mask of shock. Linhan seized him by the collar, and with a surge of raw power, hurled him back toward his friends. He might as well kill two birds with one stone. The others stared at their fallen comrade in disbelief. One of them worriedly asked, "What just happened?" There was no spell, no skills, just pure physical might. How could a support class be that strong? His friend agreed. He would never believe a support could possess such monstrous strength. Meanwhile, Linhan was already moving, rushing toward Gao Chong. "Where are you looking now? It's your turn." His enemy became very worried. He stammered, telling him to stay back. In the end, the two friends had him tied securely to a large rock. He pleaded, admitting his mistake and begging for forgiveness. Wang Chang just smiled, doubting his sincerity. He told him to hang there for a while and reflect on his actions. Then he called out to his friend, inviting him to enter the dungeon. As they walked away, a crowd of other awakened gathered around the rock. One of them sneered that he was a total loser, having lost to a support mage, while being a warrior. His friend added that he was a disgrace to his family. Hearing their mockery, Gao Chong seethed with humiliation. One day, he swore he would get his revenge. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Linhan and his friend found themselves on the other side. Skeletons began to rise from the ground. It was a vast desert. "So this is the ancient battlefield?" Wang Chang asked, unimpressed. His friend warned him that the monsters here were on a completely different level from the beginner dungeon. He couldn't let his guard down. Wang Chang lazily agreed. But then, a skeletal hand clamped around his leg. He exclaimed with a thrill, "Looks like they found us already." He stood protectively in front of his friend, telling him not to worry. His class was a card master. These monsters wouldn't even get close. He told Linhan to stand back. A whirlwind of magical cards surrounded him, which he began to launch at the exploding skeletons. Smiling, he asked his friend, Did you see that this is the power of my class? But Linhan had already decimated a huge group of skeletons on his own. He grabbed one more and dragged it to the growing pile of bones, saying, "Impressive, but I'm faster." Wang Chang exclaimed in surprise. This was completely insane. How could he destroy them with his bare fists? He must have tricked everyone. In fact, he had to be a warrior class, right? After tossing the skeleton onto the pile, he grabbed another, simply saying he was born with some divine ability. In his mind, however, he added, if the authorities weren't watching, a single forbidden spell would wipe this place clean. His friend sighed, a wave of melancholy washing over him. He felt completely useless. A mere shadow next to such power. With a hammer, his friend could grind everything to dust. Linhan simply hugged him, asking, why the long face? They were just getting started. He'd handle the ones from behind, while his friend took the front. Wang Chang's smile returned as he declared, no problem at all. He could count on him. He began chanting, calling upon the god of thunder, begging him to cleanse this world. Of its lingering evil spirits, arcane cards swirled as bolts of lightning rained down on the skeletons. After the onslaught, he remarked that for now, leveling up was a piece of cake, but he saw a flicker of anxiety on his friend's face. Something wrong? He asked. Without a word, Linhan grabbed him by the collar and yanked him aside. Hey, I'm not some object you can just toss around. But before he could finish his complaint, a colossal axe slammed into the very spot he'd just been standing. A massive minotaur now loomed before them. Wang Chang gasped in shock. This was unbelievable. They'd stumbled upon the hidden boss. The main character drew his staff, his voice laced with concern. Be careful. This one is dangerous. His friend shot back. Don't worry, we've got this. I'll soften him up with my long-range spells. The minotaur snorted, steam billowing from its nostrils. And in that same instant, Linhan charged forward. His friend waved his hands frantically, shouting, where are you going? The beast swung its mighty axe. But after parrying the blow, Linhan turned to his friend and roared. What are you waiting for? Attack! Spurred into action. Wang Chang blasted the monster. With a bolt of lightning, draining his own energy. Seeing his friend just standing there, Linhan yelled, dodge! This monster is on its last legs, which means it's about to do something desperate. Blood gushed from the minotaur's maw as it began to swing its axe wildly. Linhan, now positioned directly above it, brought his staff down, shouting, don't you dare underestimate the support class. He swung with all his might. Crashing the staff into the monster's skull, more blood erupted from its mouth as it collapsed to the ground. With the battle over, the protagonist emerged from the dust cloud, looking completely unfazed. His friend could only stare in disbelief. A support class just fought the hidden boss, one-on-one, and won without a single spell. The guy had to be insane. Then again, what else could he expect from his friend, meanwhile? Outside the dungeon, a system notification echoed. 2 participants have cleared the ancient battlefield in a mere 16 minutes and have defeated the hidden boss, the Minotaur Lord. Hearing this, the other awakened were stunned. Gao Chang couldn't believe it. How is that possible? No one had ever cleared that dungeon so fast, let alone kill the hidden boss. Time passed, and the day of the academy entrance exam arrived. Staring at the massive crowd, Linhan was amazed. So many people were here for the exam. Wang Chang nodded, explaining that nearly every great master had studied at this very academy. Gao Chang, who was also among the applicants, spotted them. You two came as well, he sneered at Linhan. You can't use your little tricks this time, so everyone will finally see just how insignificant you truly are. Wang Chang smirked back. Enjoy your time hanging on that pole. Their rival pointed a trembling finger, his face red with rage. I was just careless last time. This time is different. I've reached the 2nd realm of the thief class. Mark my words. You'll be begging me for mercy. The main character just laughed. Wang Chang watched with a confident smile, thinking, he may not be able to handle a warrior of the 2nd realm, but Linhan was a different story entirely. He would utterly crush him. Just then, an academy student named Gao Zhen, the exam proctor, rang a huge bell. All heads immediately turned toward the sound. She stepped into the arena, microphone in hand, and announced, today, you will show the academy your full potential. Everything is permitted, except illegal drugs that grant temporary strength. You must do everything in your power to defeat your opponent. The exam begins now. Linhan was ecstatic, patting his friend on the shoulder. Give it your all, he said. Even if you lose, make sure you lose with dignity. His friend laughed. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Gao Zhen then announced, the first match will be between P Gao Chong and Lin Han step into the arena. The two rivals walked onto the platform, facing each other down. Without warning, Gao Chong angrily pointed at his opponent. Referee Lin Han has violated the rules. He's using strength-enhancing drugs. She shot him an icy glare. Stop spouting nonsense. Did you think I wouldn't notice I could smell something like that a mile away? If you don't want to fight, then get off the platform. He pleaded with her to wait, then turned to the protagonist. Just admit it. You cheated. A mere support class could never break the ancient battlefield's record. Lin Han looked at him, his patience wearing thin. Speak plainly. What is it you want? Gao Chong grinned. It's simple. Let's make a bet. If I lose, I'll admit to using drugs, and I'll be banned from this academy for another 5 years. The same goes for you. Lin Han sighed wearily. He'd been pestered by this guy one too many times. His patience wasn't infinite. Fine, he said, agreeing to the bet. His opponent immediately began to move. He darted from side to side, smirking. You have no idea how much stronger I've become. After reaching the second realm. The other students tried to keep track, but they were shocked by his speed. Incredible! So this is the power of a second realm thief. I can't even follow his movements. How is anyone supposed to fight that? The guy next to him exclaimed. This is totally unfair, Gao Chong, now a blur inside the arena, taunted his opponent. I know you're strong, but what good is strength if you can't even touch me? The protagonist simply smiled and asked, Is that all you've got? My skills let me see the invisible? But I don't even need them to track your every move. Enraged, his opponent rushed forward. I'll make you pay for deceiving everyone, he screamed. Lin Han just let out a tired sigh. As Gao Chong closed the distance, lunging forward, intending to plunge a dagger into him, his target sidestepped with ease. Was that just luck again, he thought? He tried the same move again and again, but every time he got close, Lin Han vanished in a blur. A spectator roared. He's too fast. All I saw was a silhouette. Another gasped. This Lin Han's speed is unreal. Are they both second realm masters? The old man on the steps, observing intently, voiced his shock. He has a powerful physique and incredible reflexes, but it's a pity that alter class ruins everything. Meanwhile, Gao Chong was utterly spent. Panting heavily, he demanded, How is this possible? Why can't I even touch him? The main character just shrugged. You may think you're fast, but in my eyes, you're nothing but a slow turtle. Wang Chang, lost in the crowd, pointed and laughed, a massive grin on his face. Where's all that arrogant mockery now? It was strange seeing him so utterly broken. Gao Chong turned to the referee, demanding she inspect everything. He must be on enhancing drugs, he insisted. She pointed a finger at him, her patience gone. That's enough, I already said. Would never allow the rules to be broken. If you're finished, then leave the stage. He roared back. This isn't over, and suddenly lunged forward. I will not lose to a loser like you. With his dagger extended, he unleashed a spiral strike, yelling, This is the end for you. Meanwhile, Lin Han frowned, his hand clenching into a power-filled fist. But just then, Gao Zhen appeared between them, sharply waving her hand toward Lin Han. Stop, she commanded. He obeyed, his gaze silent. Gao Chong landed back on the arena floor, protesting. I would have won if I finished my move. Why did you stop me? She replied coldly. If I hadn't, you would be dead right now. If you have a problem with that, we can resume. Hearing this, he collapsed to his knees. The referee's voice boomed. The winner is Lin Han. But Gao Chong wasn't finished. He scrambled up, charging his opponent, screaming, I will never admit defeat. But as he closed in, the main character slammed an elbow into his head, driving him to the floor. He then shouted, You were saved from death, and you're begging for it again. You truly learn nothing. The judge smiled. Are you sure you're that strong? With just a support class? He winked at her, confirming her words, then stepped on his opponent's head. Stop pretending. Get up. I didn't hit you hard enough to knock you out. With that, medics carried the defeated fighter away on a stretcher. As he screamed one last promise, I will get my revenge for this. When Lin Han left the arena, his friend clapped him on the shoulder, smiling. That was a great performance. You didn't disgrace me at all. The protagonist threw an arm over his shoulder, asking playfully, What was that you said? His friend immediately apologized. The judge announced the next match, calling Wang Chang, Jiang Xian, Su Jiam, and Lu Yun to the stage. If anyone failed to appear, they would automatically lose. Lin Han let his friend go. I thought these fights were one-on-one. Don't let them corner you in close combat. Wang Chang flashed a confident thumbs up. Don't worry about me. Just watch how I dominate them all. After stepping into the arena, he summoned cards that swirled around him, telling his opponents, You'd better give this everything you've got. Jang Xian's eyes narrowed. I didn't realize. We had a level 10 card master here. Why don't we eliminate the strongest among us first? Then we can settle things ourselves. Lu Yun spoke up. I am a healer with a support class. As long as I can show my skills, I don't care which side I take. Zhang Xian sneered. Is that so? In a flash, he rushed toward her.
Then a variable like you needs to disappear first. She gasped in pain as he struck her in the stomach. He then showed his bloodied claw.
To the second girl. Now she can't side with Wang Chang. What about you? Will you join me? Su Jam nervously agreed after seeing his menacing smile. He smirked. Excellent. Then let's get rid of the healer completely. But just as he was about to deliver the final blow, a card flew right past his face. Wang Chang, why are you stopping me? This is a free-for-all. He replied coolly. I'm simply not as ruthless as you are, abandoning someone just because they won't pick a side. The guy burst out laughing. Then I'll start with you, he roared, lunging forward. Wang Chang just smirked. So, you really think you can defeat me, meanwhile? Su Jam began her move. My class is hypnotist, she chanted, casting her spell. Now, fall asleep. Dark circles appeared under Wang Chang's eyes as his eyelids grew heavy. Why, am I suddenly so tired? He exclaimed. At that moment, his opponent was on him. Close combat is a card master's weakness, but for an assassin. These are the perfect conditions. With those words, he swung his claw to strike, but Wang Chang managed to slip a card beneath it just in time. The assassin froze in shock, unable to comprehend what happened. Wang Chang, pressing a hand to his wound, said, You clearly know little about my class. These cards can defend just as well as they can attack. The old man smiled. This youth is incredibly talented. He managed to cover his hand with a card and instantly counterattack. His colleague agreed. If he enrolls in the academy, he will undoubtedly grow into a powerful master. We have many talented youths this year. Back in the arena, Wang Chang began gathering cards of earth, fire, water, wind, and light around himself, declaring, Now, I'll show you the true power of a master class. But Su Jam started using her hypnosis again, making it impossible for him to concentrate or hit his target. The fire projectiles shot wide of their mark, and Zhang Xian chuckled. So, thanks to her, you can't land a single hit. This made Wang Chang purse his lips in frustration. His opponent laughed. Your technique is useless. If you can't hit your targets, Wang Chang decided to switch tactics. If my own eyes deceive me, he declared, then I'll simply stop using them. He then began firing all over the platform, and finally managed to strike the girl Gao Zhen announced. Su Jam has been defeated. Wang Chang opened his eyes and smirked. Now you're all alone. Do you really still hope to win? The assassin charged forward, yelling, You must have used up all your mana. I wonder how much longer you can last. He attacked, but his claw slammed into a shield of cards. He stared in disbelief. Impossible. How did he gain so much power? Just then, Beeler entered the fray, declaring she had been forgotten. She began her chant, calling upon the goddess of spring. She begged for her power, summoning a silken thread that enveloped Wang Chang, granting him immense strength. He instantly trapped his foe with cards, declaring the match was already over. There was no escape from the 5-card formation. The killer let out a curse, just as a fiery projectile slammed into him. With a final, agonizing cry, he collapsed to the floor, motionless. The judge raised Wang Chang's hand, proclaiming him the victor. The moment he stepped out of the arena, his friend embraced him. Praising his incredible win, he was about to say something more. But Lu Yunyan approached, thanking Wang Chang for his help. However, she warned that in a little while, he might feel some pain. He assured her everything was fine, but suddenly cried out as sharp agony surged through him. Cuts appeared all over his body as he fell to the ground.
She knelt beside him, explaining that her silk thread absorbs all damage, but returns it in double measure. Don't worry, she said. I will heal you now.
Seeing how she cared for him, Lin Han smirked. I thought we came for the exams, he teased. But it looks like you came to find romance. His friend told him to stop messing around, grumbling that he was in enough pain already. The main character walked away, telling the healer to look after his friend. I'm entrusting him to your gentle hands. Annoyed, Wang Chang told him to stop talking nonsense, then asked where he was going. An hour had passed. Since that duel ended, the second round had begun. Gao Zhen called the protagonist, Johnsonen, Dooley, and Hing to the platform. One of them addressed Lin Han directly. We know how powerful you are, he said. So don't be offended that we've decided to team up against you. Lin Han just smiled. Offended? Not at all. Come at me, all at once! They surrounded him, declaring their assault. The archer immediately cast her spell, praying to the goddess of arrows. Lend me your power, she chanted, and grant my arrow the force to pierce through anything. The protagonist was intrigued. A very rare class, he noted. I hate to disappoint you, but I can dodge every single one of your attacks. She scoffed. Is that so? We'll see about that. She unleashed a volley of dozens of arrows. He thought to himself that while there were many arrows, they were far too slow. Dodging this would be easy. But as he tried to move, he found himself completely immobilized. A glance revealed the guy had bound his entire body. Unfortunately for you, his captor sneered, I am a master of shackles. There's no escaping her attack now. The arrows struck, causing a massive explosion that filled the arena with dust. The three of them waited, staring into the smoke. They were certain that even someone as strong as their opponent couldn't survive a direct hit like that. But through the dust, Lin Han's silhouette appeared. He walked out, shaking off the broken shackles. Not bad, he said calmly. The master of shackles was stunned. He broke free with brute force alone. Lin Han shrugged. It looked impressive, but it wasn't as strong as I thought. A little tug and it snapped. The arrows, however, were quite powerful. That actually hurt a little. The archer's eyes widened in disbelief. So, the arrows did hit you. The others stared in shock. The guy shouted, What kind of monster is this? The main character rushed forward. You've had your fun, he announced. Now it's my turn. But a massive wall suddenly erupted from the ground in his path. A square barrier materialized around him, locking him inside. His opponent taunted him. It's not that simple. My inscriber class lets me create formations on the ground, trapping opponents inside. My allies, however, can still attack you freely. He turned to them. What are you waiting for? Hit him with everything you've got. The master of shackles brandished his weapon. Now you face the snake whip. The archer drew her bowstring taut, declaring, I will concentrate all my power into this shot. The protagonist slammed his fist against the barrier, but his opponent just laughed. Give up. You can't get out. But in the next instant, his eyes widened in horror. Impossible. A crack had appeared in the barrier. Lin Han grinned. Looks like the first time wasn't enough. I'll just have to hit it again. He unleashed a barrage of blows, shattering the barrier and stepping out. With a smile, he said, Finally, it's my turn. The archer retorted. I don't think so, and fired a deadly arrow. At the same moment, her comrade lashed out with his whip. But Lin Han showed no fear. He raised both hands and effortlessly stopped their attacks cold. One of the examinees gasped. He defeated 3 opponents with pure physical strength. Is that even possible? A girl held up a sign with a number and called out to Lin Han. Just call me. The protagonist ignored them, smiling at his opponents. You 3 were pretty good. It's incredible luck that rare classes like an inscriber, archer, and master of shackles all ended up on the same team. For a moment there, I actually thought I might lose. The girl scowled. My arrows didn't even scratch his skin. The master of shackles sighed in exhaustion. We never even saw him use a skill. This was a total defeat. The inscriber agreed. He's just some kind of monster, Lin Han replied. You shouldn't insult someone just because you lost. Besides, this fight isn't over yet. Instantly, all 3 of them shot their hands into the air and turned to the judge. We surrender. We don't want to fight this monster anymore. They leaped from the arena. The protagonist watched them go in surprise. Did they just run away? Oh well, I should go check on Wang Chang's fight. Meanwhile, the healer was still treating him, gritting his teeth in pain. He asked her to be a little more gentle. She became flustered and apologized. Just then, Lin Han walked up. Are you finished yet? I already managed to win. He noticed fresh wounds on his friend's body. So, how did your fight go? Wang Chang stood up and sighed. You couldn't even call it a fight. They put me up against some kind of monster. I didn't even have time to see the shadow get close to me. The next thing I knew, I was on the ground. Luckily, Union was there to help. Lin Han put a hand on his shoulder with a wide grin. Wow, your relationship is moving fast. You're already calling her by her first name. His friend flushed with anger. He shoved his hand away. Don't change the subject. This UNC is a serious threat. A truly terrifying opponent. The other examinees don't even come close. Our hero simply said, Don't worry, I'll remember his name. You rest, and I'll get your revenge. Time passed. The arena cleared, and the judge's voice boomed. Lin Han wins his 3rd match. After his 4th duel, he had finally advanced to the finals. In the arena, he faced the shadowy figure. So you're the one who defeated Wang Chang, his opponent sneered. It seems there are no worthy masters left. In Hoyan City, if a nobody like you can reach the finals. The protagonist frowned. I don't like your tone, he said coldly. You're not from around here. A thick fog began to swirl around his opponent. Let's see what you're made of, the man hissed. It's time we find out who the strongest newcomer really is. A massive cloud of smoke rose above them. His opponent began to chant, "O God of slaughter, grant me strength, and let me eclipse the dawn of this world." Lin Han raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Trying to surround me with this black fog for an advantage. A foolish tactic. My perception goes far beyond mere sight. Suddenly, UNC burst from the mist, a dagger flashing forward. Lin Han dodged just in time. He's fast, he thought, having sensed the danger at the very last moment. His opponent was already circling him like a predator. A good reaction, the assassin taunted. But my attacks will only get faster. How much longer can you last? Looking around, our hero simply grinned. I think I understand now. He suddenly spun and threw a punch straight into the fog. A grunt of pain echoed from within, and his opponent leaped back to the edge of the ring. How? He demanded in shock. How did you know where I was? Lin Han spread his arms, smiling. It was quite simple, really. During your first attack, you only showed one hand. So I guessed you were just running around in that fog, waiting for the perfect moment to strike from behind. And it turns out, I was right. UNC was stunned. You analyzed my skill after a single encounter. Your talent for battle is impressive, but it's not enough to defeat me. Is that so? Lin Han challenged. Can you withstand another blow? In response, his opponent split into two identical figures. No matter how strong your body is, you're just prey. They both sneered. Your talent won't save you. Can you handle both of us at once? With that, they pounced. Lin Han jumped back. Is this an afterimage? Is he really that fast? He could feel it. Both of them were breathing. UNC laughed maniacally. Let's see just how durable that body of yours is, he screamed. My blade is unstoppable. He managed to land a cut on Lin Han's shoulder. Did you really think a mere copy could defeat me? Lin Han shot back, grabbing both the original and the clone by their wrists. What? How is this possible? UNC exclaimed. How were you able to follow my movements? Lin Han's grip was like steel. Your separation ability is interesting, but the power gap between us is too great. You cannot defeat me. He began to swing them around the arena like rag dolls. Stop, referee! UNC cried out. But in that moment, Lin Han let them go. His body and its copy crashed to the floor in a heap. Looking down, our hero warned coldly, "Watch your mouth next time, or you won't get off so easily." The judge raised his hand with a smile and announced, Lin Han is victorious. He is the undisputed champion. An official then approached him with a box. Congratulations on becoming the strongest rookie in our city, he said. Please accept this small reward. Opening the box, he found an envelope inside, and his eyes widened. Is this a villa? He exclaimed in delight. The man confirmed it. We are gifting you a villa. Next time, it could be skill books. Or other incredible bonuses. From now on, you need only focus on becoming a strong master. The government will do everything to support you. The other examinees were stunned. They gave him a new villa, one exclaimed. I could never earn that much in my entire life. His friend agreed. We'll have to try harder to get bonuses, too. A nearby girl swooned. That guy is so handsome. If I could just get close to him. I could live in a villa, the official then addressed the others. The Hoyan City exam is now officially closed. Teachers from the various academies will now speak with you. I hope each of you will be lucky and enter the academy you desire. After that, the academy instructors appeared. The first to step forward was Yu Ni from Qingyun Academy, followed by Li Chengge from Shimeng, and then Wang Lichang from Liayun Academy. The last to introduce themselves were Old Man Sanjin from Zunwu and Chu Qing from Guangji Academy. After chatting with the teacher, Wang Cheng walked up to his friend. He threw an arm over his shoulder. So, did you choose an academy yet? I got invited to Zunwu. Our main character brushed his hand off. You were among the top 8. So, of course you were invited. As for me, no one extended an offer. His friend was shocked. What? How is that possible? You were the best of all of us. That can't be right, I'll talk to them. He was about to storm over to the teachers, but Lin Han grabbed him by his clothes. They probably said I went down the wrong path, he explained. That I need to improve my skills, not just train my body. They said I should train hard and try to pass the exam next year. Wang Chang turned to him. In a way, they're right. You don't look like a support class at all. Your skills, they're just not normal. His friend smacked him on the head. Don't talk about things you don't understand. Just forget about it. He doesn't need any academy. Besides, he already got his reward, so let's go home. The next day, somewhere deep in a forest, the minister and his subordinates met an old man. Master Ling Kong, they greeted, overjoyed at his return. The old man spoke gravely. I've inspected the scene. There are indeed traces of a very powerful spell there. There are masters in the Imperial capital capable of such a thing, but their every move is monitored. So where did this mysterious power come from? Meanwhile, the protagonist was at home as the news played on TV. That yesterday, at 3 in the afternoon. The head of the Imperial Capital Patrol, Sinian, had arrived in Hoyan City. He paid it no mind and continued eating, but suddenly choked when he saw his phone light up. It was Manager Luo calling. Why does that old man need me now, he wondered. His mother told him to eat more slowly. He just showed up yesterday, saying that he'd just scored a new villa. She thought he was finally maturing, but there he was, a restless child again. The main character answered the call, asking how he could be of service. The manager replied that they had intel on a new natural disaster. Lin Han's eyes lit up. This was perfect. He quickly asked if they'd pinpointed the location. Don't you worry, the manager assured him. I know my business. He explained this disaster would manifest as an earthquake, striking a place called Yinyan. The name echoed in his mind. Yinyan, he repeated in surprise. Send me the exact address. I'm heading there now. The manager cautioned him, stating that these events are no laughing matter. He'd need some serious gear to make it out alive. Of course, they had a full inventory, all at fair market prices. Lin Han scoffed lightly. No need. My own equipment is more than enough. He promised that once he returned, he'd sell the manager all the materials he harvested from inside.
Excellent, Lu replied. I'll personally guarantee your satisfaction. Our items are always top tier. After all, their department
had made a fortune from the treasures Lin Han brought back last time. Lin Han smirked. Glad to hear it. You're a master of your craft. So I never had any doubts. Ending the call, he gazed out the window, a smile playing on his lips. The so-called source of this disaster was likely him. Meanwhile, the manager was celebrating with a drink, laughing to himself. Mr. Lin is just full of surprises. Suddenly, a call from Boss Tion came through. He answered, asking what the emergency was. Has our testing ground really gone bust? The boss furiously told him to go to hell, retorting that unlike his auction house, they weren't bankrupt yet. I'm calling on business. Were you the one who gave Lin Han the pass to the silver replica? Lu felt a bead of sweat. He confirmed it, asking what was wrong with investing a little in a promising talent. The boss shot back that while this kid might have some potential, it clearly wasn't enough. To justify such an expensive pass, the manager sighed wearily. I have nothing more to say on the matter, but I hope you won't bother my client. He had been in this business for years, and he could feel a potential in Lin Han that was beyond their wildest dreams. His boss paused, then calmed down. You mean your intuition? He ended the call. Lu's intuition had brought them massive profits more than once. Just what kind of person was this kid a short while later? The main character arrived at the Mihid, Diamond Forest. Consulting his map, he scanned the glittering landscape. It certainly lives up to its name, he mused. On sunny days, the entire forest sparkled. Suddenly, a woman's voice pierced the air. What is wrong with this creature? Why aren't my attacks even leaving a scratch? A girl named Duan burst from the trees, apologizing to the beast chasing her. I didn't mean to disturb you. Then she spotted Lin Han. Hey, what are you just standing there for? We have to run. It's a silver rank boss. The main character raised an eyebrow. What kind of terrible luck does someone need to run into a silver rank boss? Here in the Diamond Forest. The girl was frantic, urging him to hurry, but when she saw him standing motionless, she gasped. He's frozen in fear! In that moment, she decided to lure the monster away from him, sprinting in the opposite direction. Lin Han watched her go, thinking to himself that this girl was surprisingly kind. The Diamond Forest monster pursued her relentlessly. Even in her own peril, she was worried about a stranger, but she'd run too far. The monster stopped, its maw gaping open. It shot its tongue out at her like a spear. She squeezed her eyes shut in terror. But when she opened them, she was met with a shocking sight. Lin Han had appeared in front of her in a flash. He'd caught the monster's tongue midair. You're a little mistaken, he stated calmly. This is a gold-ranked boss now. How will you repay me for saving your life? Just then, a menacing red aura flared up around the monster. Duan shouted, Look out! Lin Han merely tightened his grip on the creature's tongue. He slammed his other hand forward, unleashing a devastating shockwave. The force first launched the beast into the sky, and then sent it crashing into the distance. Duan stared, completely stunned. Incredible. He killed a gold-ranked flame lizard with a single blow. We absolutely have to form a team. The main character scratched his head awkwardly. I don't even know your name, he said, thinking to himself that he was heading into a natural disaster. He didn't need any extra baggage. Duan quickly gave her name, adding that her class was a 1,000-change mage. Lin Han sighed. She was telling him everything. He supposed it was because she just tried to save his life. Nothing bad could come from just walking her to the forest exit. Right? He feigned admiration. Wow, your class is quite rare. That's incredible. She blushed slightly. Oh, it's nothing special. What's your name? He hesitated. He couldn't possibly use his real name, not when a disaster was about to break out. After a brief, awkward pause, he nervously gave his friend's name, claiming he was from Yaoyang City. Duan's face lit up. You're unbelievably strong, taking down a gold rank boss in one hit. What kind of hellish training did you go through? Maybe we could hang out sometime when we get back to the city? He pursed his lips, cursing internally. This girl was so talkative, bombarding him with questions. He cleared his throat. I'm strong, but I'm also older than I look. She just waved it off. You're still way too strong for your age. I'm so lucky I met you. He decided to change the subject, asking why she was in the Diamond Forest to begin with. She explained that gear for magicians was ridiculously expensive, so she came here to test her luck. She hoped to earn some cash, but now, everything was perfect. She had a protector she could count on. As she laughed cheerfully, he thought that she was far too trusting. Since he'd started this, he'd have to see her to safety. He put a hand on her shoulder. I don't think you should be relying on luck. The moment the words left his mouth, the sound of heavy footfalls echoed from the trees. This, he said calmly, is exactly what I was talking about. A bloodthirsty, gold-ranked gorilla emerged before them. It began to beat its chest with its massive fists. The protagonist pointed at the monster. See, this is what you run into when you rely on luck. She grew nervous. Stop teasing me, and why is a monster this dangerous on the outskirts of the forest? Lin Han stepped in front of her. Stay behind me. Don't even think about joining this fight. She smiled, saying she would happily rely on him. With a roar, the monster attacked, but the main character simply caught its punch, a smirk on his face. Is this really a gold rank feels a little weak? Suddenly, Duan let out a piercing scream, warning them not to get closer. But her new companion turned, asking what was wrong. He tensed up when he saw it. A lone wolf howling, calling for its pack. From the shadows, more wolves emerged, their eyes glowing a menacing red. Duan nervously cried out. A pack of red-eyed demonic wolves, screaming in terror, convinced they were all going to die, pinned down from both sides. She panicked, but he told her to calm down. He could handle this. He seized the monster's arm, catching it completely off guard, then yanked it close and launched them both high into the air. At the peak of their ascent, the protagonist twisted and threw the gorilla, sending it crashing down into the pack of wolves. He landed gracefully, beside Duan, pointing at the heap of monsters with a grin. See, already finished. Her terror melted away, replaced by awe and admiration. You're amazing, she gushed. It seemed he had a new fan. He smiled, scanning the area. Doesn't it feel like something strange is happening in the Diamond Forest today? She agreed immediately. I've never seen such strong monsters on the outskirts before. He realized what was happening. The beasts could sense the coming of a natural disaster. That's why they were fleeing the deeper parts of the forest. This meant the flood of monsters would continue until the earthquake hit. Perhaps he could trigger the earthquake himself with a forbidden level spell. That would halt the monster tide for good. He glanced at his new acquaintance. He couldn't unleash such power in front of her. He needed a plan. Just then, Duan put a hand on his shoulder, her voice full of trust. With you here, no monster is scary. He crossed his arms. You'll be going back alone, so you can't rely on me anymore? She was stunned. What do you mean by that? He replied. I can feel it. Very powerful, malevolent presence is hiding in the Diamond Forest. It's most likely the true reason these monsters are fleeing to the edge of the forest, so I'm going to fight it. Panicked, Duan pointed to herself. Then what am I supposed to do? He told her not to worry. You'll have no problem getting out of here. She looked at the monster's corpse, terrified. What if I run into another boss? Lin Han just told her not to. Worry about it. They won't be able to catch you. He placed his hands on her shoulders with a mischievous smile, then tossed her high into the sky. Just fly, she screamed, soaring over the forest canopy. She landed with enough force to shatter a boulder, but she didn't have a single scratch on her body. She wondered if he'd cast some kind of protection skill. Meanwhile, Lin Han sighed in relief now that he was alone. All right, time to put my plan into action. He eyed the small lake in the clearing and summoned his staff, raising it to the sky. He invoked the forbidden spell, Sonnes, Domain. Dark clouds instantly boiled over the forest, and meteors began to rain down. Watching from afar, Duan was horrified. What is going on? Could this be the forbidden spell? A massive pillar of flame slammed into the earth, scorching the land. The ground cracked open, and water poured into a cave hidden beneath the lake. Looking at the devastation, Lin Han thought, did I overdo it? But it didn't matter. First, he had to find the source of the disaster. Meanwhile, at the Yanyun City Intelligence Department, an agent burst into his superior's office. Sir, we've detected a massive release of magical energy in the Diamond Forest. He added, a girl just reported that 2 masters are fighting there, and one of them just used a forbidden-level spell. The department head, who had been dozing, shot up from his chair, ripping off his sleep mask. Quickly, he ordered, report this to Elder Lincoln. Just then, an old man entered the office. No need, I'm already here. The head immediately began to explain what happened. The elder replied, I came because of the earthquake tremors. But I never expected it would be something of this magnitude. There have been too many nameless masters appearing recently, the department head asked. Shall we prepare for capture? The elder shook his head. First, we need to confirm their location and get a live feed of the battle on screen. No matter what, we have to meet them. We'll think about arresting them later. Now, carry out the order. The leader saluted the elder and rushed out. The elder mused to himself. This power, it doesn't feel like a master of the divine realm. Yet it also doesn't feel like the power of a holy realm master. What have I gotten myself into? He sighed. Back in the forest, the protagonist entered the newly revealed cave and seized the glowing sphere. He laughed aloud. I've finally found it, the source of the natural disaster. But then, he sensed several powerful auras nearby. He sharply looked up. It was time to see who his guests were. A screen appeared before him, broadcasting a live feed of the forest. He saw several scouts, led by the elder, who was ordering them to deploy all available search and defense devices. The main character cursed under his breath and took out a portable teleporter. If they set up their defensive formations, he would be trapped. A magic circle flared to life beneath his feet. He just hoped that he had enough time to teleport before the arrays were complete. Meanwhile, the scouts were searching the area with locators. But so far, everything was quiet. Suddenly, one of them got a reading. Unknown person detected northwest sector. Just as he spoke, a bright flash lit up the sky. The head scout yelled, Who the hell was that? They got away again. But the elder recognized the magic. That's a portable teleportation formation. That's not something an ordinary person owns. A short while later, Lin Han was back home, brushing his teeth in front of the mirror's manager. Lai called him, answering the phone. He wished him a good morning. The manager asked, Did I wake you? Did you hear about what happened yesterday? The main character felt nervous but didn't let it show. What's wrong? The manager explained. There was an earthquake, and then a mysterious master appeared. I was worried about you, so I called. Lin Han smiled. An earthquake? You say I haven't even had time to go there yet. What about the source of the natural disaster? Don't worry, the manager said. That's my job. I'll contact you as soon as I get new information about the source. Lin Han simply apologized for the trouble. As the call ended, he scowled. That old fox was sniffing around. But it didn't matter. He now possessed the final source, the key to reaching the third realm. Meanwhile, Lei was smiling as he sorted through documents. He knew the mysterious Master Wang Qian had appeared in the forest and used a portable teleporter to vanish. He was certain it was Lin Han, but he'd clearly underestimated the boy. To act so secretly, yet leave such an obvious trail a short while later. Our protagonist arrived at the promotion hall, where a familiar face greeted him. Her eyes lit up at the sight of him. He explained he was back again for another promotion. She blinked in surprise. Didn't he just advance his class 2 months ago? Could it be that he already had a natural disaster source in his possession? With a confident smile, he slapped his chest, confirming her guess. He was fully prepared. Onlookers whispered in awe. Is that guy a monster? He clears monsters and gathers materials like it's nothing. How could anyone else even compete? The girl asked with pure admiration if she was about to witness the birth of a third realm altar. The hall worker smiled at Lin Han, her voice filled with respect. You're truly incredible, she said. Place your hand on the crystal, and I'll assign your quest. He did as she asked, and an S-rank group quest materialized before him. He had to travel to the Iron Forest, defeat its guardian, and bring back its heart. Seeing the quest's difficulty, he frowned. The trials for altars were no joke. And what was this iron forest? He'd never heard of a place like that in their city. But he pushed the thought aside. A quest was a quest. I accept, he told the worker. She nodded, confirming his new mission. The deadline is tomorrow. Good luck. With that, he headed for the Merchants Guild, where the manager immediately poured him some coffee. I'm sincerely glad to see you, the man said. Lin Han handed him a list. I'm here on business. The list contained all the gear and materials he needed. His class advancement quest required him to travel to Yan'an City. Lu glanced at the list, his eyes widening. So this is a quest to ascend to the third realm. He offered his congratulations in advance. Lin Han would be the very first altar to reach that level. But as he looked up, a thought crossed his mind.
Reaching the third realm requires 3 sources of elemental killing. It was surely no coincidence that Lin Han had found a third one right after yesterday's earthquake.
Noticing his sharp gaze, the main character knew he was under suspicion. He had to create a distraction, a way to divert these prying thoughts. He took a sip of coffee and sighed dramatically. My master took an incredible risk to get me that third source. I simply can't let him down. After all, he added, I'm only a support class. I feel a bit guilty that he has to do all the work. Hearing this, the manager was stunned. Could he be talking about that mysterious, untraceable master? If so, that would explain how he gathered 3 disaster sources so quickly. But just how powerful was this master? He realized he had to do everything possible, and now you dared to stop me. The crowd began to laugh and jeer. Lin Han hasn't even enrolled, and he's already insulted the Jiang family.
Where do such bold people come from? Another sneered. What were the academy masters thinking? Letting a fool like this in, the young master was pleased with?
Such words. Did you hear that, Lin Han? It's not worth bothering the members of the Jiang family while you're in our city. But I'm a big-hearted guy, so I'll give you another chance. If you join our group, I'll forget about today's incident. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for you to study here. The protagonist's eyes narrowed. I'm tired of this. Get out of my way. At that moment, Jiang Han,
He flew into the wall, hitting it hard enough to leave a crater. His friends were scared and began calling his name. Fang Yun simply said, Not bad.
They rushed to grab him, calling his name, but he was unresponsive as blood flowed from his mouth. One of them screamed, Are you completely crazy? How dare you hit your senior like that? As they carried him away, Fang Yun watched with satisfaction. But then, another girl came up from behind. Her confident gait and beautiful appearance made everyone get out of her way. The registrar asked in a trembling voice, Senior Fua, when did you come back? She answered with fury in her voice. Don't you ever mention that name in front of me? She slammed a letter on the desk. Is this admissions? Here is my letter. I want to finish this. As soon as possible. The guy stated 10,000 times. Instantly, its name changed to the legendary level god of Freedom Mask. Now, it could do more than just change his appearance. It could copy the abilities of the person he transformed into. He smirked. With this mask, he could impersonate his master as much as he wanted. No one would ever guess his secret. Deciding to test it out, he transformed into Gao Chong. Looking in the mirror, he saw the resemblance was perfect. He recalled Wang Chang mentioning that Gao Chong planned to go to Yan'an City tomorrow for training. If he posed as him, no one would know he was even there. With a plan in motion, he went out into the city streets and began tailing Gao Chong. When he saw his target, he activated the mask. This would be his alibi. He transformed into one of Gao Chong's comrades, a young man named Elum, and called out as he entered the crowd. I knew it was you as soon as I heard your voice. Gao Chong turned, clearly surprised, and asked what he was doing here. Lin Han ignored the question. He grabbed his hands with a wide grin, congratulating him on getting into a prestigious academy. I'm sure you'll achieve great things there. This calls for a celebration. I have to buy you a drink. Gao Chong was at a loss for words. But he agreed. Lin Han slung an arm around his shoulder. Let's go right now. We have to celebrate this properly. Soon after, they were at a bar, where Lin Han skillfully drank his target into a stupor. Taking off his mask, he stared down at the boy. He was sleeping soundly. He'd likely be out until morning, giving Lin Han plenty of time to complete his quest in the Iron Forest. Putting the mask back on and turning back into his friend, he hauled Gao Chong toward the bar staff. He flashed a VIP card. Please take my friend to your best room, he requested. Just don't wake him up. He doesn't like it. After leaving the bar, he slipped into an alley. He changed his appearance one last time, taking on the form of Gao Chong. He smiled. Now, no one will know that Lin Han is visiting the Iron Forest.
Early the next morning, he was already deep within the woods. But suddenly, he felt the heavy weight of a hand on his shoulder. A man named Wanan asked, Want to join us?
We come to this forest often, so we've earned quite a reputation for ourselves. Lin Han turned around, a look of utter confusion on his face, and asked, Uncle, who are you? The man, Wang Chen, was mortified. Did he really look that old? He was only 27 years old. The beard had to go. It was making him look ancient. Lin Han had to admit, he never imagined such a mountain of a man could be so sensitive. He stated his name in class, then decided to ask the big guy. About his own party? Wang Chen's mood instantly brightened, slinging a friendly arm over his shoulder. He proudly announced he was a level 30 guard knight with 2 others in his party. Our main character decided to call him Brother Chen, privately wondering at the man's wild mood swings.
The new title pleased the knight, who let out a hearty laugh. Just then, Gajin approached, asking if the whole team was assembled. Hearing her voice, Lin Han turned and was stunned to see the very same girl who had judged his exam. Gajin recognized him too, remarking on his quick recovery before introducing herself. She announced that she would be his teammate for the day. At that moment, 3 more figures appeared, led by Yin Duan, who apologized for being late. Wang Chen asked who the other 2 were. She explained they were investigators, currently assigned to follow her everywhere. One of them elaborated their mission was to protect the girl, and to learn more about the mysterious master. His comrade confirmed it, adding that she was the only one who had seen the master's spell with her own eyes. A cold sweat dripped down Lin Han's back. Of all the rotten luck, he'd joined the very team investigating him. Wang Chen, completely oblivious, declared it was time to get down to business. Instantly, a shimmering magic circle appeared beneath their feet. In a flash of light, they teleported to the Iron Forest. Wang Chen spread his arms wide with a grin, declaring how beautiful it was. But Ga Jin shot him a look of displeasure. Why are you shouting? She demanded. Don't you notice how quiet it is? This has never happened before. He scoffed at her concern. They were both level 30. Unless it was the Lord of the Iron Forest himself, they could handle anything here. She told him to stop messing around. Suddenly, a tiger burst from the trees, drawn by their voices. Wang Chen just laughed. It's only a steel tiger. Are you really afraid of this little thing? You idiot, she snapped. Don't you get it yet? It was then he realized. More tigers were emerging from the shadows. 2 of them lunged at the group, but Wang Chen met them with a confident smile. He drew his sword and planted his shield firmly in the ground. I'll protect the left flank, the right is yours. Gajin nodded. Leave the defense to you, then I'm going on the attack.
To her, this pack of monsters was nothing more than small prey. In the blink of an eye, she vanished, weaving a zigzag of destruction through the battlefield. Yin Duan watched in awe, calling the display incredible. Lin Han agreed. The power of 2 high-level combat classes was on a completely different level. Against 2 level 30 warriors, the Steel Tigers didn't stand a chance. But then, a beast larger than all the others appeared and charged without warning. Wang Chen's confidence vanished. Is this a joke, the king of the Steel Tigers? This was a gold-ranked boss. He'd never encountered one on the outskirts of the Iron Forest before. Meanwhile, Lin Han glanced at Yin Duan, a strange thought crossing his mind. Every time he sees this girl,
a gold-level boss attacks. There was definitely something wrong with her luck. Noticing his gaze, she grew flustered and asked why he was staring.
He left her question unanswered. The knight roared as he barely held back the Tiger King's attack. This monster is too strong. I can't hold it for long. We need to split up and run, or we'll all die. Yin Duan gave the order, and without hesitation, they scattered. Finding himself alone in a clearing, Lin Han scanned his surroundings, seeing no one was near. He pulled out a mask. It was time to personally create the mysterious master. This would finally divert all suspicion from him. He assumed the form of a robed elder. Now, he whispered, the mysterious old man shall save them all. Who should I start with? Meanwhile, Wang Chen was cursing his fate.
What kind of bad luck is this? We just enter the forest and run into a boss leading a horde? Suddenly, Gajin sensed something. Be careful.
Behind him, a tree trunk was instantly shredded by sharp claws. A massive, wolf-like monster had appeared right beside them. The knight's eyes widened. A shadow wolf, another gold-rank boss. But then, Wang Chen let out a laugh. Perhaps our luck hasn't completely abandoned us. This shadow wolf is alone. He hurled his shield through the air, but the wolf leaped back, dodging the spiraling attack. But Ga Jin was already behind the monster. Apologies, she said coolly, but this prey is mine. She swung, landing a powerful strike on the wolf's head. The monster howled in agony as blood erupted, crashing to the ground with enough force to crater the earth. She planted her foot on its body triumphantly. Stealing someone else's prey is bad form, Wang Chen growled. She just smirked.
Your own fault for being too slow. What if it had escaped?
They glared at each other, fury sparking between them, both ready to fight. As they quarreled over the Shadow Wolf's body, Lin Han was watching them from afar. He frowned. As expected from level 30 masters, they dealt with a gold rank monster easily. But that Shadow Wolf's furs, he wanted it for himself. He descended and approached the bickering pair. "Pardon me," he asked. "May I take the Shadow Wolf's fur?" They stopped arguing and whirled around, staring at him in shock. Where did this old man come from? He had gotten so close, yet neither of them had sensed his presence. Wang Chen stabbed his sword into the ground in frustration. "And why should we just give you our prey?" They were surprised when the old man simply said, the Shadow Wolf's fur was far too valuable to just let go. With a guttural roar, they charged him. He simply shouted for them to bring it on. She shot back that he didn't need to state the obvious. In a flash, Lin Han dodged their attack, grabbing their heads and smashing them into the ground. He asked with a malicious grin if they were ready to cooperate now. The two warriors scrambled to their feet, stammering that the elder could have the wolf fur. It was a gift Gao Gang warned him to watch his back. Lin Han smirked. In this world, strength truly does solve everything. As he walked through the dark forest, a bloody aura clinging to the air, he suddenly sensed something. Monkeys swarmed him from every direction. They leaped onto him, grabbing and clawing. But as they screamed, his body erupted in a blinding light. Raising his hands, he unleashed a massive explosion, blasting every single monkey away. Lin Han smirked. With his current power, this wasn't even a battle. They couldn't lay a single scratch on him. But then, a colossal shadow fell over him. A giant gorilla crashed down, shaking the very earth. The ground buckled, sending stones flying as the monster unleashed a deafening sonic roar. This was him. The Lord of the Forest, the three-eyed demonic monkey. Lin Han's expression hardened. So that's why those lesser monkeys were so bold. They had this behemoth backing them up. He could end this instantly. But first, he wanted to test his hand-to-hand combat skills. Channeling magic into his fist, he shot towards the monster. The gorilla tensed its muscles.
He struck with explosive force, but the beast leaped high into the air, dodging the blow. Impressive reflexes, Lin Han noted. Let's see how long you can keep that up.
But then, the monster held up a hand, motioning for him to stop. Lin Han froze, completely baffled. Was this creature asking for mercy? He watched, confused, as the gorilla shook its head, looking around for something. What was it trying to say? The beast then shattered a tree with one hit. It ripped off a massive piece of the trunk and began spinning it, creating a powerful vortex of wind. So that's it, Lin Han mused. You want to use a weapon? This just got more interesting. With a furious roar, the gorilla swung the massive tree trunk down, but Lin Han met the colossal weapon with a single, unyielding fist.
The trunk shattered on impact. Shock and rage filled the gorilla's eyes. Then, Lin Han unleashed his full power, and the rest of the tree exploded, sending the monster flying. A powerful shockwave blasted it backwards. The gorilla carved a deep trench in the ground as it skidded to a halt. A mere gold-rank monster, the protagonist declared, is no match for me.
Just then, he tensed up, hearing voices. A team was sweeping the area, searching for him and the other monsters. Suddenly, they stumbled upon the defeated gorilla. Their jaws dropped. A three-eyed demonic gorilla, one of them screamed in shock. Lin Han cursed his luck. He really didn't want to run into her again. His fortune was always terrible around that girl. The search party examined the monster's body. Look at these marks, one of them said. It was killed in a single blow. Another investigator noticed the splinters of wood. Whoever did this used only their bare hands. I found fist marks on these fragments. Duan's mind raced. She remembered this fighting style. It was just like Wan Chan's from the Diamond Forest. Just then, the wounded Wang Chan and Gao Gang emerged. He leaned heavily on his sword. Junior Ting, we finally found you. Have you seen Gao Chong by any chance? She shook her head. No. Was he? Really captured by monsters, hiding behind a nearby tree. Lin Han felt a pang of worry. He appreciated her concern, but he was perfectly fine. Still, revealing himself now would be a fool's gambit. It was better to press deeper into the forest and finish his mission. After walking for some time, he finally felt safe, finally shook them off. He sighed in relief. He scanned his surroundings. Now, where is this so-called forest guardian? As if on cue, a gargantuan wooden monster appeared on the hill before him. The gold-ranked boss, the guardian of the Iron Forest. The monster immediately lanced its thorny stalks at Lin Han. He leaped into the air as the ground where he stood was impaled. This creature had both offense and defense. To beat it, He'd have to get past those tentacles and strike its main body. But while he was airborne, countless branches shot up, trying to ensnare his legs.
Living stalks wrapped around his limbs. "You'll need more than just a few tentacles to hold me," Lin Han declared confidently. "With a surge of power,
He shattered all his bonds simultaneously. The monster shrieked in surprise and began unleashing an endless storm of tentacles, covering the entire forest. A strange aura distorted the landscape. Lin Han was shocked to see an entire army of monsters appearing before him, summoned by the boss. He spread his arms wide. "So, as the boss of the Iron Forest, you can summon the other creatures here. Not bad." Miles away, the elder felt the disturbance. "Something is happening in the forest," he yelled to the investigators. "We must hurry without waiting." He sprinted ahead himself. Lin Han gazed at the horde below. He could also feel a powerful aura rapidly approaching. It was probably Elder Shilin Tian, summoned by the commotion. That would be a huge problem. He needed to end this, and fast. He frowned. "I was hoping to play with you all for a while, but it seems I'm out of time." He raised his staff high, his voice echoing with ancient power as he chanted a forbidden-level spell, Chaos Area. A massive magic circle blazed to life in the sky. Shards of pure magic began raining down upon the forest. The search team looked up in terror. "What is this power?" Wang Chan stammered. "Is that a forbidden spell?" Du An's eyes widened. She'd seen this before. Could it be the same master who fought Wang Chan? They braced for impact, but the magic never reached them. Instead, the particles harmlessly struck an invisible barrier. They were protected. Looking over, they saw Shilin Tian, his hand outstretched, casting the shield.
"We're saved," Wang Chan cried with relief. The elder approached them. "I came as soon as I heard reports of a mysterious master. What happened here?"
One of the investigators grabbed his head, still in shock. Just moments ago, the entire Iron Forest trembled. Then, a massive horde of monsters charged deeper into the woods. The other investigator nodded grimly. "And now, this incredibly powerful spell is active right above us. I'm certain those two masters are fighting there now." "There was another with us," Duan added anxiously. "Gao Chong. We still can't find him." Shilin Tian's gaze sharpened. "I will see what is going on." The team watched in awe as he vanished in a blur of motion. "So fast," Duan whispered. "Just what level is he?" At the epicenter, Lin Han stood in a scorched wasteland. In his hand, he held the artifact he'd been seeking. The Guardian's heart, he thought with a smile. Mission complete. But he could feel the old man approaching fast.
How could he divert suspicion from himself then? A brilliant idea struck him. He pulled out a spare communication device and dialed a number.
"Merchant Guild," he said calmly. "Are you interested in purchasing a Guardian's heart?" Manager Lee's voice was ecstatic. "Of course we trade in anything that turns a profit. How would you like to make the exchange? Will you come to us? Or should we send someone to retrieve the item?" Lin Han replied. "Tomorrow morning, I'll leave the item." He designated a drop point for the Guardian's heart, deep inside a tree trunk at the forest's edge. The terms were clear cash only. He warned them not to even think about tracking him, or there would be consequences. Manager Lu flashed a wide smile, assuring him they understood completely. They would handle it perfectly. Lin Han exhaled. His plan was simple: buy the heart from Manager Lu later. It was the perfect alibi to throw off any suspicion. A smirk touched his lips as he thought of the mustached Shilin Tian. When he reached the site, he found a chilling scene. Monsters, frozen solid in the middle of their attack poses. A massive crater scarred the earth, proof of an immense battle. And nearby, he spotted a frozen figure. It was Gao Chan, trying to escape. Shilin Tian cast a spell, shattering the ice. The man began to tremble, complaining of the unbearable cold. "Are you Gao Chan?" Shilin Tian asked. Lin Han, playing his part, feigned excitement. "How did you know my name?" The elder explained that his friends were searching for him. He then asked what happened. Shivering, Lin Han spun a tale of being lost in the forest, trying desperately to find his way out. "Then there was a blinding light," he stammered. "And I saw nothing." Shilin Tian offered to take him to his waiting comrades. The story was convincing, but one thing bothered him. How did a second-rank assassin survive a forbidden tier spell? Was it just incredible luck? The rest of the team was stunned, calling him unbelievably fortunate. He just laughed awkwardly, playing along with his supposed luck and thanking them for their concern.
With the immediate danger over, the group parted ways. Wang Qin had a quest to finish, and Gao Gang had her own business to attend to.
The workers spoke with the elder, confirming they would also be leaving soon. But Shilin Tian's intuition was screaming. Something about Gao Chan felt wrong. He ordered someone to follow him, while he returned to the scene to conduct a more thorough investigation. As Lin Han walked through the woods, he was being tailed, An agent observed him, thinking he was just an ordinary kid. The main character smirked. Could they even hope to keep up? He activated a skill and vanished. The agent stopped dead, his eyes wide with shock. He grabbed his head in a panic. Where did he go? The next morning, Lin Han awoke as the sun climbed high. Looking out over the city, he activated his all-seeing eye skill. His perception expanded, blanketing the entire metropolis. He scanned every person, analyzing every detail. In a meditative lotus position, he began his count. 1, 2, 5 in total, all of them from the Ministry of Security. They were watching Gao Chan's last known location and trying to track Wang Chang. They were still suspicious of him, of course, but as long as he remained cautious, they would never uncover the truth. Later, as he was washing up, he received a call. It was Manager Lu, with excellent news. They had acquired the Guardian's heart he needed for his realm promotion. When can you come see it? He asked. Lin Han feigned shock. Really, I'll be there right away. Yesterday's deal was a success. Now, everything hinged on his performance. He had to act as if this was the greatest news of his life. He bolted from the gates of his mansion with a look of pure joy. One of the surveillance agents took notice. Boss, he reported, Lin Han is making a move. I can't believe he's pretending like this. The boss remained skeptical. He was the champion of this year's exam. This behavior is too suspicious. Continue monitoring. At the guild, Manager Lu greeted him warmly. He greeted Mr. Lin warmly, asking if the guild truly possessed the heart of an Iron Forest Guardian. Manager Lu assured him they would never lie about such a thing. He gestured for Lin Han to come inside, confirming everything was prepared, but from a nearby rooftop. Hidden investigators watched their every move. The boss wondered just how how could an ordinary high school student have such a close relationship with Manager Lu? His subordinate asked what their next move was. Their hands were tied, as they had no authority to search a branch of the Hu Merchant Guild. The boss decided they would continue to monitor the situation. Inside the VIP room, Lin Han examined the heart. It's the real thing, he said. Manager Lu, you never cease to amaze me. The manager replied that it was a small matter. My master was also pleased with our cooperation, Lin Han added. So he asked me to give you 2 of his items. The manager's eyes widened at the sight of the sword and armor. Bloody Butcher Sword, type longsword, grade legendary. Under the Berserk state, it increases strength by 30%. Under the Bloodthirstiness state, it increases strength by 50% earth armor. Armor type, grade legendary. It increases the owner's defense by 30%. If the owner is wounded, the bonus increases to 50%. Manager Lu was speechless. This is legendary grade equipment. Who is your master? Lin Han calmly took the heart. These 2 items are worth nothing to my master, he explained. Furthermore, he doesn't like attention, which is why he operates through me. The manager immediately understood. They would keep the owner's identity a secret. Lin Han then added with a sly grin. By the way, don't you think those people outside are getting annoying? Manager Lu smirked in reply. At that moment, the agents were being blocked by guards. This is a VIP area. Outsiders are not allowed. The lead investigator was furious. Are you kidding me? Lin Han is just some kid. How did he get into the VIP area? We won't tolerate this.
As they tried to push past, the door opened. Manager Lu stood there, his face cold. You don't decide who enters our VIP area. Guards, remove these violators.
Let the management deal with them. The main character gave them a dismissive wave. Sorry, but rules are rules. After saying his goodbyes, Manager Lu watched him go. He noticed the direction Lin Han was heading. That's the promotion hall, he thought in disbelief. Has he already managed to reach level 20 inside the promotion hall? A surprised receptionist greeted him. Hello, are you finished already? The protagonist simply replied that he got lucky. There was something on the market that helped me upgrade. Shall we begin? She excitedly began typing at her computer. Yes, I'll register it now. Lin Han was enveloped by spiraling streams of yellow and blue magical energy. When the 2 forces crashed into him, he almost collapsed and gasped in shock as pain flared through his system. Collapsed on the floor, he struggled for breath, a realization dawning on him. Now I see. This is why 3rd grade altars never existed. The sources of natural disasters literally battered the body into evolution. Without an unyielding physique, survival was impossible. But as he rose to his feet, a confident smirk appeared. He was eager to test the limits of his newfound power. His status window glowed level 20 of the 3rd realm, energy 30 million, agility 10 million, magic 15 million, endurance and strength a staggering 30 million each, and he had gained new skills. Thunder God Fortress, a forbidden level thunder spell. Within the spell's domain, lightning damage he received was cut by 80%. while all lightning attacks against his enemies were amplified by 50%. There was also the Wind God Fortress, another forbidden level spell. Inside its area of effect, wind damage against him was reduced by 80%, while damage to his foes skyrocketed by 50%. A wide grin spread across his face. This is unbelievable. He had absorbed the very essence of natural disasters. Any master of lightning or wind who dared to challenge him now stood absolutely no chance against Lin Han. Meanwhile, outside, everyone stared at the massive screen, their eyes wide with disbelief at the bizarre numbers displayed. "What is that?" they murmured. "Is the system broken?" Just then, a new notification flashed to life. Lin Han has advanced to the 3rd round of the altar.
Class A wave of shock crashed through the crowd. Is this a joke? How could an altar possibly reach the 3rd realm? A rookie in the crowd looked confused.
He didn't understand the uproar. Is a 3rd realm altar really so unheard of? An older man smacked him on the head. What did they even teach you in school? He pointed a trembling finger at the screen. The altar class requires sources of disaster to advance. Because of that, in the entire history of humanity, there has never been a single 3rd realm altar. A girl nearby also stared, her voice filled with awe. And look, it says he's this year's exam. Champion? Another girl swooned, her eyes sparkling. Mr. Lin is incredible. I knew he could achieve the impossible. He's my hero. Can I marry him? Just then, Lin Han stepped out of the portal, blinking in surprise at the massive crowd gathered before him. He asked nervously, "Why is everyone
staring at me?" In an instant, the entire crowd surged forward like a tidal wave. "That's him. That's Lin Han. Get him. We need to take
a photo." He panicked, yelling for them to stop, but his voice was lost in the chaos. A short while later, his mansion was practically under siege, guarded by security. A mob of fans, holding posters, chanted at the gates, "Let us in. We want to see Lin Han. We need his autograph." "We love Mr. Lin." Pacing around the house in a hoodie, he looked utterly miserable. His mother glanced at him, concerned. "Did you rob a bank or something?" Her son sighed. "Why would I rob a bank?" "This is just the other side of fame." He sounded exhausted. "If anyone asks for me, tell them I'm not here." He then leaped from a window, calling back to his parents. "I'm heading out." But as he landed, a girl trying to scale the wall with a ladder spotted him. He was forced to flee from his adoring fans once again. His parents watched from the balcony. His father chuckled. "Being a celebrity seems tough." His mother teared up, saying proudly, "Our son is all grown up." The main character finally found a hiding spot around the corner of a building. Panting. He never imagined that fending off fans would be far harder than fighting monsters. "The auction is about to begin," he thought. "I need to get moving." At the entrance of a towering skyscraper housing the auction hall, he ran into Gao Chong and his cronies. They sneered at Lin Han. "Well, look what we have here." "What are you doing in a place like this?" Gao Chong asked, his voice dripping with disdain. "Does Lin Han really think a little fame grants him access to an elite auction?" "Don't make me laugh. This is no place for a country bumpkin like him." Just then, a woman in a uniform emerged from the building. "Mr. Lin," she said respectfully, "Manager Lu is waiting for you inside." Gao Chong's jaw dropped. Lin Han just smirked. "Well then, I shouldn't keep Mr. Lu waiting." He brushed past Gao Chong, bumping his shoulder deliberately. The guy trembled with rage, and his friend whispered, "Didn't the elder say his family's wealth was below average?" Gao Chong struck him. "Why would you remind me of that?" he hissed. Could Lin Han truly be backed by such a powerful figure inside? Manager Lu greeted Lin Han on a lavish balcony. "I can assure you, you won't be leaving empty-handed today." Lin Han thanked him politely. "Could I trouble you for a cloak? I'd rather not be recognized." The manager nodded. "Of course, I'll have one brought right away." He then leaned in with a shrewd smile, handing over a sleek black card. "By the way, here's the 100 million for the Hamnet equipment you sold us. I hope our cooperation continues to be fruitful." Down below, a beautiful woman stepped onto the stage. "Welcome, everyone, to the H West City auction. The items we have tonight are sure to impress." She gestured to a nearby table. "And now, for our first lot. This is a steel hand, forged from the hide of a steel tiger. A gold-level item that can boost your endurance by 10% for those who favor shields. It will also automatically upgrade them to the gold level. The starting price," she announced, "is 1,200,000, and the minimum bid is 100,000. With a loud crack of her gavel, she declared, "Let the bidding commence." The hall erupted in a frenzy of voices. 1,300,000. 1,400,000.
Number 61 bids 1.5 million. The protagonist watched the chaos from above, thinking, the popularity of this steel hand is surprising.
The auctioneer slammed her gavel. Sold. For 2,300,000. Congratulations on your new acquisition, Manager Liu chuckled. As expected, an item of this caliber is of no interest to Mr. Lin. However, if you see something you desire, you'll have to contend. With the guests in the other VIP rooms, Lin Han glanced at the other balconies. Are there important people here tonight? The manager's tone grew serious. In our empire, there are 5 great families: the Ma family, the Li family, the Qin family, the Wang family, and the Gongsun family. Their influence spans the globe, and they command the vast wealth of the empire. As you can imagine, they enjoy certain privileges. But don't worry. Here, only the rules of the auction apply. Whoever pays the most wins the prize. The main character smiled. I'm not worried. Whatever I want, I will definitely acquire. The stage lights dimmed, leaving only a single spotlight on the auctioneer. And now, she said, her voice echoing with anticipation, we move to the main event. Our next lot is... The moment everyone was waiting for had arrived. A single radiant card appeared in her hands. This was a pass to Ruins Number 3, one of the largest, most legendary ruins in the world. A place that opens its gates only once every 30 years and requires special fragments to enter. Now, only 100 such fragments remain. Every master up to the legendary diamond level could enter these ruins. With one condition, they must be no older than 30 years. The starting price, a staggering 10 million. The minimum bid increase, 500,000. They had to win this unique pass to Ruins Number 3. The hall erupted into chaos. Someone leaped to their feet, shouting that the pass would be his 12 million, cried bidder number 49. But that was nothing. Another voice boomed. 20 million? Someone else screamed. 30 million? A final, panicked voice offered 50 million. The protagonist merely smirked and said that this item could truly be called the main event of the auction. Manager Liu leaned in. It seems this lot has caught your interest, Mr. Lin? He replied with absolute resolve. That's right. I must have this pass. With that, he declared, 80 million she. The 4th son of the Ma family, Ma Tianning, gasped in excitement. Someone offered 80 million. Are we still in this? His sister nodded. Yes, you must offer more. He slammed his hand down. 100 million. He then sent a message to Lin Han, stating this pass would be incredibly useful to the Ma family. Therefore, he hoped Lin Han would give up, offering to compensate him with 50 million. The manager whispered that these were the esteemed children of the Ma family. The 4th son and the 2nd young madam. He pointed out that they rarely fight so fiercely for anything. He thought Lin Han could forge good connections with the Ma family if he agreed to their offer. But the protagonist, after a moment's thought, said, yes, the 5 great families are very influential. However, we are at an auction, and here, the one who bids the most money wins. The protagonist knew they would continue to bargain. He might have to sell all the silver and gold level equipment he had gathered. He then declared his price, 150 million. The son of the Ma family was shocked, but still sneered. Are you sure you want to make an enemy of us? After that, he offered 180 million. Then Lin Han said that he was sorry, but he is not afraid of the 5 great families, and offered 200 million. Tianning pointed a trembling finger at him and said he'd remember this well. Lin Han just smirked, the ecstatic girl on. The stage cried out that this was unbelievable. The gentleman offered 200 million. She began the count. 200 million, going once, twice, 3 times. She slammed the hammer down. Sold hang? Manager Liu was sweating nervously. Mr. Lin, you truly don't know how to restrain yourself. I am afraid that today's disrespect to the Ma family will be known throughout the entire empire by tomorrow. He replied with a smirk. Anyone who comes to an auction should be prepared for someone to offer more money for the lot they want. Besides, we already agreed that no one would find out about my identity, right? The manager conceded. That's true, although the Ma family will not let this go so easily. You can be sure that our auction house does not disclose the personal information of its guests. To anyone, even if someone starts looking for you, the most they'll find is that you are our secret guest. Lin Han smiled. Mr. Liu, you can be relied on, as always. The manager blushed and waved his hand. Mr. Lin, it is always a pleasure to deal with you. Perhaps next time, you could bring 5 items of the same level as before to our auction. The protagonist scoffed. Do you think I'm a legendary? Equipment wholesaler 5 is too much. The manager laughed and countered. How about 2 then? Lin Han immediately shook his hand and said that they had a deal. The manager thought to himself that being too impudent was not an option. Otherwise, he might anger the powerful Master Lin Han. They looked at the stage, and the manager noted that the butcher's bloodsword and earth armor he'd brought were up for sale. So it's about to get a little noisy. Why don't we move to the VIP room? The protagonist agreed. An hour later, they were quietly drinking tea when an employee entered. She announced that his 2 pieces of equipment were sold for 6,350,000,000 silver. Lin Han was utterly shocked. He thought, my God, these families are incredibly rich. Even after the auction takes its 20% fee for the service, I'll be able to live the rest of my life without wanting for anything. The manager told the gentleman to calm down. He could continue to cooperate with them and earn much more. We'll transfer the money to your card soon, he said. Yes, I was just a little worried about offending the Ma family. And now I have so much money. The manager told him not to worry so much. A very powerful merchant guildmaster would be looking after him for 3 days. He promised that his safety would not be in danger. As the protagonist was walking back through an alley, Tianning and his sister, along with 2 guards, blocked his path. He turned, frowned, and asked how they found him. Tianning laughed cruelly and said his family's people had surrounded the auction building for a long time. No one could have passed unnoticed. They remembered everyone who entered. And only one unknown person in a green cloak came out. He said tensely, Of course, you tried hard and did well, but I'm not going to give you the pass to Ruins number 3. We don't want to take it.
We're asking you to sell the pass, and we'll give you another 100 million. The protagonist thought that for them to be willing to pay another 100 million, this relic was truly priceless. His sister told him that their family had no evil intentions. They weren't trying to take what he had, earned through honest labor. They only wanted to offer him more money to let them use the pass. Lin Han told Tianning to look at his sister and learn from her.
How to talk to people? Tianning clenched his fist angrily and demanded, So, do you agree or not? His sister told him to calm down again. At this time, Lin Han began to laugh confidently. I will not share what I bought with my own money. If you want it, then come and take it yourselves. Tianning was furious and roared that he had asked for this. He ordered his men to beat him up and explain everything. The guards started shouting and ran towards him. They wanted to attack, but at that moment, a whirlwind of wind and paper blocked their path. They, along with newspapers, glasses, and other trash, flew through the air. When they fell and were lost in a cloud of dust, they looked forward in surprise. A girl's voice asked if anyone wanted to continue. Lin Han turned around, in surprise and confusion. Looking at her, Tianning was shocked and terrified. He stammered, This is the goddess of murderers, Elder Fua. She frowned and said that calling her eldest was a bit of a stretch. She wasn't that old. Besides, had these thugs already forgotten the rules of the 3-day auction? Instantly, a chill of fear and tension filled the air. The young lady of the Ma family stammered an apology, explaining her brother had completely forgotten himself. In the next moment, they were scrambling to get away, vanishing as quickly as they appeared. Lin Han mused to himself. His new sister knew exactly when to advance and when to retreat, whether it was a show of force or a tactical withdrawal. This girl was far from simple. He turned with a faint smile. Well, I suppose it's time we get going too. Then he called out to his beautiful sister. She blinked in surprise, asking him where he was headed. The protagonist reminded her that she was ordered to protect him for 3 days, which meant she was going wherever he went. Just then, he felt the prickling sensation of being watched. Think you can help me get rid of some pests? She began to scan the area, her senses sharpening. Indeed, someone was lurking just around the corner. 2 of them. And why would I do that? She asked coolly. My job is to protect. You, not eliminate your rivals. Unless you wish to hire me for the task. He smirked. That sounds fair. So, what's your price? She considered it for a moment, then awkwardly stated, Well, it would be at least 2 million. A faint blush colored her cheeks as she said it. In response, a bright magical light flashed in his hand. You can have it now, he said. So, will you help me? A thick stack of cash materialized in her grasp. Her eyes widened in shock, but her expression quickly turned to one of pure confidence. Leave it to me, a second after. She stepped forward. A storm of debris flew towards Lin Han, and a huge cloud of dust erupted. Cries echoed from within. Miss Fua, stop, We meant no harm, quote. They pleaded for her to spare them. Slash, the main character shielded himself from the flying trash. A grin spreading across his face. Slash, incredible power. She truly deserves
her title, the goddess of killers. A moment later, she stood beside a mountain of defeated men, dusting off her hands. All clear. I've already swept a 10-li radius, she reported. Slash, not a single suspicious person in sight. Slash. She smiled sweetly. Of course, if you want me to expand.
the search circle. I could do it for another 1,600,000. That's a 20% discount, an offer you can't refuse. The protagonist stared at her, dumbfounded. Slash, is the Fua family really that broke? Her shoulders slumped as she leaned against a wall. The materials for a class upgrade are insanely expensive. She sighed dramatically. Not to mention designer dresses, bags, and shoes slash everything costs a fortune. And I never have enough slash. He was completely bewildered by her problems. You don't have to worry so much, he said. Slash, I'll hire you as my bodyguard for a month. Slash, for 500 million. Her gloomy aura vanished in an instant. Slash. She zipped closer, her eyes sparkling with pure joy. Slash, forget the money, Fua declared. It's not important at all. I just feel a deep, undeniable connection between us. I must protect you. He instinctively backed away from her intense energy. Slash. Fua blushed. From this day forward, I am completely yours. Slash. That night, while Linhan slept soundly in the mansion, Slash, he was being monitored by the intelligence service from a nearby rooftop. Linhan hasn't made a single suspicious move in days. An agent reported. Slash. How long do we have to watch him? Slash, just keep watching. The boss ordered. Slash, this comes from the top. It's from the. If we find anything, we're looking at a promotion. Slash, suddenly. His subordinates stared past him in pure terror. What's wrong? He demanded. Keep your eyes on Linhan, not me, slash, but behind him. A colossal, laughing shadow began to form. Captain! Behind you! A terrified agent stammered. He whirled around just as the massive black shadow lunged, enveloping him in its crushing grip. Slash. He struggled, but it was useless. He quickly lost consciousness. Slash. As the shadow grew taller, a chilling voice echoed. Slash. This is your final warning. Slash, if another spy is spotted, we will take serious action. Next time, you won't get off with just a scare. Slash. The remaining agents stared in horror, raising their hands in surrender. Slash. Yes, ma'am, slash the laughing shadow. Watched them flee into the night. Once they were gone, it shimmered and took on a familiar form. Fua smirked. That should keep them from bothering the boss anymore. The next morning, Lin Han stretched and yawned, slash only to blush beet red when he saw Fua bending over right in front of him. Slash. Good morning, he stammered. Wait, what are you doing in my room? She straightened up, yawning herself. I have no idea who you've angered. But your villa was crawling with all sorts of people last night, slash I had to deal with. Them all. Slash, a wave of anxiety hit Linhan. Those were government agents, slash, I hope you didn't kill anyone, slash asterisk. Are we in deep trouble, asterisk, he wondered. Slash Fua waved a dismissive hand. Don't worry, I only scared them a little. They won't be bothering you again. She leaned in. Boss Lin, I'm doing a pretty good job, right, slash? Perhaps we should consider extending our cooperation. He grew wary. How long did you have in mind? Fua's eyes lit up as she began to calculate, seeing nothing but money signs. There are 12 months in a year, times 5, with a discount every 10 years. So in about 100 years. Slash. The protagonist quickly cut her off. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Slash. This is why she was the goddess of killers. Slash. But Fua just grinned. Slash. You don't get rich by being modest. Slash. They arrived at the main training ground. Slash. Are you here to train? Fua asked. Slash. Nope, he replied. I'm here to meet a friend. Slash. Then we're heading into the golden portal. Slash Linhan smiled, as Wang Chang and Union ran toward him. Slash. I thought you'd forgotten all about your old friend. Wang Chang laughed. Slash Linhan noticed his friend's closeness to Union. Looks like you haven't been wasting your time either, he teased, causing them both to blush. Slash. No, we just got a little closer after the exam. Wang Chang stammered. Slash. That's right, we're just friends, Union added. The main lead squinted. Stop denying it. I'm not blind. Slash. He then turned to Fua with a grin. Isn't that right, eldest sister? Wang Chang smirked. Oh yeah, and who's the girl with you? This is my eldest relative, Linhan said smoothly. But Fua decided to play along, her eyes welling up with fake tears. First you call me cute, and now I'm just an eldest relative. Are you dumping me already? Is it because I'm too old for you? Wang Chang shot Lin Han an impressed look and awkwardly gave him a thumbs up. Lin Han waved his hands in a panic, shaking his head. No, that's not what happened. Stop messing with me and introduce yourself properly. She giggled. My name is Jen Rin. I'm a killer of the third realm. It's a pleasure to meet you. When did you change your name? He whispered in surprise. But just then, an announcement echoed through the hall. The golden portal will open shortly. All players, please prepare. A buzz of excitement filled the air. He turned to Fua, a sudden worry on his face. Will you be okay in there? They require authentication by name and face. Folded her arms, a confident smile playing on her lips. Don't worry, she said. My sister's name is Fuhua, and we look practically identical. I'll just use her identity. Her face flashed on the authentication screen. Lin Han wondered to himself. Is this really going to work? The guard glanced at his list. Announcing there was only one spot left. Everyone, prepare for the portal to open. A man in the crowd called out, asking if Wang Chang and Lin Han were joining. They turned with a grin, happy to see their old friend Yuan after so long. But their smiles faded as they saw the disgusted look on Yuan's face as he stormed toward the organizer. He declared that he refused to be in a squad with these pests and demanded a team change. The annoyed organizer yelled back that he didn't care what he wanted. The party was already set. He needed to stop complaining and get to the portal. Moments later, they were transported to a desolate wasteland, filled with ancient artifacts and jagged rocks. The group stood at the base of a colossal cliff. Wang Chang asked Lin Han, doesn't this place feel familiar, or is it just me?
As they passed a replica of the silver portal, the main character agreed it felt strange. He told them to be on guard. He could sense a deep danger lurking here. But Wang Chang just laughed it off. What are you talking about? He scoffed. We already beat the hidden boss. It was a piece of cake. But as he spoke, an entire army of shadow monsters materialized before them.
They solidified from the shadows, slowly advancing. The main character smirked. And who was it that said it would be easy? Now we have to fight a whole squad of hidden bosses. They went back to back, completely surrounded by towering minotaur monsters. He wondered how a hidden boss could suddenly become just a common monster. Just how dangerous was this place? Yuan began wildly swinging his weapon, tearing into the creatures. He shouted that these minotaurs were at least level 15. While he was only level 18, he told them to fend for themselves. He was getting out of there as Yuan fled. Wang Chang screamed, is he an idiot? If there are this many at the entrance, the depths of the ruins will be a nightmare. The safest place to be was right next to Lin Han's brother. At that moment, he channeled the magic of his staff, unleashing a storm of lightning upon a minotaur. It burned brightly before a massive explosion rocked the area. As the monster fell, Lin Han said that while he didn't like it, he didn't want him to die. He told Wang Chang to go after Yuan. Terrified, Wang Chang asked, but what about us? Yun also chimed in, asking the same question. But behind him stood Fu Hua, dagger drawn, an annoyed expression on her face. He's nothing to us, she stated coldly. Scared, he awkwardly stammered. Of course not, I'm sure the Elder is incredibly powerful. But there are just too many minotaurs. Even for you, this will be tough. Just as he finished his sentence,
a giant monster crashed to the ground behind her, kicking up a cloud of dust. Fu Hua wiped her dagger clean with a smile. Yes, I've been getting too relaxed lately. I still
need to train my skills more often. He leapt away from her in terror, shouting that he had no idea what she was talking about. He thought Lin Han was a monster, but it turns out there are monsters even more terrifying than him. The main character told her to take care of the group, and then dashed away. She shouted after him with a smile. That'll cost you extra? He yelled back in irritation. Fine, just make sure they're protected. Meanwhile, Yuan continued his desperate battle. Monsters swarmed him in a relentless crowd. His claws tore through them, inflicting deep wounds. But it was a losing fight. This is impossible, he screamed. Why are there so many? He couldn't defeat them, but he couldn't escape either. Was he really going to meet his end in a place like this? He clutched his injured shoulder, gritting his teeth in pain. And then he heard a voice. It was Lin Han. Yuan, do you need some help? He was perched calmly on a small hill. If you ask nicely, I'll consider it. Yuan scowled. In your dreams, I'd rather die than ask you for anything. At that exact moment, a minotaur swung its massive axe, nearly killing him. He dodged just in time. Lin Han sat back on the cliff with a grin. Take your time. Think it over. Don't worry about me. I've got a great view from up here, the Minotaur roared in fury, bringing its axe down again. Yuen blocked with his claws, but was sent flying backward from the sheer force of the blow. He slid across the ground and stopped, grimacing in pain. It seems, he said, we started our conversation on the wrong note. He was wounded and exhausted. The main character just grinned wider and spread his arms. I've already stated my terms. The choice is yours, Yuen. A giant monster raised its axe high above him for the finishing blow. In that moment, the terrified Yuen screamed, I beg you, Lin Han, save me. Without a second's hesitation, Lin Han was a blur of motion. You should have just said so from the start, he called out. Then you wouldn't have had to take such a beating? He appeared, right in front of the Minotaur, blocking the massive axe with nothing but his staff and a surge of magic. Yuen's eyes widened in disbelief. I'm saved? But when he turned around, his relief turned to sheer panic. He screamed, We're surrounded! An entire horde of enraged Minotaurs was charging straight for them. Thirsty for blood? Lin Han casually asked. Did you forget what my class is? Yuen stammered. The Altar class. But how is that going to help us now? The main character's smile was predatory. You have a good memory. And sometimes, you have to make a sacrifice. This time, you're the bait. He grabbed Yuen by the leg, who looked up at him in pure terror. Then, Lin Han launched him high into the air. Yuen's scream echoed through the ruins. Lin Han, you bastard! I'll kill you for this! A short while later, they stood in a field littered with the corpses of Baiji, Minotaurs, shrouded in dust. The main character looked at him. You have an assassin class, so why are you so weak you couldn't even handle that kind of speed? At that moment, Yuen was fighting back nausea. He grabbed Lin Han's jacket and screamed, What nonsense are you talking about? No one would be okay after flying like that. Lin Han looked awkward. Why are you so angry? You gained a ton of levels, right? Yuen had to admit it was true. He had gained an incredible amount of experience. A little more, and he would model. He could finally ascend his class, But in the distance, a massive explosion of light erupted, sparking concern, The main character smirked, saying it looked like the others weren't having as easy a time as them. Wen asked if he'd help. Yan nodded, He wasn't the type to abandon those in need, The miner let out a vicious grin, even as his weapon was shattered by Wang Cheng's card. He laughed, boasting that the Gold Dungeon's monsters were nothing special, But his bravado vanished when Union suddenly grabbed him, her voice sharp, Without Jen, we would already be dead, shielding them with her own body. She warned them to stop fooling around, Things were about to get truly dangerous, fearfully. Yun asked what was happening, frowning. She shot back. Haven't you noticed it yourselves, The miner froze. Just a moment ago, they were charging forward like a living tank, But now, a massive fissure split the earth before them. A blinding white light erupted from its depths. They scrambled backward as the very earth trembled. New crags burst forth from the cliffs. And atop the tallest, a new threat appeared. Another Minotaur. It rose to its full height and let out a deafening roar. That's the gold rank boss, the Minotaur Lord. The party cried out in terror. What's a monster like that doing in a gold rank dungeon? Fua gazed at the beast, her expression grim. She thought to herself, the Minotaur Lord itself isn't the problem. But protecting these two weaklings during the fight, that makes this a nightmare. Just then, Lin Han and Yuen appeared at her side. Looks like we made it just in time, Lin Han said cheerfully. But with every monstrous roar. The cavern quaked violently. Yuen was pale with fear. The Minotaur Lord. That's a gold-ranked beast. Can we just leave? The main character shook his head. Too late to turn back now? With a thunderous charge, the monster rushed toward them. It swung its massive greatsword, crashing it into the ground with devastating force. The entire area began to collapse, the floor shattering and heaving. Fua and Yuen leaped high, while Lin Han jumped the other way. Fissures tore through the earth as rocks rained down from above. A thick cloud of dust billowed from the cliffside. Where did that overgrown bull go? Wang Chang yelled. Fua whipped her head around and screamed. Watch out, The ground beneath his feet began to fracture, glowing with an ominous light.
Blood trickled from Wang Chang's mouth. Slash. He and Yun were struck by a sudden, brutal attack.
A minotaur erupted from a hidden hole in the ground. Slash, it slammed into them with the force of a landslide. Rocks and all slash. They were sent flying, crashing hard against the cavern floor. An upheaval of earth now separated them. Slash, go run, Wang Chang yelled. Slash, I'll try to hold it off. Slash. But she reached a hand toward him, her voice filled with resolve. No, we run together. But as they lay wounded on the ground, a minotaur loomed over them. It roared, raising its sword for the final blow. Slash. Just as its weapon was about to descend, the main character leapt in to shield them with his own body. Slash. He slammed his staff down, conjuring a protective barrier. Slash. What is wrong with you two? He asked, his voice sharp with annoyance. Slash, if you're injured. Then get out of the way. Stop causing a scene. Yuan hoisted them both onto his shoulders and started carrying them to safety. Slash, Wang Chang, surprised, asked, when did your shoulders get so broad? Yuan shot back. I'm only doing this because you're in the way. Just get to a safe distance. A bit hurt, Wang Chang muttered. Yeah, I figured as much. The minotaur relentlessly hammered against the barrier. Slash, each strike created brilliant flashes of light. Slash. The ground began to crumble and quake once more. Slash, and then the monster vanished. And then that bull can burrow underground, the protagonist noted. This is a problem. Slash, Fua turned to him. You're clearly powerful. Slash, how is it that you couldn't even scratch the Minotaur Lord? He spun around, an eyebrow raised in surprise. Slash, wait, didn't I hire you? Slash, why do I feel like our roles have suddenly reversed? Slash, Fua armed, herself with a gleaming dagger, her confidence radiating. Slash, don't worry, as long as I'm paid, I do my job well. Slash. He sat down, planting his staff in the ground beside him. Slash, good, he said. It'll be useful to observe the combat style of such a skilled master. Slash, suddenly, the ground next to Fua erupted. Slash, a minotaur burst forth in an explosion that shattered the earth around it. She'd waited calmly for its charge. Slash, at the very last second, her aura flared to life. Slash. She leaped into the air just as the monster's blade smashed into the ground where she stood. It was as if she multiplied, surrounding the beast with afterimages. Slash. She flipped gracefully, dagger in hand. Slash. As she soared through the air, she delivered a flurry of devastating blows.
All over the minotaur's body. She even sliced its sword in two before landing. Slash, she had activated her skill floating petal execution. Bloody fall. Slash, instantly, all her attacks
grew exponentially stronger, more lethal. Slash. They diced the monster into countless pieces as it shrieked in agony. Slash. Then, the minotaur collapsed behind her, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. She glanced over her shoulder. So, did you like the show? Slash, was it worth your money? Slash, the protagonist nodded. Yes, I definitely liked it. Slash. He mused internally. She landed over 100 slashes on that thing. In just a single second. She truly is worthy of the title, Goddess of Assassins. Meanwhile, Yun was healing Wang Chang's wounds. What's happening out there? He asked. Yuan replied. It's strange. Everything's gone quiet. Did that bull finally kill them? Suddenly, their eyes widened in surprise. A massive magic circle materialized beneath their feet.
What's this? She asked. The dungeon is cleared. Does that mean Lin Han and that girl actually defeated the boss? But that was way too fast.
Back in the dungeon lobby, screens lit up. Slash A notification appeared. All hidden objectives have been completed. Slash A list of team members was displayed. Lin Han, Fua, Wang, Chang, and Yun. Slash, they materialized in the lobby through the magic circle. Slash. The hall was already bustling with people as Lin Han casually stretched his shoulders. Slash A staff member approached with a smile. You guys are incredible. Slash, if you're free this evening, allow me to treat you to dinner. Slash A celebration for the new heroes of our dungeon. Slash Lin Han replied coolly.
The first gift from your boss Tian was more than enough. Slash, the worker was taken aback. A gift? What are you talking about? Slash. Did boss Tian offend you in some way? Slash the protagonist
thrust a piece of paper at him, his face dark. Slash, in the gold rank dungeon your training ground owns, he stated coldly. Slash, we encountered a rather strange monster. Slash, it was the Minotaur Lord, a gold rank boss. You were the ones who invited us there. If we weren't lucky, we wouldn't have made it out alive. Boss. Tian stared in shock, then frantically snatched the paper. Slash, no, I never sent an invitation like this, he stammered. I have no idea how this happened, but I am truly sorry. Lin Han's voice was ice. We nearly lost our lives, and you think a simple apology will cover it. Boss Tian was sweating now. Then, what is it you want? He asked, terrified. The protagonist smirked and turned to Wang Chang. You suffered the worst injuries. You should decide. Wang Chang blinked in surprise. Me? He glanced at an embarrassed Yun Yun, then declared confidently, we're not villains. We're not going to blackmail the owner of a gold rank dungeon, just give us 2 pieces of gold level equipment. And we'll call it even, The protagonist shot him a look of pure exasperation, Is this guy a complete moron, he thought, He could have asked for so much more. Something far more valuable, Boss Tian's face lit up with relief. No problem at all, we'll have it all delivered to you by tomorrow, and as a bonus, we'll include 3 free passes. These passes grant access to any dungeon below the Saint Stage, each pass has 3 uses. Wang Chang scratched his head, grinning sheepishly.
Wow, thank you, Master you can just deliver everything to Lin Han's place? Boss Tian apologized profusely once more for the incident. We will ensure.
Everything is delivered tomorrow. Lin Han held up a hand to silence him. I'll let this go. This time, just make sure it never happens again. Then he thought to himself. Judging by Boss Tian's reaction, he had nothing to do with this. Later, as he and Fua walked through the city, Lin Han wondered aloud. Could it have been the Ma family? Trying to eliminate me, but that seems too obvious for them. Suddenly, Fua playfully slapped his cheeks. Hey, what was that for? He asked. She just smiled. I was just trying to chase away your gloomy thoughts, that's all. He frowned. So, do you think the Ma family was behind this? Fua's expression shifted, becoming serious like a detective as she began her explanation. To alter the very properties of a portal, of a dungeon itself. That's no simple task. Lin Han knew instantly. The Ma family had to be pulling the strings. He figured they wouldn't stop there. But when he looked to Fua for a solution, she waved her hands dismissively. You're overestimating me, she declared. Sure, I'm strong, but I'm no match for the head of the Ma family. That old master, Uncle Jang, was a level 76 powerhouse, rumored to be on the verge of reaching the legendary divine stage. Linen's face fell. Weren't you just boasting about your strength? Fua shot back, annoyed. This is completely different in the entire Dragon Empire. There are only 3 divine stage masters. Of course, I don't want to fight a damn monster like that. Lin Han sighed. He understood her point. Fua continued. Besides, the family head is far too old to get involved in this sort of conflict. I doubt he'll personally intervene. But the Ma family is still one of the top 20 strongest families in the Empire. They have countless Supreme Saint Stage Masters. My early Supreme Stage is nothing compared to them. Are there many divine masters in other empires? He asked. She nodded grimly. According to the higher-ups in our empire. Other nations have about 10 divine stage masters each. They're secretive and dangerous. It's said they've even formed a special squad just to stop the monster tides. You're quite knowledgeable, he admitted. Guess I hired you for a reason. Fua replied with a proud smirk. It's just that you're too young. You haven't seen enough of the world yet. When you realize how vast it is, you'll understand just how many powerful masters there are. For the first time, Linen saw a flicker of doubt in her eyes. So, I'm not that strong compared to others. Fua bristled at his tone. Fine if you think I'm useless. Then I quit. He instinctively grabbed her hand. Wait, don't go. If you leave now, I spent all that money for nothing. She huffed, still annoyed, but stayed. By the way, with all your distracting questions, I forgot to ask something important. You stopped a gold rank boss so casually. So what is your true level of strength? Lin Han awkwardly averted his gaze. It was a secret he couldn't just reveal. She leaned in closer, putting on a cute face. You won't even tell. Your cute big sister. A blush crept up his face as he jumped back. Don't get so close, he stammered. Okay, fine. My strength is probably comparable to a diamond stage master. Her eyes widened in admiration. That's incredible for your age. But Lin Han thought to himself, in reality, I'm closer to an early Supreme Stage Master. But that wasn't important right now. Fua's eyes suddenly lit up with a new thought. By the way, you're the world's only altar of the Third Realm? Can you heal the wounds of a Supreme Stage Master? He gave a small smile. I haven't tried, but I probably could. Inside, he knew the truth. Of course he could.
He possessed a forbidden-level restoration spell. As long as she wasn't dead, he could heal any wound imaginable. Fua came over and slapped him happily on the shoulder. "That's wonderful. Now if I get hurt, I can always come to you." Linhan sighed awkwardly. In fact, he had hired her for protection, but it felt like he had just become her personal healer. "Don't sweat the small stuff," she said. "By the way, where are we sleeping tonight?" "I was going home," he replied. "If you want, you can spend the night at my place." She froze, looking at him with wide, surprised eyes. The words echoed in her mind. Spend the night at his place. He wants me to go with him. What could he possibly mean? A moment later, she burst out laughing, leaving Linhan completely confused. What was she dreaming about now? Fua's face turned beet red. That's not right," she stammered. "I'm selling my strength, not my body." He shot back angrily. "I was only talking about a place to stay. Stop making things up." Fua looked away, flustered. Right. Understood." By nightfall, they arrived at his villa. "I'm home," he called out. "Is dinner ready?" Fua followed, politely greeting his parents as aunt and uncle. She peeked out from behind Linhan and apologized for the intrusion. His mother started crying. "Our son! He's finally become an adult." His father just laughed. "I hope you two can show some restraint. At least while you're in our house." Linhan's face soured. "It's not what you think, Fua. Explain it to them." But when he turned around, she was already gone. Fua had beelined for the dinner table. "Ah, you've already eaten?" she chirped happily. "Then we'll just go up to our room to rest." They quickly vanished into his room. His father coughed. To be young again." Early the next morning, sunlight streamed into the room. Linhan was still fast asleep, until he suddenly shot awake. He was horrified. His hand was resting right on Fua. He scrambled up. "What is going on?" "Good morning," she mumbled, before trying to go back to sleep. Linhan was losing his mind. "Why are you sleeping in my bed? What happened last night?" Fua rubbed her eyes, confused. "Nothing happened. What are you thinking about?" He sat up straight. "Nothing. Then why did you come in here?" Fua calmly put on her cloak. "Last night, Boss Tan's people delivered what they promised. I figured I shouldn't wake your aunt and uncle. So I just jumped out the window, grabbed the items, and brought them to your room. I was really sleepy after that." He stared at her. "Aren't you the goddess of assassins? Shouldn't you be more careful?" Fua yawned. "Don't worry. If anything was wrong, I would have noticed." She handed him 3 cards. "Here, take these." He looked them over, then handed one back to her. She looked at the gift, stunned. Is this for me?" "You just broke through to the supreme stage, right?" he said. "This pass will help you level up." She clutched it nervously. "Isn't this too generous?" He just smiled. "Don't worry about it. I just want you to become even stronger. That way, you can protect me more effectively." She sat on the edge of the bed and leaned in close, looking like she wanted to say something important. Just as their faces were inches apart, the door flew open. "Breakfast is ready," his mother called out. "Mom, wait, it's not what you think," he yelled in a panic. She looked mortified. "Oh, I'll just go make some more chicken soup." And with that, she slammed the door shut. "I'm sure she misunderstood everything," he groaned. Fua giggled. "Should I go explain?" "No," he said instantly. "Your explanation would only make things worse." She stood up. "By the way, 3 days have passed. I need to report to the auction hall that you're safe. Speaking of which, are you well acquainted with Manager Liu?" "I wouldn't say well," Linhan replied. "But we're familiar." Fua's expression turned serious. "Don't let your guard down around him. He's not as simple as he seems." As simple as Manager Liu seemed, she'd heard the head of the entire merchant guild shared his surname. A thought crossed the main character's mind. Could he truly be a relative of the guildmaster? Or was he a hidden powerhouse? She also mentioned the 5 great academies would soon be accepting new disciples, and asked if he'd like to enroll. With his Third Kingdom altar, he'd be a prized recruit anywhere. He knew that ascending his class required a mountain of resources, and he couldn't rely on his master forever. Perhaps entering an academy was the right path. He arrived at the student reception hall, feeling a wave of unease at the sheer number of people. There were far too many. A staff member approached, explaining that this was just general admission. Mr. Lin, however, could proceed inside for a double selection. He paused. A double selection? That's right. It meant that not only did the academy choose the student could also choose the academy. The protagonist found the idea tempting. Together, they entered Block B, the Sage Building. Inside, 5 imposing figures sat before him.
and he felt the weight of the oppressive atmosphere. The head of the Changqi Academy, Changqi, spoke first, declaring that Lin Han, the world's first sacrificial warrior to reach the third realm, belonged in their academy. There, they would forge him into the strongest in the world. The second head just laughed. He's already the strongest in the world. He needs no training. He offered entry to the Jan Academy, promising an endless supply of disaster sources to fuel his ascension. The young head of the Shiming Academy scoffed. What could the Jan Academy possibly teach him? They, the Shiming Academy, specialized in honing support classes. He promised to unleash Lin Han's true, enormous potential. The head of the Chiyun Academy chimed in cheerfully, also guaranteeing a wealth of disaster sources and other resources. They would be honored to have him. A beautiful woman then spoke regretfully, explaining her academy was for women only. However, if he didn't mind having several hundred senior sisters, then they were waiting for him. Flustered, he scratched his head. This was all too much, while they bickered over him. He wondered what was happening. Just moments ago, they treated him like dirt. The head of the Changqi Academy stood and slammed the table. A thunderous boom silenced the room. Enough, he roared. At their academy, students earned their resources. First, he would have to prove he was worthy. For instance, by winning their academy's tournament. As long as he held the #1 rank, all the resources of the academy would be his for the taking. But it all depended on his own strength. Was he ready for such a challenge? The other heads grew tense. Director Jian sneered. What nonsense was this? No one besides the little witch, Fua, had held that top spot for years. He speaks of beautiful promises, but in reality, he'd gained nothing. The protagonist's eyes widened. So Fua is a Panei, graduate of the Changqi Academy. Judging by the old director's reaction, she was a legend there. Why had she never mentioned it? The Shiming head spoke again. For Lin Han, the most vital resources were sources of natural disaster. Only they could help him ascend to the fourth realm altar. They were incredibly rare, but for their academy, it wasn't a problem. Had he ever heard of artificial sources of natural disasters? The main character was stunned. Could sources truly be created by man? He hadn't just heard of them. He had made them, himself. The director explained that by controlling the scale of the disasters, they could minimize harm. Their academy had researched this for ages, making them masters of artificial disasters. Director Su from Changqi stood up and laughed. Their knowledge was nothing but empty words. Good was research if the strongest masters were still forged at the Changqi Academy. The other director raged. What did you say? The room fell silent as Lin Han began to speak. He asked them to calm down, expressing his gratitude for their praise and incredible offers. Then, with unwavering resolve, he announced his decision. He would enter the Changqi Academy. Director Su burst into a triumphant laugh, proclaiming it a great choice. He handed him the documents, stating that training began in 3 months. They would meet again very soon. Walking back, he met Fua, remarking that she'd finished her report quickly. She smiled, saying she was eager to hear the results. So, which academy did he choose? He replied with a proud smirk. During the interview, he learned of a young genius who once studied at one of the academies. Eventually, that person became a young master of the supreme stage. He'd also heard she set countless records during her time there. He wanted to compete with that legend. She looked at him, a quizzical expression on her face. The description sounded strangely familiar. So, she said, he chose the Changqi Academy? She laughed, unable to believe they still remembered her. The protagonist feigned surprise at the incredible coincidence. Fua's eyes sparkled. So, does this mean I'm your elder sister now? You should call me that. He grumbled internally, vowing to never call her that. But then, a sudden chill ran down his spine. He had a feeling they were being watched. He asked if she could sense who it was. She peered intently into the distance. She could feel multiple energies, all shrouded in a dark aura. He was right. 3 groups, located to the northeast, southwest, and north. From their whispers, they were from the Ma family. Lin Han realized they hadn't given up. He simply said he would leave them to Fua. She cracked her knuckles and fixed her hair. Don't worry, she said with a grin. I'll take care of them in 30 seconds. At that very moment, Tiaoning sat on some steps when his subordinate rushed over. Well, how did it go? He demanded. The man's voice trembled with fear. All three groups have been eliminated. We have no one left who can touch that guy. He didn't think there was anything more they could do. He asked if they should retreat. Tiaoning shot to his feet, his face contorted in rage. Retreat is not an option. My sister is already locked up. If I fall back now, no one will save her. We can't let him go.
Ruins, number 3 began to tremble, slash. A subordinate noted, the young master's opponent is stronger than we anticipated. Slash. It seems that this Lin Han has hired Lady Fua as his protector.
He frowned, realizing he had no other option. Tanzing gazed at the residence. He and his man took a position near the gate. He was here to plead with Uncle Zhang for Taz. Forgiveness? Slash, his own sister was imprisoned within that house. Slash, even his father was powerless, as the elders had decreed her punishment. Slash, the pass number. 3 was far too important. Bowing his head in desperation, he admitted he had no other choice but to beg. The door creaked open. A voice declared, "That boy is impudent. We should meet him." Slash Tien summoned a magic circle, sending particles of power into the air. Slash miles away, Lin Han's eyes snapped open in the dead of night. He sensed it. Slash. He sat up, only to find Fua was already waiting on his bed. Slash frowning. She asked, "You felt that too?" Slash. A cold sweat ran down his back. "I didn't think they would go this far." Slash Fua was visibly shaken. She could feel the overwhelming aura of a master on the city's edge. Slash, he must be at the peak of the supreme stage. Slash. But the main character spoke with chilling confidence. "If they keep hiding, they'll eventually come for my family. In that case, I'll just have to go to them." Her eyes widened in shock. "Are you insane?" she cried out.
There's a peak Supreme Stage Master out there. He just smiled. And you're a Supreme Stage Master, too. Besides, he added, they've already prepared the battlefield for us.
"It would be rude not to show up." Slash at a dam in the city's abandoned sector. Tieng was deep in meditation. Slash, then he felt it. They had arrived. An energy signature was closing in at lightning speed. Slash. He could feel it clearly. Slash. Just as Fua's shadow lunged from above, he let out a chuckle. Slash. But before Fua could even land her strike, her attack was parried by another weapon. Slash. She snarled in frustration. Slash, to think, Uncle Zhang mused. One so young has already mastered the art of the shadow kill. Slash. He gave his weapon a casual flourish. Truly admirable. Slash Fua materialized into her physical form. "And who are you?" she demanded. At that moment, Tieng finally confronted Lin Han. Slash, "You were difficult to find," he stated. "Hiding from me all this time." Slash. The protagonist simply folded his arms and smirked. "The Ma family certainly has its treasures. You found me with that compass, didn't you?" Tieng's expression hardened. "Enough of this idle chatter. I am giving you one final chance. Slash, hand over the number 3 pass, and this conflict ends." Slash Lin Han scoffed. "And why would I do that? Slash, I bought it fairly at the auction." Tieng roared in fury. "I tried to settle this peacefully. Slash now, you will both die. Slash." He called out for Uncle Zhang, but Fua's voice cut in. "Trying for a sneak attack. You'll have to get through me first." Her eyes blazed as she lunged with her sword. But Uncle Zhang deflected her strike with ease. Slash Fua's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched her blade disintegrate under his power. "Slash, my sword," she gasped. Slash. The old master then struck her with immense force, sending her flying. Slash, but just in time, Lin Han caught her. "When did you get so weak?" he teased. "Taken out in a single second." Slash, "Don't be ridiculous," she yelled back angrily. Slash, "I was only defeated because my sword was too fragile." Fua clutched a wound leaking streams of dark energy. Her expression turned grim. She knew only one man who wielded such a bizarre weapon, Zhang Shifeng, also known as the Master of 3 Blades, slash a peak-level Supreme Stage Master, slash. The man stood before them, presenting a sword with 3 distinct blades, slash. His aura was suffocating and menacing, slash. He looked down on them with utter disdain. "That is right, slash, I am that same Zhang Shifeng, the Master of the 3 Blades, slash, if you wish to live, surrender the pass and walk away." Slash fear gripped them as he spoke. "If you refuse, slash, I will have no choice but to kill you. Both." Slash. But Fua rose from a cloud of dust, a defiant smirk on her face. Slash. "You underestimate me," she declared. Slash. "I was careless before, but that won't happen again." She settled into a fighting stance. "I won't go down that easily." Her very shadow began to warp and twist. It materialized, growing larger and larger, snaking towards Shifing/tendrils of pure shadow.
Shot out and restrained him. Much to his surprise, now I'll show you my true power, Fua declared. With a battle cry. She leaped forward, plunging her dagger deep into the Kitsune. Shadowy Cocoon/Teeing yelled for his uncle to be careful, but Shifing shattered the bonds with ease, sending her shadow tendrils flying. Fua, who had been standing proudly, was caught off guard as the master dispelled her magic. First, he analyzed. A distraction with an illusion, then, in a split second. You trap me in a shadow cocoon and attempt a fatal blow with a legendary dagger. He smirked. Not bad at all. The strength of this younger generation is almost frightening. The main character moved to help her, but Teeing blocked his path. You. Teeing growled. Are my opponent, you, will not interfere with the battle of the elders. Lin Han cracked his knuckles. If you're that eager to die, I'll be happy to grant your wish. I've been wanting to settle the score with you for a long time. Teeing shouted back. Those are my words exactly. Your stubbornness will be your doom. A brilliant, two-toned aura exploded around him. This overwhelming energy created a swirling vortex of wind. Armor materialized around his body, followed by a sword. He stood clad in a full, glowing suit of armor. Tining a level 40 knight at the peak of the gold stage. He was confident he could defeat anyone below the diamond rank. If diamond stage masters were allowed in Ruins number 3. He would have long, Ego ascended his class. If it weren't for Lin Han, he would have claimed all the Ruins treasures and grown exponentially stronger. You are nothing, he roared, launching himself forward at blinding speed. Pay for your insolence with your life. As his sword swung down, there was a brilliant flash of light. What? Tining cried out in pure shock. The protagonist smiled, holding the powerful blade with a single finger. He declared that Tining was nothing more than a frog in a well. Ignorant of the true world, you can defeat anyone below the diamond stage. Then allow me to shatter that little dream of yours. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the sword spinning out of control. Ting's weapon slammed into the pavement as the enraged Lin Han charged toward Hazian, quaking in fear. Ting was met with a relentless storm of strikes. Lin Han didn't stop. A cold smile on his face as Ting was blasted into the air, his armor shattering into 1,000 pieces. Our protagonist watched, satisfied, as Ting crashed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He lay defenseless in a massive crater, his armor completely gone, the blow so powerful it knocked him senseless. When he finally staggered to his feet, his face was a mask of shock and terror. Stay away from me, he shrieked. Lin Han's voice was ice. Give me the compass, and I'll let you live. Otherwise, not even the Ma family's name will save you, Ting screamed in defiance. You wouldn't dare. You think breaking my armor means you've won. That's where you're wrong, I'll kill you myself, Lin Han merely scoffed. You've chosen your own death. And threw a punch, but to his surprise, his fist slammed into an invisible barrier. Ting erupted in laughter. Don't even bother trying. This is a legendary great artifact. Not even a supreme stage master could dream of breaking it. You've already lost. Lin Han's eyes narrowed. The Ma family truly was wealthy, to give such a treasure to a mere diamond sage. He analyzed the situation. If the shield wasn't there when his armor broke, then the artifact must only activate in moments of mortal peril. Ting struggled to sit up. So what if you figured it out? Even if your bodyguard has a legendary dagger, she won't last long against Uncle Zhang once he's done with her. You're next. Lin Han considered this. The man had a point. This shield was too powerful to shatter with a few simple hits. Fu would be in grave danger without his help. It seemed he had no other choice. Suddenly, a cataclysmic explosion ripped through the air. As the smoke cleared, Ting's barrier was gone. He screamed in terror. What's going on? Before him stood an old man, a brilliant sphere of crackling lightning in his hand. The figure spoke, his voice ancient and powerful. So it was you who forced my disciple to seek my aid. The youth of today are truly strange, making an old man exert himself. Ting stammered in fear. This power, it's the aura of a supreme stage master. Are you with Lin Han? The mysterious man's voice boomed. That is correct. If the Ma family truly intends to murder my disciple, then as his master, I cannot simply stand by. I must help resolve this little problem. At his words, darkness consumed the sky. A terrifying vortex of black clouds spiraled above them, raw lightning converging at its heart. Ting desperately cried out. Wait, this is all a misunderstanding. Tell me your name, and my family will compensate you for everything. The master scoffed. My name? Do you think I'd believe such a blatant lie? You only wish to pass my name to your family's saint stage master? So he can hunt me down for eternity?
He raised his hand to the heavens, invoking a terrifying skill. Chaos domain, terrible judgment. From the dark vortex, a storm of magical lightning began to rain down upon the earth in a devastating barrage. The master then thrust his hand forward, unleashing the spell's final, most powerful blow.
A pillar of pure energy struck downwards with divine force, blasting a massive hole in the Ministry of Magic Control's Bureau City. An operator saw the terrifying lightning on his screen.
He screamed, calling for his superior. "Chief, we have a problem. A massive surge of magical energy has been detected." The boss slammed his hands on the table. Is it another forbidden level spell? Why hasn't this mysterious master left our city yet? He turned to his subordinate. What should we do? One man thought. This time, this spell is far stronger than the last. Could they really be from the same master? He spoke aloud. Perhaps two mysterious masters capable of using forbidden level spells have appeared.
We must declare a top-level alert immediately and begin evacuating the population. I will go there myself. The chief looked toward the sky, now completely blanketed by storm clouds and colossal lightning. The spell's radius is too large, he muttered. I can only hope that Lin Han can handle this. Meanwhile, Fu was gravely injured, blood trickling from her lips. She knew the next blow would be her last. She unleashed her ultimate skill, floating petal execution. Her body split into countless copies that swarmed her opponent. Even Uncle Zhang struggled to keep up. She landed numerous blows, leaving deep cuts across his body. But even as he was wounded, a smile touched his lips. "If it weren't for my old injury," she panted, "you wouldn't have stood a chance. I've won," he chuckled. "Celebrating a bit early, aren't we? If not for that injury, I would have already reached the saint stage." You truly believe I'm weaker than a primary stage supreme master? Fu's eyes widened in shock. You still have more techniques. Uncle Zhang leveled his sword. Your floating petal execution is indeed powerful, but it's a far cry from a true forbidden level spell. But since you've pushed me this far, I shall grant you the honor. It's been a long time since I've used the Three Blades domain. As he cast the spell, a fiery explosion erupted behind him, the very ground beneath him cracking apart. Fu thought in terror. Such horrifying energy if that hits me. I will surely die. 3 phantom blades materialized above the master's head. But just then, he sensed Tiing was in mortal danger and paused. He saw the powerful torrent of magical lightning. This powerful aura. Another forbidden level spell. He began to retreat, telling Fu she was lucky. She sighed in relief. I'm saved. But a new worry filled her mind. Will Boss Lin be okay? The divine lightning crashed down, and a white barrier appeared over Ting's head. He saw cracks spiderweb across the shield, and his face paled. Impossible. My artifact can withstand the strongest attack from a supreme stage master. How can you be breaking it? Chains of light shackled his arms and legs. The master emerged from the smoke. For a gold stage knight like you, it should be an honor to die by a forbidden level spell. Ting screamed. What kind of sick joke is this? Lin Han calmly replied. This is part of my spell's special ability. Though it chooses its targets at random, once it latches on, it will not let go, until the victim is dead. Ting looked up to see a glowing weapon made of pure lightning materialize above him. Kill the victim, he shrieked. But just as the spear descended, a shield of 3 blades appeared, deflecting the attack. The impact protected Ting, but the shockwave annihilated the concrete, sending dust and stone flying. Uncle Zhang stood before him. Your spell is so powerful that even I, the master of 3 blades, am curious about its caster. Ting cried out in relief. Uncle, you saved me. Lin Han's mind raced. Why was he here? Did something happen to Fu An? Enraged Ting screamed, Uncle Zhang, don't hold back. He was trying to kill me. The old master raised his sword. Do not worry. As long as I am here, you will be safe. They stood facing each other in the swirling dust. Lin Han's voice cut through the haze. Master of 3 blades. What is the meaning of this? Within the bounds of his forbidden spell, there is no escape. I wonder how many attacks he can truly withstand. A storm cloud of dark magic and lightning began to form in the sky. It descended again. Wrapping itself around the blade Uncle Zhang raised high. He declared that now they would all bear witness. With a heavy sigh, he murmured, How many years has it been since I last fought with my full power? He was grateful his master had allowed him to feel this surge one last time. He thrust his sword deep into the earth, and a colossal stream of lightning crashed down behind him.
He unleashed the spell of the Three Blades domain. 3 phantom swords of brilliant light materialized in the heavens. They began to spin with terrifying speed as he stood proudly, proclaiming, "This is the perfected version of my domain, everything within. The range of my sword energy will be utterly annihilated." At that moment, Fua appeared behind him, asking, "Boss Lin, where's Lin Han?" He simply said, "Up there." To safety, his disciple asked, her voice trembling. He frowned. The situation was dire. But he calmed her, telling her not to worry. He wasn't afraid of his opponent's sword energy. He knew the truth. However, at his current level, using forbidden spells was a massive gamble. A second cast, and his strength would be utterly depleted. But he had to take that risk. Leaping into the sky, he unleashed his power. "If it must be destroyed," he roared, "let my Three Blades domain be the one to do it." A true meteorite, wreathed in flame, hurtled towards the spinning vortex of blades. The moment they collided, a cataclysmic explosion ripped through the air. Buildings across the city crumbled from the sheer force of the shockwave. 2 of the ethereal swords shattered into dust. The main character declared calmly, "Uncle Jing, you've lost." But his opponent merely laughed. "Indeed," he smirked. 2 of my 3 blades are gone, but the final blade absorbed the power of the other 2, becoming sharper and infinitely more lethal. With a flick of his wrist, he commanded the blade to end Linan's life. It shot forward like a silver bullet. His panicked disciple screamed for him to run, but he scoffed. "Don't be ridiculous. It's just a sword. It could never harm me." But inwardly, a cold sweat trickled down his spine. He wanted to flee, but his body was spent. He couldn't even manage a single step. All he could do was hope. The blade stopped, inches from his face. Before it too shattered into a million fragments. Linhan breathed a heavy sigh of relief. He was lucky. His forbidden art had been stronger after all. Uncle Jing looked down, his face a mask of disbelief and rage. "When did you—" he screamed, finding his limbs bound by ethereal chains. Linhan approached slowly, a cold glint in his eye. "These chains are merely the appetizer," he warned. "The main course is right above you." Jing looked up, his face pale with dread. What? Within the blood-red clouds, she saw a terrifying guillotine. The protagonist's voice was laced with rage. "The guillotine of the murder god. The final part of my spell. The ultimate judgment." He roared. "The master of the 3 blades meets his end now." The guillotine then plummeted to the ground with a world-shaking bang. But Uncle Jing unleashed a furious storm of sword strikes. He shattered the guillotine, sending massive chunks of metal raining down. The protagonist watched, impressed. Truly worthy of the title, Master of 3 Blades. But his thoughts were grim. "My mana is nearly gone. Must I really use that move?" Just then, a new voice cut through the tension. "Are you 2 still fighting?" an elder demanded. "Do you have no respect for me at all?" Jing recognized him. "Elder, I didn't know that you were still alive," Lennon simply chuckled. "It is good to see an old acquaintance." A pit formed in our hero's stomach. This was bad. They knew each other. He wasn't sure he could win against them both, even with that move. Lennon's tone turned severe. "If you gentlemen insist on continuing, then I will personally escort you both to the Imperial prison." Taining urged his uncle to stand down, to end the fight. But Linhan's eyes blazed.
"First, he threatened my disciple's life," he declared. "And now you ask me to stop? Do you take me for a fool? Although the Ma family's compass is
destroyed. That's no guarantee I won't be found. If I show any weakness here, they will hunt me down. I cannot retreat," he proclaimed. "This fight doesn't end until this old master gives me a proper explanation, and that is final." A blinding sphere of magic erupted in his palm. The very sky went dark as 3. Spirals of immense magical energy tore through the heavens. Crackling with lightning, he hovered amidst the terrifying display. The elder tensed. Linhan had drained nearly all the wind, elemental power from the entire area. He could now only wield 20% of his true strength. How could a heavenly class mage, a master of wind and lightning, fight in these conditions? But Linhan's eyes glowed with an eerie light. "Lennon, you can join in as well," he taunted. "There's no point in hiding." Inwardly, he was screaming. He could only hold this bluff. For 3 minutes, tops, he had to deal with them, and the hidden watchers, within that time, surrounding himself in a brilliant aura. He declared, "My strength is more than enough for all of you." Suddenly, another mage appeared, laughing heartily. "True enough. But we are all masters of a respectable age. Why? Are we so incensed with one another? Surely there is a path to reconciliation. A group of powerful mages stepped forward, all bowing their heads in greeting. The woman was Gong and Kaner, the lead mage, Chin. The others were Wanggu and Li Changi. They introduced themselves in unison, stating their names, and offering their respects to the elders present. Lin Han's heart sank. Could his luck get any worse? Now he faced 6 masters of the supreme stage. All at once. Escape was impossible. If they caught him, they would imprison him for sure. And his true identity would be exposed. He spoke firmly. The Ma family tried to murder my disciple. I will not entertain reconciliation until that debt is paid. Fu spoke up. I have heard of this situation, according to the rules of the auction. The highest bidder wins the prize. This elder successfully outbid the Ma family for the pass to the number 3 ruins. Therefore, by all rights, the pass belongs to him, another added. If rumors spread that the great Ma family stooped to such a lowly act, it would severely damage your reputation, and thus your influence. Why should 2 powerful masters fight to the death over a simple pass? Chin smiled diplomatically. If the Ma family initiated this conflict, then they must apologize to the elder. And of course, they should not trouble him again. A fuming Taining hid behind his uncle. He gritted his teeth. Very well. The Ma family agrees to these terms. He knelt to the ground. The Ma family offers its deepest apologies to the elder, asking that you forgive Taining for his reckless behavior. Gongan then turned to Lin Han. Now that this is settled, perhaps you will reveal your identity to us. Master, he scoffed, do not take me for a fool. One apology doesn't erase their actions. I have no more business with the Ma family. But I have promised them nothing. Linen was glad he had kept his distance. Seizing the opportunity, Uncle Jing grabbed his nephew and fled. Fu smiled. It is good that everything ended peacefully. But the protagonist cut him off. I have no time for empty pleasantries. I am leaving. Wait, the elder called out, stopping him. He turned, his expression laced with annoyance. You still wish to stop me? Fear gripped him. No, please. I have no powerful techniques left. Not at all, Lennon said smoothly. It's just that recently, several forbidden level spells have been detected in the city. The origin of this magic remains a mystery. Do you happen to know anything about it? Our hero knew this was about his own spells. They were far too loud. A simple denial would only deepen their suspicions. But what if he could send them on a wild goose chase? He decided to weave a tale. Recently, while following my disciple, he began, we witnessed a battle between 2 immensely powerful masters. One of them was at the Supreme Stage, model. One was a mage, the other a Supreme Stage warrior. But their conflict was none of his business. He was leaving. A brilliant magic circle flared to life beneath him, and with a surge of wind, he vanished. Lin Han could only wonder. Wind spells, lightning, shadow, and now even spatial magic. Just how many secrets did this man have? He worried that such a person would soon bring disaster to the Empire. A portal shimmered open in Lin Han's own villa. He fell straight onto the bed, his clothes practically disintegrating from the effort, exhausted and on the verge of fainting. He swore he would never take such a risk again. In the morning, he reached for water and let out a groan. His entire body ached. If he hadn't managed to scare them off, he would have never made it out of that fight alive. His door suddenly slammed open as Faya burst in with a loud greeting. Startled, he asked why she just barged in. She shot back, displeased. Why are you all wrapped up in a blanket? Are you afraid I'm going to pounce on you? She sat on his bed, declaring that it would never happen. She had zero desire to see what was underneath the blanket. He retorted, annoyed. If you don't want to see, then get out of my room. Her tone turned sad as she called his name, and he asked what was wrong. Fua said that she came to say goodbye. She'd suddenly received a quest from the Merchants Guild, so she couldn't continue being his bodyguard. As for the money, she couldn't return it. It was already gone. Lin Han happily waved her off, telling her not to worry. He just hoped she would continue to protect him. After she completed her quest, he patted her head gently, noting that things had been hard for her, too, certain she hadn't fully recovered. He warned her not to overdo it. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she thanked Boss Lin. By the way, she said, you'll be entering Changi Academy in a month, right, my younger sister, Guilin, is a student there. You should take care of her. But you better say it was my request. Lin Han was confused. Is there some story with your sister? Why? Can't you just talk to her yourself? Fua looked away, embarrassed. How can I explain this? I think she hates me. The male lead frowned, but just then Fua's phone rang. She smiled and said it was better not to talk about sad things. She was leaving now, and he should take care. As she prepared to leap out the window, he had to ask why she didn't just use the door. A month later, in Hangin City, Lin Han and the others stood frozen in a crowd. In shared shock, they stared up at a massive gate bearing the name Changi Academy. A heavy silence fell over them. He thought to himself that this gate was simply horrendous. Maybe it wasn't too late to choose another academy. A girl approached from behind and asked, "Feeling ashamed when you look at our gate?" "Don't worry," she continued. "I felt the same way when I first saw it. But after hearing the director's words, I realized that even this kind of art has a deep meaning." Lin Han asked what the director said. She replied, "He said that after training here, you will all become
powerful masters. You won't be ashamed to declare your names and stretch your hands to the sky, and this gate will be the symbol of your ambition.
After you complete your training, this very gate will be the place you set off from on your great path." Lin Han folded his arms and conceded. "Well, it doesn't look so bad now. My name is Fong Yun," she said with a smile. "I'm a senior." He introduced himself, and they shook hands. "In the reception hall of Changi Academy," she asked.
"So, you're that Lin Han who won first place in the exam. They say you're the only support player in the world who can kill a monster with a single hit."
He scratched his head awkwardly, replying that the rumors were always exaggerated. She beamed happily, saying she was lucky to meet this year's top star on the very first day. She took his hand and said she'd take him to the reception room. But a guy holding a sparkling bouquet suddenly appeared before them. He declared that he and Fong Yun were fated to meet here, that their souls were connected by an unbreakable bond. She looked at him, displeased. "What kind of bond are you talking about? It's time for you to stop pursuing me." He begged her not to be so cold, then noticed Lin Han. "And who is this one of the new applicants?"
"Did you decide to personally escort him?" She replied that this was Lin Han, the strongest disciple of West City, so she decided to help him with the admission procedure.
"Lin Han," the guy scoffed in surprise. "He's a big boy. He can handle it himself. Now, I need to talk to you. Fong Yun." The protagonist stretched out, his hand blocking the way. "It seems she doesn't really want to talk to you." The guy and the other students began to laugh. He said Lin Han was funny. "Just because you got first place in your little city exam, do you really think that allows you to be so insolent with your seniors here?" He tossed the bouquet to one of his followers and smirked. "My family supports this academy. There isn't a single person in this city who doesn't respect my family." "How is he?" the director demanded. Shenna turned. "He's unconscious, beaten badly, but he'll live. I think the academy's healers will get him back on his feet in no time." Director Su nodded grimly. "We owe you. If not for your chai searching technique, we would have been looking for a long time."
But still, why is the Blood Moon cult so fixated on him? Gongsun looked away.
"I don't know. By the way, I fulfilled my condition. I found him. Now the Key Academy is indebted to me." At that moment, Lin Han's mind drifted into his consciousness, where a chained figure sat before him. He looked around the empty void. "Where am I?" The figure's head snapped up, shrieking, "I'll kill you! I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" Lin Han stared in shock. "Is that me?" He slammed a letter on the desk. "Is this admissions? Here is my letter. I want to finish this
As soon as possible." The guy stamped.
Sometime later, in a hospital room, the main character lay in bed, surrounded by his entire team.
So asked fearfully,
"Fua!" "I'll do it right now," Lin Han thought to himself. Could this be Fua's younger sister? He walked to the table and handed over his own letter. "I'm also a new student. Can we?" Was registering. He seemed to sparkle as he said, "Apparently, we'll be studying together." After introducing himself, the girl just snorted, displeased, telling him not to speak to her. It won't work, he thought. She's even more arrogant than her older sister. This was a complete waste of time. It was better to just forget she existed. He smiled and asked the staff, "Since I've completed my registration, can I head to the dorms?" The worker nodded. "Of course, just follow the map we gave you. Changi Academy's male dormitory." Our protagonist stood at the door, luggage in hand, and knocked. "Is anyone here?" The door creaked open, and a guy mumbled, "I'm on my way." He greeted him and introduced himself, then asked, "Are you my new roommate?" Suddenly, the door slammed shut right in his face. He wondered in surprise. What was that all about? A second later, the door flew open again, and the guy stared at him with a strange expression, his face turning bright red. He abruptly held out a notebook, shouting, "My name is Ting Shinji, a level 6 Silver Thunder Mage and your roommate, Mr. Lin Han. Could you please give me your autograph?" He stared back in shock, thinking, is he one of those fans? He took the notebook and laughed awkwardly. We're roommates. You don't have to address me so respectfully. What about the other roommates? Shinchi's eyes lit up with delight. How could there be? Lin Han is the only golden stage altar in the entire world. He knew Shinchi was right, but why was he acting like he'd seen some rare, mythical beast? A muscular guy came up from behind them, laughing. This is amazing, he boomed. To think my roommate is the famous Lin Han. He introduced himself. My name is Gunsum Lini, a level 9 silver stage spearman. A shocked Shinchi asked. Lini, as in the 6th young master of the Gunung family. The protagonist thought to himself. A descendant of one of the 5 great families.
It seems I'm destined to constantly run into members of these clans. He laughed and awkwardly scratched the back of his head.
Yeah, well, I hope we can all be friends. After all, we have to live together for the next 4 years. Just then, Yuanji arrived, asking in surprise, Lin Han, the 6th young master of the Lini family. Who in the world assigned students to these rooms? Lin Han threw an arm around him. What's wrong? Aren't you happy about us living in the same room?
You don't have to worry. Lin Han had almost forgotten just how arrogant and haughty his friend was. Our protagonist happily announced
that this was his brother, Yuan, asking them to treat him well. Lini's eyes widened. This is incredible. 2 golden stage masters will be staying in our room. How about we have dinner together to celebrate our first meeting? My treat. Everyone agreed it was a fantastic idea, and Shinchi burst into tears of happiness, saying it would be a great honor to have dinner with them. Lin Han hoped Lini wouldn't regret those words when he saw the final bill. The towering building housed various cafes and clubs. When they arrived at one, Yuan was confused. Isn't this place a bit too luxurious for us? This restaurant is bigger than the largest hotel, and this is only the first floor, Lenny explained. The first floor is the only place where you can buy things with money. On the other floors, only points are accepted. On the second floor and above, not only are rarer dishes sold, but also materials that can make a person stronger. In addition, you can enjoy massages, relaxing baths, and other services there, Lin Han asked in surprise. What points was he talking about? Lini replied, in the academy, points are valued more than money. With enough points, you can solve almost any problem, Shinchi said admiringly. Lini is truly worthy of his title as a descendant of one of the 5 great families he knows so much. A worker then came to their table. Your room is ready? She said. Please follow me. They entered a private room and cheerfully raised their glasses. Hooray! It's time to celebrate our new acquaintance. They clinked glasses. And then Lini said, with the top students of all classes gathered in our room, I think we'll be able to get good seats at the freshman meeting. The protagonist asked, is the freshman meeting some kind of welcoming party? Lini replied grimly. No, it's not exactly a welcoming party. It's more like a battle for the distribution of Changi Academy's resources. The more students you defeat in that battle, the more resources you'll get. It's said that last year, the Academy promised 10% of all its resources to whoever could defeat 20 opponents in a row, Yuan asked. Aghast. 20 opponents in a row. Is that even possible? Lini replied. Of course it's possible. After all, a few years ago, one student set a record for the Academy and claimed 60% of the resources. And she just reached the supreme stage. Lin Han tensed, realizing Fua had bragged to him about someone just like her. So the legends about her at Changi Academy, they were real. Suddenly, a sharp knock shattered the silence. Someone ordered them to leave. I've been waiting for 30 minutes if you don't come out. I'll have to force you. Our hero opened the door and saw Jinan, flanked by a crowd of his lackeys. He said angrily, so it's you, Lin Han. You're only a freshman. Are you sure you can spend money like this? He smirked and asked, what's the matter? Did you enjoy getting hit last time? If you'd like, we can do it again. But those words only made Jinan even angrier. He pointed a finger at him and shouted, I didn't take you seriously. That time, but it won't happen again. I'll show you what happens to those who don't respect their elders. Now, get out. Just then, Fua and her friend came out. From the other room, she snapped. Is he trying to start a fight in a restaurant / that's an on? Does he want all his points revoked? He immediately turned red, smiling as he said it was getting late. / and offered her a ride. / But she shot him down, saying she didn't need it. She would walk. / The freshmen hadn't even had their first meeting yet. / and he was already causing trouble for them. / He just scratched his head, awkwardly insisting he didn't. Mean to ruin her mood. / as he left, he muttered that the fool Linhan was just lucky. / Shanshan casually walked over and clapped him on the shoulder with a grin. / You're not a coward.
So why let Jinan get to you, slash don't tell me you've actually fallen for phonin?
She marched over and warned her friend to stop spouting nonsense. Slash, she told Lin Han to just call her if Jinan ever acted up again. Slash, embarrassed. He thanked his senior sister. The girl then asked, "Have you two exchanged numbers already? You definitely look like a couple." Fon Yun, mortified, shrieked that she was going to rip her mouth shut. Shan Shan just laughed and dashed away, yelling she was sorry and that they'd meet again. Slash, Lin Han watched them go, completely baffled. Slash. He thought to himself that Chang, Academy students were just too energetic. Slash, suddenly, Yuan hugged him, blushing, and asked if he was already flirting with a senior girl right after enrolling. Slash, he'd clearly underestimated him. The main character clenched his fists. Underestimated me. How can I best clear up this misunderstanding? Yuan immediately dropped to his knees, declaring it was his fault for saying too much. Linen felt a strange sensation. Slash, Zenon was gone, but he could still feel a lingering hostility. Slash, he told Yuan he was already wasted. Slash, and it was better to get him to his room. Before he could disgrace himself in front of the whole academy, Slash, everyone agreed and decided to head back. Slash. But they were unaware that they were being followed. Later that night, the door to their room creaked open. Yuan was fast asleep, looking unwell. At that moment, an assassin's eyes were locked onto him. Slash, the figure began to approach his bed with a dagger drawn. Slash. Just as he was about to plunge the blade into his target, Lin Han stopped him. Slash. He smirked. "I noticed you a long time ago. Slash, who are you?" The assassin ripped his weapon free and leaped out the window. Slash. But Lin Han was right behind him. Slash, the chase taking them farther and farther into the darkness.
After a while, they arrived at the Changi Academy cemetery. Slash, Lin Han threw a punch at the assassin, but it went straight through him. Slash, the figure brandished his dagger. "I know.
You're strong, Lin Han. But what's the point if you can't even land a hit? You're better off dead." Lin Han frowned, his eyes darting to the side as he caught the man's elbow, gripping it tight. The assassin was stunned. Slash, in a flash, our hero used the killer's own hand to drive the dagger into his chest. Slash, the devastating blow sent blood spilling from the assassin's mouth. He gasped. "How?" Slash, Lin Han released him, the man's own weapon buried in his chest. Slash, "I've fought someone with your skills before. Slash, you both become tangible, only for the instant you attack. Otherwise, you're untouchable." A black aura began to swirl around the assassin. "If you don't eliminate me, I will become a major problem." Slash. His body started to contort, surrounded by terrifying streams of dark and bloody magic. Slash. But just then, the monster collapsed to its knees. The academy headmaster emerged from the shadows, clapping slowly. Slash, "So, Lin Han, you can determine an enemy's weakness in the first few seconds of battle." Slash, the protagonist had proven to be even more gifted than he imagined. Slash, Lin Han turned to Director Su. Slash, "There's something seriously wrong with this academy's security system. Slash, we were almost killed by some strange cultist." Slash, the director sighed. "It appears the intruder used a special technique. Slash, allowing him to bypass our detection wards. I'll increase the patrols to ensure this never happens again. And of course, I will award you points as compensation." Lin Han replied with satisfaction. "That at least it was something." Slash, Director Su then asked, "Can you tell me who it was? Slash, and why did he want to kill you?" Slash. He simply shrugged, saying that he had no idea. Slash. He had sensed a hostile aura back at the restaurant. Slash, but it wasn't aimed at him or anyone specific. Slash, it felt like it was directed at all the freshmen. Slash, the headmaster grew serious. "It seems someone is targeting our academy. Slash, troubled times are approaching." Slash. He then added, "By the way, how is Fua? Has she recovered?" Slash, Linan nervously said she had, but thought to himself, "No, why did I say that? Slash, what if he figures out the true identity of my mysterious master?" The director smiled. "I knew it. You don't have to worry. We have no desire to ruin our relationship with your master. On the contrary, we wish to establish communication. But it's late now. It's time for you to return to your room. In a couple of days, we'll have the freshmen's meeting. Slash, I hope you won't disappoint me." Slash. As the director walked away, Lin Han frowned. Slash, if Director Su suspected something, then the other great families could guess as well. Slash, luckily, he had demonstrated his master's power. Slash, they wouldn't dare pressure him, knowing his master's wrath would fall upon them. Slash, at the Changchi Academy arena, a girl took the stage. Slash, we are thrilled to welcome all new students to the Changchi Academy Freshmen's Meeting. The crowd roared with excitement, Shinji commented. Don't you think this is a bit much, from the outside? You'd think a famous band was holding a concert. Leany laughed. This is one of the top 5 academies. Everything is exactly as it should be. The girl on stage announced that the vice principal would now say a few words, he boomed. The freshmen's meeting at our academy can be considered a trial by combat / a tournament where students will face each other. And the senior students depending on your performance. The judges will award winners with points / and if any one of you can pass this test and defeat 5 seniors / you will receive 10% of the academy's total resources for this year. / confetti rained down from the stage as he continued. Our academy possesses not only basic cultivation methods / but also special techniques that will allow you to unlock your true talents.
Strengthen your fighting spirit and become overwhelmingly powerful. You must prove to me that those who excelled in the high school exams are worthy
of being called true monsters / The students erupted, saying the vice principal was incredible / a true monster himself. One serious-looking guy declared that he would prove himself worthy of that title / The main character watched all the noise with indifference / this is to be expected from the vice principal. With just a few words, he ignited a fire in the entire crowd / Changchi Academy is right. Everything depends on us. In a fierce competition, progress comes swiftly. They're trying to cultivate true geniuses here. And Fua. She managed to become a legend in this very academy / she truly is incredible. The vice principal cut the pleasantries short, declaring they would skip the talk and begin the tournament. The students gasped, their eyes drawn skyward. The roof itself was retracting as it opened completely. A massive stadium was revealed, and a grand stage rose from the center. The vice principal's voice boomed. In this arena, show us everything you are capable of. Suddenly, the crowd erupted with energy. One student leaped impossibly high, shouting, I will definitely show my true strength. I came here for victory. Then, the same senior who had flown over them descended onto the stage. He announced that today, he would be their guide. You can approach me. Don't be shy, he taunted. I won't hit back, but I can't promise you won't suffer from your own blow. The protagonist observed. This senior is acting strangely. But Leany simply replied, given his nature, this is perfectly normal. So he knew him. Leany thought for a moment. He had heard rumors about a warrior with an incredibly rare VRA body class, a constitution that lets him grow stronger every time he is defeated. This meant he could level up not just by killing monsters, but by taking damage. Just then, a student challenged the senior, but was clearly struggling. The senior's aura flared, and as he straightened up, the challenger was sent flying into the distance. He laughed. Brave, but not nearly enough to defeat me. He beckoned the freshmen closer, taunting them not to let the upperclassmen look down on them. That's when Leany descended from above, a sphere of dark magic in his hand. Let's see about that, he yelled, striking the senior with all his might. But the man didn't move an inch, protected by a shimmering barrier that flashed with light and crackled with lightning. The senior sighed. Sorry, kid, you were close, but all you left was a tiny crack. Still, he admitted that for his age, Leany was impressively strong. With time, he might even be strong enough to win. Suddenly, Linan appeared from behind. Senior, would you let me try? The senior smirked. Try? Of course. That's why I'm here. Don't hold back. Linan concentrated his power, and a brilliant clot of magic materialized in his hand. He stepped forward and unleashed his attack against the barrier. The resulting flash was even brighter, the lightning even more intense, and half the stage began to crumble. The senior was now struggling, holding the barrier with everything he had. The protagonist pressed his advantage, and finally, the barrier shattered into a million pieces. The senior collapsed onto the stage, screaming in disbelief. The students were in shock. Is this a joke? Is he really a freshman? They hoped he wouldn't be their next opponent. The vice principal raised his hand. Student Linhan earns 10 points for piercing the VR. A body, is there anyone else willing to challenge him? In a flash, Gian appeared on stage. Of course, she said coldly. Yuan was surprised. Senior Fing? When did she get into a fight with Linhan? But something was off. Her style was different, and she looked younger. Her face was also a mask of pure fury. Are they related? He wondered. She seemed to sense his gaze. Apparently, that stupid sister of mine used my name to get into trouble again, she muttered with disdain. Lin Han, she declared, as her hands began to shroud in shadow. Her entire body erupted with streams of dark magic. She unleashed her skill. Triple shadow kill. The protagonist blocked the attack of a massive shadow construct. He was surprised. These aren't illusions. The attacks are completely solid. He dodged again. This was to be expected from Feng's younger sister. He countered her shadow, then closed his eyes. All right, it seems I'll have to show my real skills. He activated the Eye of Truth, and Gian tensed up immediately. It felt as if a colossal, all-seeing eye was peering into her very soul. What is this? She gasped. It's like he can see right through me, he proudly declared. The Eye of Truth can catch even the smallest details. Your shadow movements are useless against me. I see everything. He stood with his eyes closed. Yet her shadow clones couldn't land a single blow. Then his eyes snapped open. Found you! He smiled, and thrust his fist straight into the deepest part of the shadow. There was Gian. His fist stopped just inches from her face. She returned to her normal form, admitting defeat. I'll acknowledge your victory, she said, walking out of the arena. But someday, we will have our rematch, the vice principal announced. Student Linhan has defeated freshman Gian and earned 15 points. Who else will challenge him? The students looked at each other in fear. Who would dare fight him now that he'd defeated the strongest among them? None of them wanted to fight that monster. A girl in the crowd looked on in disappointment. What is this? How can you act so shamefully in front of a freshman? It seemed she would have to play with the junior herself. She leaped onto the stage and cracked her whip as a greeting. But before she could strike, Jianan appeared between them, shouting, Wait! He glared at Lin Han with pure rage. You attacked me secretly before. Then you escaped thanks to Feng Yun, but today, you won't leave so easily. You will pay for disrespecting your seniors and the Zhang family, the girl protested. Why is Jianan interrupting Lin Han is supposed to fight me? But he ignored her. This guy is acting all wrong. Let's beat him together. He was finished. The protagonist simply folded his arms and asked, Zhang Jianan, why are you throwing around such big words with such mediocre skills? Do you want to lie on the ground again? Jianan replied, seething. Lin Han, last time. You were just lucky you attacked me when I wasn't prepared. This time, it will be different. He turned to his ally and ordered, Hong Yun, use your magic on me. I'll fight from the front. Hong Yun frowned. Okay, just don't run in headlong. Lini ran to the judge and pointed. Judge, is it okay for them to team up against Lin Han? The judge frowned. There are no rules in the tournament, so it's only logical that they decided to overwhelm him with numbers. The battle begins, Yuan shouted in displeasure. What? There are no rules. Is this even normal? Hong Yun waved her weapon. Flare up and blaze, she commanded. Janan was covered in powerful energy. He clenched his fists and laughed. What a pleasant feeling. He frowned at Lin Han. I admit you're strong, Lin Han. However, even you won't enjoy hitting this flame armor with your bare hands. I will crush you. I will break all your limbs and make you beg for forgiveness. Jinan rushed forward, roaring. Receive my flame fist. Lin Han simply crossed his arms on his chest. He grinned and replied, Supreme fire magic. Of course, it's another affliction, but it's not something I should be afraid of. He put his hand forward and blocked the guy's strike. The protagonist smiled, offering to demonstrate the true difference in their strength. Jianan looked forward in confusion, when suddenly Lin Han began to model. With a masterful twist, he seized and spun Yanan's body. The judge's eyes narrowed, realizing his strategy. He was channeling a radiant healing light into his hands, completely neutralizing the flame armor. With a final spin, he scattered Ganon's flames into nothingness. Lin Han then hurled him forward, creating a massive tornado of force. He clenched his fist, stopping just inches from Hong Yun's face. A scream of pure terror escaped her lips. He smirked. Elder sister, you're a mage, aren't you? Then just surrender. Just then, Jianan crashed behind him, shattering the very ground. He opened his keen mouth, arms thrown wide in defeat. Yuan Mei's voice boomed with triumph. Elder, his flame armor was rendered utterly useless. Jianan staggered to his feet, seething with fury. Lin Han! The Zhang family will make him pay for this humiliation. The protagonist sighed. Why were all the heirs of great families so predictable they couldn't even come up with original threats? Hong Yun raised her hands in surrender. I give up, Junior Lin Han. You're far too powerful. Even together, we stood no chance. Perhaps we could spar more often. It would be a great benefit to us both. And, she added, a faint blush on her cheeks, the thought is rather exciting. From the crowd, a spectator yelled, That guy's an absolute monster. Could he actually shatter Senior Feng's record? Another spectator scoffed. Friend, do you really think you can comprehend titans like them? Let's just sit back and enjoy the show. Lin Han turned to the judge and declared, Deputy Director, I wish to continue, but fighting everyone one-on-one is just tedious. I want to challenge the final stage directly. The judge threw his head back and laughed. He never imagined a freshman would have the guts to challenge the final stage this year. And you haven't disappointed me, Lin Han. If you can defeat 5 Diamond Stage seniors at once, you'll be awarded 10% chase of the entire Key Academy's resources for a full year. Lin Han assessed the squad before him. Brute force alone wouldn't be enough against 5 masters at the early Supreme stage, but he couldn't afford to reveal all his trump cards so early, or he'd attract unwanted trouble. The main character raised his hand. Deputy Director? I'd like a team of my own. The judge nodded. You can pick 4 others. I'll give you 10 minutes to prepare, but be warned, a hastily. Assembled squad can't possibly compete with a team that's faced dozens of battles together. Lin Han glanced down at his friends and waved his hand. Brothers, rise. Gongsun stood, his voice filled with disbelief. I never thought I'd get to fight in the tournament's final battle. The protagonist slammed his fist into his palm, his gaze locked forward. Gongsun looked at him. But Lin Han, we're still 1 person short. Do you have anyone in mind? Lin Han turned away. I'd rather not introduce an uncontrollable variable. After all, not everyone here wants to see us win. At that moment, a timid hand rose from the crowd. Duan asked, would I be of any help? Lin Han chuckled. Duan, she made it into this academy too. If I recall, she's a mage. She's the perfect fit to cover our team's weaknesses. Lin Han waved her forward. All right, you can join us? Gongsun smiled warmly, but Yuan Shi and Ting Xinxi shot her a look of deep suspicion. Duan stood up, clutching her chest in fear as she took in the scene. Before them stood the opposing team, a fearsome lineup of knights and mages. The referee raised his hand. Both teams are ready, he roared. Let the battle begin. A warrior in full plate armor charged, sword in hand. She unleashed a powerful strike aimed right for the main character, but he swiftly parried the attack. The girl grunted. Zhang Jianan was right. Your strength is astonishing. However, he was also right that you should
Learn to respect your elders. Lin Han just smiled. Thank you for the compliment. But doesn't that armor seem a bit bulky? I can't help but
laugh just looking at it. The girl leaped back, offended. What nonsense are you spouting? This is how true armor should be. I will never accept this new age, elegant armor that only protects vital points. My armor is 1,000 times superior. Suddenly, green vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the protagonist's team. An enemy mage raised her staff and sneered. Did you really think you had time for idle chatter? The plants twisted into
huge, monstrous forms with gaping, toothy maws. The girl screamed, Life magic! The vines coiled around Duan, lifting her towards a monstrous mouth. The mage cackled. Under the assault of my little pets, none of you can move a muscle. How did such a fragile little thing even end up in this brutal arena? Let me send you back to your little pink room where you belong, Gongsun laughed, effortlessly slicing through the vines. You think this is enough? A scythe-wielding enemy blocked his path. Young Master Gongsun, your opponent is me. Yan Yi rushed toward the knight, while Ting Xinji erected a powerful energy barrier.
Against the enemy mage's assault, Duan shouted. Don't worry about me, I can handle this. Her voice rang with power. Thunder magic, heavenly thunder, bolts of lightning, rained down, striking the plant monsters. The enemy mage laughed. Not bad, little one. But doesn't the little fool know that plants don't conduct electricity? Suddenly, the monsters burst into brilliant flames. The mage choked on the smoke, her eyes wide with shock. What a devious little girl. The thunder magic was merely a diversion. You followed it up almost instantly with low-rank fire magic. You're a dual attribute mage. After a moment, Duan turned away, looking ill. She wiped her mouth. That feels better now. And no, that's not my class. The girl waved her staff, sending more vines surging forward. It doesn't matter how many attributes you have, you still won't escape my wood blades. Duan thrust her hands forward. We'll see about that. She manifested a massive, bell-shaped dome before her, and the vines crashed uselessly against it. The enemy mage stared in terror. What? How did she do that? Director Ju watched intently, a thought striking him. Wait, isn't that the body of 10,000 changes she holds the 1,000 changes class? An excellent find. It allows her to fight on even footing with students already at the Supreme stage. The main character blocked another blow from his opponent. It seems I don't need to worry about my team. They're handling themselves just fine. The knight facing him laughed darkly. Don't get too comfortable. We've only just begun. Soon, even you will be struggling. Another mage raised his staff, energy crackling. It's over. It's time to show these freshmen the power of a senior. Their academy students can use the phantom flame, but in a flash. Tanlang Shenchi moved to protect Duan and unleashed his magic. Roaring. Not so fast, Black Lightning.
A torrent of energy blasted forward, crashing into the vines and ghost flames. A massive explosion sent the boys hurtling back. The girl merely laughed, completely unfazed. His black lightning was impressive, she admitted, but their combined attack was on another level entirely. She laughed again, mocking. With your silver stages, there's no way you could ever withstand this. Gongsun Linny swung his spear, his expression grave. Their stage is leagues above our own, and on top of that, they've fought together for a long time, perfecting their combinations. Sooner or later, we're bound to be crushed. He thought, our best shot is a full frontal assault. We have to show them everything we've got. Duan Yuan roared his support. The boys charged as one, shouting, let's go, Gongsun. He unleashed the shadow of 1,000 spears, while Yan used a deadly slash. A massive wave of energy surged towards the knights, but the guys were violently thrown back, their bodies slamming against the walls. They looked up to see the enemy team, completely unscathed. The spectators stared at the knight in awe. Surprise flashed across his face. Wait, was that a girl? The girl shot him a venomous glare. What are you staring at? She hissed. Keep looking, and I'll gouge your eyes out. The protagonist ducked, explaining he was just trying to figure out who the team's support was. It turned out she was hiding, behind a massive shield all along. He had to admit, even up close, she was tougher than any support class he'd ever seen. He'd mistaken her for a warrior. The knight just laughed. That's right, he boasted. It's our special tactic for dealing with lone wolves like you. Lin Han, just surrender now. It'll be easier. Lin Han simply brushed back his hair. Surrender, he mused. I don't think so. We've only just begun. He was alone, true, but he'd already figured out everything he needed to know about their strategy. Besides, his own comrades didn't go down without leaving their mark. With that, the protagonist lunged forward, catching the knight by surprise. The mage thrust out a hand, activating a seal. Wall of flame, he chanted. But Lin Han simply swung his fist, punching straight through the magic barrier and slamming into the mage. In that same instant, vines erupted from the ground once more, wrapping tightly around the protagonist's body. The girl laughed. You're not getting away. Get him, my little ones. Lin Han gritted his teeth, a flash of annoyance in his eyes. With a powerful jerk, he redirected the vines, wrapping them around the warrior girl's arms. What are you doing? She cried, suddenly. The vines swarmed the mage girl's body, her eyes widening in terror. A shriek echoed through the arena as the audience gasped in shock. The protagonist had tied the two girls together, leaving them screaming in a mix of rage and utter embarrassment. Lin Han turned to the remaining two. And then there were two, he said calmly. The judge's eyes narrowed in admiration. Incredible. He timed it perfectly, striking the moment the support was exposed. When his attack was blocked, he instantly switched targets. His strength, speed, and reflexes are simply flawless. The judge thought to himself, in time, he'll become a monster just like her. No, he might even surpass her. The knight pointed his sword at Lin Han, his voice laced with disbelief. He's no rookie. He saw one tiny opening and took out our 3 mages and supports in a single blow. I never expected this, from a junior. The protagonist merely spread his arms. You flatter me, senior. You're pretty amazing yourself. Although, you'd be even cooler. If you ditched that strange-looking armor, the knight's face turned to beet red. What did you say? How dare you call my legendary armor strange? His teammate tried to hold him back. Captain, calm down. But the knight roared, let me go, I'll tear him to shreds. A smirk played on the main character's lips. He hadn't expected to find his opponent's weak spot so easily, to lose his temper over a single word. How pathetic. Well, seniors, Lin Han announced. Since you're not going to attack, I guess I'll start. He slammed his staff into the ground, shattering the arena floor. The knight leaped back, swinging his massive sword. At the same time, the other guy flanked him, slashing with a wicked sickle. Lin Han caught the blade with his bare hands, blood dripping from the deep cuts. The knight stared in disbelief. Are you insane, Lin Han? This is just a tournament. Are you really willing to lose both your arms for it? The protagonist just tightened his grip, shattering the weapon into pieces. Thank you for your concern, senior, he said with a chilling calm. But this altar is quite durable. The 2 seniors stumbled back as Lin Han activated divine light. A brilliant glow enveloped his hands, healing the wounds instantly. He smiled. Forgive me, seniors, but it looks like this is my victory. The audience erupted into a thunderous chant. Lin Han, Lin Han. People leaped to their feet, shouting with joy. The judge smiled, raising his voice. Lin Han has defeated 5 senior, diamond stage students using only his physical power and alter class spells. Truly excellent. I declare Lin Han the winner of this year's tournament.
As his reward, the protagonist will receive 10% of all resources in Key Academy for an entire year. A student in the crowd pointed in awe. My God! That guy was born under a lucky star. It's hard to believe we're the same age. Another spectator nodded. He's always been strong. I saw it back during the entrance exams.
Suddenly, Lin Han felt a powerful gaze on him. He turned, a frown on his face. Who could that be? Was someone else watching him so intensely?
Later that night, on the second floor of the Key Academy restaurant, mugs of foamy drinks clinked together as a loud cheer filled a private room. They were celebrating with Senior Tien and Sister Duan. Gong Swan, blushing and hiccuping, spoke up. I always thought I was the richest one here, but Brother Lin Han earned a mountain of points in a single day. From now on, Brother Han is paying for all the drinks. Xinchi threw an arm around the protagonist's shoulder, raising his mug high. A toast to Brother Han! The protagonist just smiled. Go easy on me, guys. Hours later, as dawn approached, Lin Han was still casually sipping from his mug. The rest of his friends were completely passed out on the table. He grinned. These guys can't hold their liquor at all. They'll probably sleep until tomorrow morning. But then, he felt a presence flash past him, and his eyes snapped open. The protagonist turned. It was the same feeling he had in the arena. He had to know who it was. A few moments later, he was outside, walking through a grove of trees. Suddenly, Fua peeked out from behind a rock and cast a spell. Nature Art Stone Vice. She drew her sword, ready to
strike the bound rocks. Lin Han activated his energy flow. Then allow me to introduce you to the altar's explosive fist. Fua threw her arms up to defend herself, but the
protagonist stopped his punch just inches from her face. She lowered her arms, looking thoughtful. That power! It's at least a diamond stage master. A little closer, and I would have been in real pain. Boss Lin, are you hiding your strength? And more importantly, did you miss me? Lin Han smiled. Fua? She immediately threw herself into his arms, pinching his cheek affectionately.
Boss Lin, you're just as charming as ever. The protagonist yelped. Stop that, it hurts. He rubbed his cheek. What are you even
doing here? Did you come to see your little sister? Fua crossed her arms with an annoyed sigh. No way. If she knew I was here,
she'd probably try to attack me on sight. Lin Han wondered what could have possibly happened between them. Even though I'm an alter, he noted. That punch wasn't easy to stop. But you didn't even flinch. Did your stage increase again? He looked at her, amazed. She was a true genius. Everyone knew that cultivation slows to a crawl after reaching the supreme stage. Yet she had leveled up in just a couple of months. Fua beamed. That's right, I spent a whole month clearing out a dungeon. And I shot all the way up to the third stage of the Supreme Realm. An entire month? Lin Han asked in shock. Don't the monsters in a dungeon disappear after the first kill? Fua grinned. Boss Lin, you sound just like some spoiled rich kid who wastes his opportunities. Now, allow your big sister Fua to explain. She produced a board with chalk diagrams and said, Yes, there is a limited number of monsters in a dungeon. But every dungeon has a respawn timer I simply never left, and dealt with every single wave of monsters that appeared after the refresh. It's incredibly effective, if a little boring. Our protagonist smiled. Wow, I had no idea, Eptuchi burst into tears, crying. If the dungeon owners hadn't kicked me out, I could have leveled there until I was an old woman, but they said I was driving them into debt, the nerve, Lin Han replied. Well, you can understand their side. It's how they make money. Suddenly, Fua spun around and asked, You've been in the academy for a while. You should know my name by now, right? Our protagonist replied awkwardly. Yeah, well, I've been a bit busy. Fua drew her blade and asked, Busy? This information is public on the Academy's network. Do you not pay any attention at all? Couldn't you at least pretend to be considerate of other people? Lin Han quickly raised his hands. Forgive me, my mistake. Ruin just smiled and said, It's Ruin. My name is Zhang Rin. Fua, that's just a nickname. Our protagonist gave a thumbs up and laughed. Ruin. What a great name. She frowned. Okay, jokes aside, I came here to tell you something. Do you remember that gold-rank dungeon where the Minotaur Lord suddenly appeared? Lin Han was surprised. You know something about that Ruin. Nodded, images flashing in her mind. Yep. This is the work of the Blood Moon sect, the largest dark sect in the world. They are said to have a special technique that allows them to absorb people's blood and turn it into their own power.
And the members of this sect can also transform into black smoke. Our hero stroked his chin, thinking, the guy who attacked us last night, he also turned into black smoke. So he was from the Blood Moon sect, he asked. But why are they targeting me? Sure, I'm good, but I'm not that special. Am I? Ruin placed her hands on her hips and tilted her head. Who knows? That sect's actions have always been chaotic and unpredictable. They strike when no one expects it. At least, our empire doesn't know their motives. But recently, they've been making more frequent moves. So we've managed to find out something. It seems they were targeting geniuses. You weren't the only one they went after. So don't flatter yourself, Lin Han wondered. Did they somehow find out about my system? Or did I just stumble upon them when they were trying to kill some other genius? Ruin shook her head and said, well, Boss Lin, you should take care of yourself. She suddenly fell silent, and our protagonist looked at her, puzzled. He asked, why so gloomy all of a sudden? Ruin adjusted her hair and replied, I have to join the army soon. So we have to say goodbye today, Lin Han asked again. The army, is that necessary? Ruin pressed herself against him and replied, yes, after all, this is my job. What's wrong? Is it so hard to say goodbye to me, or are you just going to miss me? Our protagonist was embarrassed and replied, I was just asking. Ruin put her hand to her chin and replied, okay, I hope that you, Boss Lin, won't let anyone
Hurt you? I'd be very sad if I returned and only found your lifeless body. Lin Han smiled and closed his eyes. Don't worry, I'm not going
to leave you a widow. He looked up, folding his arms over his chest, and thought, what was I even talking about? Ruin laughed and replied, okay. She
pushed off the ground and headed towards the moon. She waved her hand at him and shouted, by the way, look after my sister for me. If she gets hurt, I will
kill you. The protagonist smiled and replied, yes. Suddenly, he put his hand to his chin and coughed awkwardly, thinking, it's just the army. Was it worth saying goodbye as if we'd never see each other again? At this moment, a displeased voice cut through the air. How quickly former students forget about simple respect. She bursts into the academy and doesn't even say hello. The academy is not a public toilet. After a while, a crowd stood in the
Quest distribution hall of the Chiyun Academy. Duan looked ahead in surprise and said, there are so many people. Gongsun smiled and replied, of course.
This is where students form teams and take on quests to earn academy points. And as I said before, points in Chiyun Academy are more valuable than money. Naturally, this doesn't apply to our monster, Brother Han. The protagonist looked at him and asked, why am I a monster? The guy just smiled and thought, does he really not understand, or is he just pretending? At this moment, a guard shouted, get out of the way, their senior is coming. Lin Han turned around and thought, what kind of clowns are these? Ju Geiwan walked up to him and asked, so, you're the infamous Lin Han, the winner of the last exam of Hucheng City? Our protagonist answered, I am. So what? Tan Long lifted his chin and said, my name is Ju Geiwan, and I am the winner of the last exam of Hanzhong City. Lin Han let him. With them, your true potential will be unleashed, reaching unprecedented heights. The strong are always drawn to the strong, and the weak are merely stepping stones. But Lin Han's gaze was ice as he replied. He couldn't care less. He already had a team. To his eyes, their so-called strongest team was nothing but child's play. At that moment, a guard stepped forward, jabbing a finger at the protagonist, ordering him to watch. His tone, a senior had given him a golden opportunity, and he dared to be so ungrateful from behind. A voice sneered, Captain Juga, your dog is barking far too loudly. Let me silence him. Lin Han rushed forward, his voice like ice. If you can't rein in your own mutts, then I'll do it for you. Suddenly, a hand shot out, blocking the attack with ease. Juga stopped the blow, saying, Lin Han, in all my life, I have never seen such a naive fool. Since you can't understand the chance you've been given, I will show you the chasm between the strongest team and the rest of you. Losers. The protagonist thought, this guy is far stronger than that idiot Zhang Jianan. A single punch won't be enough. Just then, the director of Koki Academy, Suan, arrived, her voice booming. What is the meaning of this? Do you all wish to lose your points? Juga paled. Director Su, Lin Han thought. What? An overwhelming aura. She must be at the supreme stage. The director's gaze sharpened. Are you the ones who wish to form a team with Lin Han? Is that right? He gestured for them to follow, As they ascended the massive, winding staircase, Yanni leaned in nervously, whispering to our hero, what do you think Director Su wants with us? A chill ran down to Nang Shinchi's spine, he's not planning to hang us from the tower for breaking the rules. Is he, But Lin Han was quick to dismiss the thought. I've heard Director Su is a man of honor. He wouldn't resort to something so drastic. Just then, the grand gates before them creaked open, spilling a blinding light into the dim stairwell. They stepped through, following the director, They emerged onto a breathtaking balcony. High above the world, Director Su took a deep breath. What a magnificent view. This is the highest watchtower in the entire academy. Our world is crawling with grotesque monsters. Which is why most cities maintain their own army. Hanan City, however, is different. That's because the students of this very academy are the city's shield. We are the ones who face every monster that threatens our people. The director's expression darkened, picturing colossal beasts. Hanan City has endured 3 monster raids already. And each time, our academy fought with everything we had to protect the innocent, but the cost was always tragic. He turned to face them, his brow furrowed with concern. As the guardian of these lands, it is my duty to observe the behavior of the monsters near our city. And lately, I've noticed a change in their patterns. It could be a mere coincidence, but I cannot afford to ignore a potential catastrophe. Lin Han stepped forward. Director, how can we help? Director Su spread his arms wide, gesturing to the sprawling city below. I want to place my hope for a brighter future on all of you. The faster you grow stronger, the greater our chances of surviving the next raid will be. Therefore, I wish to become your mentor. Will you accept my guidance?
At that moment, Gong Suan. She gripped our hero's shoulder, his eyes wide, the director. As a mentor, Brother Han, not even the 5 great families could buy such an honor.
You have to say yes. Our main character slammed a fist against his chest, his resolve clear. Director, you have nothing to worry about. As long as I draw breath, I will give my all to protect our people from the monsters. A smile finally broke across Director Su's face. Excellent. My faith in you was not misplaced. From this day forward, your squad will be known as the Observers.
Lin Han clenched his fist. The Observers. I like the sound of that. Thank you, mentor. The director tossed a token toward them. I need you to become stronger and quickly. So, I will not be holding back. Take this, go to the quest distribution hall tomorrow morning. I have a special mission prepared just for you.
It will be the perfect way to gain real combat experience. Our hero caught the token cleanly. Yes, mentor. The next morning, the team assembled. At the bustling distribution hall, Lin Han presented the token. Hello, we're here to accept this specific quest. The girl at the reception desk smiled politely. Of course, just a moment. Her smile faded slightly as she looked at it. Are you absolutely sure about this one? Our hero was taken aback. Is there a problem? She simply pointed to a line in the ledger. Why don't you see for yourself? Yanu peered over the counter. Let me see what it says. His face instantly lost all color. What is this? Gongzuan. She rushed over. What's wrong? What does it say?
Our protagonist looked at the entry himself. Why the long faces? It can't be that bad. Gongsuan. She stroked his chin, looking grave. Brother Han, perhaps you're unaware.
But A-rank quests are challenges meant for teams composed entirely of late-stage diamond rank warriors. He suggested they reconsider. Yanni was already wiping away tears, and with a handkerchief. Besides our resident monster, Lin Han, the rest of us are just average. But Lin Han pointed firmly at the quest details. It says here that a series of horrific incidents have occurred in the border county of Mangan. Dozens of people have already lost their lives. And the strangest part, every single victim was found with their heart missing. The local guard investigated but found nothing. I don't think we have anything to fear. This sounds more like an investigation than a direct battle with some unbeatable monster. Besides, this mission was given to us by our mentor. We can't back down now. Gongsuan. She considered this. He has a point. A mission like this requires brains and strategy, not just brute strength. Plus, the higher the rank, the greater the reward. And for us, points are the only path to true power. Lin Han placed his hands on his friend's shoulders.
offering a reassuring smile. Don't worry so much. I'll be right there with you. Now, let's go. Sometime later, their bus rumbled along a road, carved between a river and a rocky cliffside. Our hero closed his eyes, visualizing their destination, Mangan County, one of the Empire's border territories, the city itself. Is perched atop a mountain, at its base stands a massive defensive wall, shielding its people from the countless monsters that roam the lands below, he cleared his throat. All right, everyone. Let's stay cautious. We wouldn't want anyone taking an accidental tumble off a mountain, right? Tears welled up in Tengi's eyes as he grabbed Lin Han's shirt. Is it too late to back out? Lin Han's answer was a firm no. He opened the quest log again. There have been 26 murders in Mangan County recently. No external injuries were found on any of the bodies. But every single one was missing a heart. The others listened. Their expressions growing grim, Lin Han continued. Shimong Academy already sent a team of gold stage fighters to investigate. None of them ever came back. That's why this quest was elevated to an A rank, we have to be on our guard at all times. Gang Shenxi mused. If the killer took out an entire gold stage team, then they must be at least diamond stage. Even so, each of us can hold our own against a diamond stage opponent, at least for a little while. And Lin Han here practically eats them for breakfast, I think we have a real shot at this, But Du Wan seemed unconvinced. We're going in blind. We have almost no information. All we know is how the victims died. We don't even know how many enemies we're facing. Suddenly, with a loud screech of tires, the bus lurched to a halt, What's happening? Why did we stop, The driver just pointed to the door. Everybody out, he grumbled, You're heading to Mangan, right, well, this is as far as I go, get out. Yanni rushed to the front. Wait, this is the only bus that goes to Mangan. You can't just abandon us here. The driver waved him off dismissively. Who in their right mind would go to Mangan after everything that's happened? Now get out. Tangi asked timidly. Sir, is it really that terrible in Mangan? The driver turned, his face grim. He scowled. Terrible is an understatement. My old neighbor just fled from there. Said the place is a living nightmare now. Impossible to survive. Ghosts appeared there nightly, attempting to drive him insane. The protagonist leaned in closer. You mentioned ghosts. Where did you live before? The driver scoffed in disbelief. Were you not listening to me? If you value your lives, you will not go there. He frowned. Fine, he said. But don't come crying to me when I'm right. I'll draw you a rough map, but I'm stopping 30 kilometers from that place. The driver pulled out a notebook and began to sketch. Once you enter the city, follow this route, and you will find the house. But I'm telling, you again. My neighbor met those ghosts. And he still hasn't recovered from the sickness. Linhan looked on in shock, wondering, ghosts? What kind of horrors are truly going on there? After some time, the group reached a cluster of dark buildings, with ominous flocks of crows circling overhead. Duan looked around. This place? It feels like it's soaked in a malevolent aura. Our hero took a step forward when a massive creature materialized before them, and a scream tore through the air. It really is a ghost. Duan peered ahead intently. Linhan, it doesn't seem like this ghost is preparing to attack us. He held out his hands. I feel it too. It's radiating a strange power. But you're right. It isn't hostile. Duane's eyebrows furrowed. I will. Find out what's going on. Cover me for now. Tangi nodded. Yes. Duan spread her arms wide as the others sat on the ground. In a lotus position, she formed a seal and cried out, The blessing of the holy light, grant my eyes the power to see the truth. Duan's body was engulfed in a radiant light. The protagonist was astonished. She'd just copied the power of the rare support class. Observer. Didn't she what? Incredibly useful ability. Now we might finally understand what happened here. Duan lowered her head and began describing her visions. I see the students of Shimong Academy gathered together. And then, for some reason, they began fighting amongst themselves. What happened? She whispered. Why did they turn on each other? One of the students grabbed another by the face and slammed him into a wall. His hand began to glow, and Duan said in surprise, But it seems through that they found some kind of portal. Yuen, she looked at her. A portal? What are you talking about? Wanting screamed. They're crossing into another dimension. As the students passed through the gate, death itself was waiting for them. On the other side, Duan cried out in fear as blood streamed from her eyes. Yuen, she put a hand on her back. Wanting,
Are you okay? You need to stop.
She clutched her face. I'm sorry. I still don't fully understand. The bloody tears continued to fall as she said, some enormous red shadow appeared in
front of them, and then I almost lost consciousness. The protagonist looked ahead. It's okay. You did well. Let yourself rest for a while. He thought.
Wanting's vision ended right after they crossed into that space. Is it because of the horrors inside, or because of some kind of
protection on that dimension? Well, we have to go in regardless. Linhan activated his all-seeing eye. He saw a portal beside the side of the destroyed
building and shouted, Here it is, I found the portal. The protagonist ran to it, put his hand forward, and stepped through, moments later. The team found themselves inside a dimension bathed in a bloody crimson light. Gongsun Liji slammed his spear into the ground, asking cautiously,
There's blood everywhere. Could all of this be from the people of Munan? Suddenly, Duan pointed a finger forward and shouted, There! The guys instantly turned around. In that direction were wooden boxes, in a large pool of blood. Inside the boxes were the bodies of people, shriveling into mummies. Yanji looked at this and cried out in fear. What the hell? Who had the nerve for such cruelty? The team members moved closer to the bodies and began to examine them. Linhan said, There are plenty of coffins, but no corpses inside. Gongsun Liji turned and asked, So the one behind this wanted to continue killing the locals? Suddenly, a creature fell upon his spear. A monster that looked like a lizard with a large, toothy mouth was injured. In a flash, the protagonist grabbed it and clenched his fist. He told Gongsun Liji, Be more careful. There's something strange about these creatures. Gongsun Liji thanked Brother Han. The other boys froze. In fear, looking ahead, a vampire appeared before them, laughing. What an amazing reaction, he said. It would be a perfect addition to my collection. Suddenly, huge monsters appeared before them, and on one of them stood the vampire. The boys looked at him in fear as he said, You are not so simple, since you were able to find my scarlet hell. I will even reward you for this. You will have the honor of playing with my beloved little ones. Linhan jumped up and
ordered them to be careful. Gongsun Liji swung his spear and said, Something is wrong here. What is a master of such a level doing in Munan?
Duan fell into the bloody water and screamed, Damn it, guys, I seem to have spent too much energy. I can't move. A huge monster's mouth appeared next to her. A bright light began to come out of its mouth, and Duan covered her face with her hands. At that moment, Yanji grabbed her in his arms and shouted, Heroes always
appear at the very last moment. Tangji held up a barrier and said, Stop fooling around. This won't last long. The guys were now surrounded by creatures from all sides.
The vampire sneered, claiming they were thriving. He laughed, admitting he was starting to enjoy the hunt. But Lin Han's voice cut through the air, cold as steel. I only know one group of people. Who are so obsessed with the blood and strength of others? Are you from the Blood Moon cult? He demanded. The vampire threw his arms wide, his laughter echoing. How? Very perceptive of you. I am a guardian of the Blood Moon cult. Gongsun Lengxi snatched her spear, her face pale. The Blood Moon cult. That name means horror. We can't defeat him. All of you, run! I will hold him off, she cried. But the main character shot back, Don't be ridiculous. We are one team. An observer never abandons a comrade.
The vampire licked his lips. Such brave words. For a mere mortal. He then hissed, But you are right about one thing. Every last one of you will die here. In response, Lin Han's energy blazed to life.
Is that a fact? He challenged with a smirk. Let's put that theory to the test. He thrust his fist forward, unleashing a torrent of power. Then, the main character spun around and roared at his team, Into the portal now. As they scrambled through, Lin Han stood his ground. Yuan reached out a hand, desperately shouting, Brother Han!
What are you doing? He cried. I'll catch up. Lin Han replied calmly. As soon as I deal with this fool, the vampire erupted in fury. Insolent human who gave you
permission to cut me into pieces? The protagonist smirked. And where did you find such baseless confidence? He channeled his aura, roaring. Don't you know I'm at my strongest when I fight alone? Linhan brandished his staff, unleashing a forbidden tear spell.
Fallen intervention. The spell cast 2 debilitating effects on all foes, with a 15% chance of forcing an enemy's surrender,
regardless of their will. The vampire buckled, slamming his hand to the ground as he coughed up blood. He screamed in a rage, You idiot! What did you do to
me?
The protagonist answered coolly, Nothing special. I just stole your sight and sound. What you see now is merely an illusion I created. He clenched his fist, declaring, "You won't even see me coming. You'll be dead before you can even register the blow." With that, Linhan launched himself forward, his fist reeled back,
and roared, "You've slaughtered countless innocents. A monster like you has no place on this world. Now, atone for your sins, terrible devourer of hearts."
The vampire merely held out a fist and laughed. A terrifying spell. Indeed, if I were only at the king stage, I might have actually died. But you, my boy, are unlucky. The main character clenched his jaw. Supreme stage! With a flick of his wrist, the vampire sent him flying. A deep gash tore across Linhan's chest, seeping with dark energy. The vampire pointed a finger at him. "You never cease to amaze me. Your physical body alone rivals the strength and power of a peak.
King Stage Master. And that last spell of yours was more potent than some supreme stage techniques. However, it's still not enough to defeat me, the protagonist."
Clutched his bleeding stomach, asking, How can you be at the supreme stage when your mana reserves feel like a king's?" Hedge realized in horror. "This black smoke. It's draining my mana." The wound was bleeding profusely, but he had no time to deal with the encroaching darkness. The vampire drew out a wicked blade. "It's all thanks to a little spell that suppresses my power for a time." He laughed. "Oh, how I love to shatter the hopes of opponents."
Who are sure they've already won. The vampire appeared atop a monstrous, fanged worm. "Now, I don't even need to lift a finger. My little pet will wear you down until you die." He cackled maniacally, shouting, "Baby, eat your fill." The protagonist charged the beast, his mind racing in horror. "Even if
I activate the thunder and wind domain, I can't beat this thing. Besides, he doesn't even plan to fight me himself. He wants to wait until this monster finishes me off. Damn it, I was too arrogant and underestimated. A supreme stage master. The only thing that can save me now is one overwhelming blow that can obliterate this blood moon beast." The vampire tilted his head back, laughing hysterically. "This is just hilarious. Keep fighting, struggle even harder. I so enjoy watching your futile attempts to survive." But suddenly, the vampire froze, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. Linhan seized the opening, leaping up and swinging, his spear towards the vampire. But the creature merely extended a fist to block the blow. The vampire closed the distance, asking mockingly, "Did you hope to finish me off with a single strike? Not a bad idea, but as you can see, it failed. Now, die!" The beast lunged from behind the protagonist. But suddenly, iron needles erupted through its body. Linhan spun around in shock. "It was Director Sewell," he said. "I didn't think we'd be this unlucky on our very first mission. To face one of the Blood Moon Guardians. Good thing I decided to keep an eye on you." The protagonist cried out in relief, "Mentor." The vampire glared at the newcomer. "Sue, when did you become this kid's mentor? You're not very bright, trusting this brat to handle me." He let out a dark laugh. "But I suppose I'm glad. This time, I've caught a truly big fish in my net." Director Sue met his gaze and replied, "You're far too arrogant. You don't stand a chance against the two of us." The vampire charged, screaming, "We'll see about that." At that moment, iron needles burst from the ground, skewering his body. Again and again, the metal lances impaled the vampire's body. Director Sue held up 2 fingers. "My power lies in magnetism. As long as there is metal nearby, a punk like you can never get close to me." The vampire clutched his chest, coughing. "It doesn't matter. From this distance, I can still do it." He slammed his needle-pierced hand onto the ground. "Allow me to leave you a little gift, old man." The vampire clenched his fists and roared. As they say, art is an explosion. Blinding light shattered their protective barrier, sending fragments flying everywhere. Director Sue instantly shielded the protagonist, forming a protective dome. The director scoffed. "Did you really think you could harm me with that pathetic explosion, fool, Sit?" Linhan looked to his master. "Mentor, I have a feeling that Monster's real body is still somewhere in Manan, and it seems like he's targeting me. If we stay here, we can definitely catch him." Director Sue frowned. "But that's far too dangerous." The protagonist argued back. "Running away isn't the best option right now. We have no idea when he'll strike again. Next time, he might have reinforcements, giving us a worse chance. We need to deal with him right here, right now." Suddenly, a new figure appeared beside them. "What a bold idea. I like it, old man Sue. What do you think?" Director Sue turned and recognized the man. Bien Han. He stood before them with a wide smile. The director demanded, "In Mangshan County, civilians are being slaughtered. What are you doing?" Here, Bien Han spread his arms wide, laughing. "My apologies, old man Sue. I simply didn't expect the blood moon to act so brazenly. But you needn't worry. I've already evacuated all the civilians from the area. And if you help me, we can find the one responsible for this mess. Director Sue and Lin Han looked at him with puzzled expressions. Bien and Han cleared his throat. Forgive my manners. Young one, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Bien and Han, the eyes of Mangshan County, and an old comrade in arms of your mentor. I've already pulled his other disciples out of danger and settled them at the county's main inn. So you have nothing to worry about. Director Sue cupped his fist. Thank you. Bien and Han just smiled. Come now, no need for formalities. I was planning to sweep the area with my own men today, so you two can take a rest for now. The protagonist watched him carefully, remaining silent. Bien and Han added, by the way, if you really plan to, go through with that bait plan of yours. You should head to the Manning County Market. You'll find plenty of interesting things there. He turned and began to walk away, folding his hands behind his back. Director Sue asked, What do you think? Lin Han replied. Mentor, even though that man was smiling at us, I can't shake this bad feeling. The right to look down on me. From afar, the director closed his eyes. That boy has always been a hypocrite. A short time later, the team found themselves safely inside an inn. They saw the main character and cried out. Brother Han, overjoyed, they rushed towards him. We knew you'd be okay, Gong Sun Lengzi exclaimed. They embraced him tightly. Well, she asked, did you take care of that monster? He replied gravely. Not yet. That was merely a clone. And a terrifyingly powerful one. If the master hadn't intervened, he admitted. I would have been finished. Gong Sun Lengzi spun towards the director. Master, you should have told us you were watching. You scared us to death. Director Sue simply folded his arms. No, if a supreme master hadn't appeared, I had no intention of interfering. This ordeal was part of your training, he stated plainly. Now, have you conveyed the seriousness of the situation in Mshan to the academy? Duan replied. No, sir, we don't know what's happening. But the communications network in Mshan County is completely down. We can't send any messages. The director gazed at a system warning only he could see. His brow furrowed. So that's how it is. All right, we'll set that aside for now. Mshan County is near the border, a place teeming with powerful experts. A single supreme master shouldn't be able to cause catastrophic harm here. Just then, Yuan approached. Mentor, he said. The lord of this county is also unbelievably powerful. He teleported us from the battlefield to this inn in an instant.
What is his cultivation stage? Yuan asked. A flicker of memory crossed Director Sue's face. Supreme! That man! He is an old comrade in arms.
On one mission, our entire squad was wiped out, leaving only the two of us. After that, the government assigned him to protect Mshan. The team members looked at him with newfound respect. But the director cut the somber mood. Enough of that. We're going to the Mshan market. Masters who work the border often trade there. You'll find plenty of useful equipment. Pick whatever you need to upgrade your gear, and I will pay for everything. The team erupted in a unanimous cheer. Our mentor is a true benefactor. Sometime later, they arrived at the Mshan branch of Millennium, the renowned merchant guild. The main character looked at the building in surprise. There's a Millennium branch even out here? Gong Sun Lengzi replied. Millennium is a vast and mysterious trading organization. Its branches are spread across the entire empire. She turned to him. Brother Han, want to see what they have inside? Lin Han smiled. Of course, after all. I have special discounts here, Yuan joked. You monster. You'd better find something else. Duan raised her hand excitedly. I want to go to Millennium too.
Brother Han, can I come with you? She asked. The main character readily agreed. At the entrance, an attendant greeted them. Welcome, esteemed guests. Please, come inside.
They walked down a corridor lined with gleaming glass displays. Suddenly, Duan's gaze was drawn to the side. At the same time, Lin Han stopped, before a specific artifact. Excuse me, can you tell me about these two items? The attendant smiled brightly. You have a keen eye, sir. This necklace was created from the fangs of a high-rank monster, with master artisans pouring their souls into it. This unique item grants its owner a 10% increase in defense. She then gestured to a book. And this, as you've realized, is a skill book. It contains a high-grade fist technique, the Thunder Fist.
Legend says that a master who unlocks its full potential will master the world-shattering Thunder Fist of Judgment. In total.
These two items will cost you 8 million. Duan gasped. Brother Han, that's too expensive. But the protagonist simply replied. The mentor said he would pay for everything, so it's fine. He opened the book, his mind racing. If I strengthen my crushing fist 10,000 times with this, I'll finally have a devastating melee weapon.
With 2 Supreme Masters and the experienced border experts, we should have enough power to defeat that Blood Moon Guardian.
But for some reason, my heart senses that something is wrong. A short while later, a massive flow of energy surged towards the protagonist. He leaped directly into it, screaming as raw power flooded his body. Energy crackled around him. The Thunder Fist technique has been amplified 10,000 times. Name Thunder Fist. Rank forbidden. Type fist fighting. Technique. Description. The heavens will burst with thunder, and lightning will destroy the entire world. No one will survive the onslaught of the 8 trigrams lightning. Lin Han clenched his fist, feeling the awesome power within. Incredible. I finally have a close combat technique comparable to my forbidden level spells. I've become much stronger. It's time to carry out our plan. Duan's voice broke his concentration. Lin Han, we should head back. The protagonist turned around and said, yes. After a while, Director Su stood with his back to the team and asked, well, have you all found suitable equipment? Gong Sunlengzi smiled. Of course, the selection was full of all sorts of rare equipment. Yuan got a beautiful spear that can make the enemy make mistakes. This will increase his combat power by at least 10%. Yan Yi grinned, showing off his new iron claw. With this, I'll leave my enemies with no chance of victory. Ting Xinchi smiled enthusiastically. And I took a staff with a strong magic stone. It's lovely, the main character thought sheepishly. Can't they just introduce them properly? Instead of using all these strange names. The director turned around and said, I'm glad that you were all able to find what you needed. What they sought was complete. They'd fought with everything they had, and their mission was finally over. Upon returning, he'd request the Academy reclassify this quest as a true S rank. A worthy reward would surely follow. For now, the others could head back. Only Lin Han had to stay. Without him, the final part of their plan would be impossible. Gongsun spoke, her voice laced with confusion. Master, we want to help Brother Han, too. Director Su's expression hardened. This is no longer a game. The Blood Moon cult has dispatched a Supreme Stage Guardian. Even if you don't fight him head-on, the shockwaves from his attacks alone could kill you. Besides, he added, turning to Gongsun, I have another crucial task for you. Gongsun looked at the director, her gaze steady, and nodded. I understand. Master? A short while later, the main character moved silently through the dense forest. Suddenly, the very earth trembled giant. Monstrous beasts clawed their way from the ground before him. A vampire stepped from the shadows. Lin Han, he smirked. I was beginning to think you wouldn't show. The protagonist turned, his expression calm. There's one thing I don't understand. Why am I so interesting to your cult? The vampire let out a chilling laugh, crouching low. Even I don't know the reason. But the patriarch himself ordered me to bring you to him, and as his loyal guard. I cannot disobey. Lin Han would become his prisoner. And if he was lucky, just another piece in his priceless collection. But looking at the vampire, Lin Han just smiled. He had his doubts about who would be the captive this time. The vampire threw his head back and laughed, sticking out his tongue. Did he really think he didn't know? That Su Jian came with him. In fact, his fate might be even worse than Lin Han's. The protagonist looked up, his eyes cold. You mean that traitor they had, suspected it the moment their connection to Mingshan was severed. Yet his mentor still approved this incredibly risky plan. The vampire spread his arms wide. And what if you guessed, he sneered. The moment you set foot on Mingshan, you became my prize. There is no escape. The protagonist's smile widened. Really? He clenched his fists, roaring. Thunder Domain! A brilliant trigram-shaped lightning sigil erupted in the sky, crackling with immense power, spreading across the heavens. Smoke began to hiss from the vampire's hands. This changes nothing, he yelled. You are still under my control, Lin Han's eyes blazed with light. Your greatest mistake, he declared, is that you still underestimate me. At that very moment, Ban Han smiled. Elder Su, he called out, I never imagined that after all these years, we would meet again on the same battlefield. Director Su strode forward, his face grim. Ban Han, so you've finally fallen and joined the Blood Moon cult. Do you have any idea the losses our empire will suffer because of this? Ban Han's eyes turned pitch black. The Empire, he spat. Is that the same country that casts its heroes aside once they're no longer useful? I couldn't care less about it. That day, his sacrifice won the war against the monsters. But instead of a hero's reward, the Empire exiled him to this forsaken hole. Director Su's voice was sharp. Ban Han, do you still not comprehend what you did back then, do you? Feel no guilt for slaughtering your own comrades just for victory, Ban Han roared back. Guilt? Why should I feel guilt? I killed them, yes, but in exchange for their lives, I annihilated hundreds of supreme-ranked monsters. So why was I sent to guard this border? I should have been celebrated in the
capital, not left here to tremble in fear. Director Su's aura flared. You have sunk to the very bottom. Ban Han, what did the blood
moon cult promise you? Ban Han turned away. The seat of head of Hanzhong City. He suddenly hurled a skull forward, shouting, and the third stage of the Supreme Realm. Director Su frowned. It seems you've forgotten the chasm between our strengths. Ban Han, even if you manage to reach the third stage, you are still no match for me. Ban Han simply smirked. I don't need to defeat you. I only need to hold you back while the Heart Eater deals with your precious disciple. I wonder, how long can you last? Director Su raised an artifact. You piece of trash. In an instant, Ban Han felt as if he were trapped in a box. He clutched his head in fear, his vision filled with nothing but flying iron shards and countless watching eyes. The director's voice was cold. I thought I would only use this skill again when I went abroad to fight monsters. I never dreamed I would unleash it on my own former brother-in-arms. Countless iron.
Spears now surrounded Ban Han. He looked around in terror. What is this? Director Su stretched out his hand. Ban Han, it's over. A colossal iron pedestal
began to plummet towards his head at impossible speed. At that same moment, a dark energy erupted above the trees. The vampire slurped a massive intestine. While Lin Han watched, in utter disgust, the creature licked its lips. A little burnt, but no matter. The important thing is, you've shown me all your tricks. Now then, let's begin round 2, and this time, I'll go first. Suddenly, terrifying hallucinations flooded the protagonist's vision. Crimson energy swarmed from beneath his feet like demonic bees. The vampire hissed, "How do you like it? A taste of demon blood infection. Soon, your mind will shatter, and you will become my obedient little puppet. Let's see how long you
can last. Breathe it in deep." The protagonist collapsed to his knees, his mind reeling. Horrifying. He's not lying. My consciousness is already fading. The Blood Moon cult. Their forbidden spells are truly monstrous. He could now only barely maintain his wind and thunder area. Just then, a stream of black corruption burst from
Lin Han's mouth. The vampire sneered. I must admit, you're strong. If I didn't know your rank, I'd mistake you for an early stage supreme. However, your strength is worthless before the secret arts of our cult. Just give up. It's the easiest way out for you. Suddenly, metal spears shot past the vampire, forcing him to dodge. The protagonist looked over in shock as Director Su grabbed him. Mentor! Lin Han cried out. In an instant, metallic spears materialized, hurtling toward the vampire, who dodged with inhuman grace. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise as Director Su suddenly appeared. Grabbing him, he defeated me, Director Su stated grimly. We must escape toward the border. Ban Han scrambled to his feet, ordering, Heart Eater after them do not. Let Su Jian escape. With the protagonist slung over his shoulder, Director Su moved like the wind. He summoned a metal platform beneath his feet and shot into the sky. The vampire clenched his fists in fury. Damn it, if I had just dealt with that old man properly, I could have turned Lin Han into a new member of our cult in 5 minutes. Ban Han snapped back. Stop yelling, I'm seriously injured. They won't get far. If we hurry,
we'll catch them soon enough. After some time, a pack of dire wolves blocked Director Su's path. He sighed heavily. The beasts bared their fangs, but the
director merely channeled his energy toward them. A devastating explosion tore them apart. He raised a gloved hand to his mouth and coughed, staining the white fabric with blood. Lin Han grabbed him, crying out, Mentor! Director Su waved him off. I'm fine. He sat down in a lotus position, covering himself with a protective aura. The protagonist was frantic. Mentor, what happened back there? Yes, Ban Han is a supreme master. But you should be far stronger than him. Director Su frowned, recalling Ban Han's chilling words. The traitor had laughed. Yes, even at the 3rd stage, I still can't defeat you. But don't forget, we are in my territory now. Are you so sure I didn't order my men to capture those disciples of yours? Who were trying to escape Mingshan? The director had growled. What did you do to them, you bastard? Ban Han's face twisted into a grin. What a look I sent. My thunder clone after them. If it dies, it will self-destruct, and all your precious students will die with it. Director Su held his weapon, his mind racing. I don't know. if he's telling the truth, but I have to check. In that moment of distraction, a powerful surge of lightning pierced his body. Banhan had shouted with glee, "Old man Su, how dare you get distracted in a battle with me?" He shattered the iron cage around him, his eyes blazing with triumphant confidence. Banhan, a desperate move to die. Director Su was thrown backward, crashing hard into the ground as a shower of iron pipes rained down upon him. He grabbed one, using it to push himself up. The air crackled as Banhan appeared. "Don't even think you can escape." Just then, Director Su spoke, his voice heavy with regret. "This is how it had to be. Lin Han, forgive me. It was I who dragged you into this war with the Blood Moon cult." The protagonist's voice was firm. "Mentor, I still have trump cards to play. Next time, I swear I won't lose to him." The director's gaze snapped to the side. "They're here," he said with disgust. The vampire and Banhan approached, their faces twisted into mocking sneers. Banhan's brow furrowed. Well, Nib, old Sue, so you've finally picked out a place for your grave? Excellent. I was getting tired of chasing you." The vampire cackled. "And to think I'll be adding the Great Jongun to my collection. The thought alone is driving me mad with excitement." Director Sue's voice was cold as ice. "Banhan, you never should have allied with the Blood Moon. This will end badly for you." Banhan grinned, baring his teeth. "No, quite the opposite. This cult gave me the one thing I've always craved." The vampire cut in impatiently. "Enough talk! Let's just eliminate him." They surged forward, but the director merely frowned. "Let all things shudder and be incinerated." He invoked a forbidden spell. A meteor, a colossal, burning rock tore through the sky, descending upon them. The vampire whirled around, his voice cracking with fear. "Have you lost your mind?" "A forbidden spell? It'll hit you too." The director laughed, a wild, defiant sound. "I'm just planning to take you all down with me." The massive stone plummeted toward the earth. The vampire screamed in terror. "The blast radius is enormous. We can't escape." Banhan glanced up, his face a mask of fury. "You deal with that crazy old man," he ordered. "I will destroy the meteor." He unleashed his energy skyward, chanting, "Mighty wind, roar dark clouds, gather thunder, awaken forbidden spell, thunder of extermination." A massive torrent of energy shot toward the descending meteorite. The vampire shielded his face, his mind reeling. Damn it, I underestimated him, too. Who knew this maniac also had a forbidden spell up his sleeve? Banhan roared. "What are you waiting for? Kill Shen now." The vampire hesitated. "But wait! What's happening?" The protagonist stood calmly to the side, his own aura flaring to life. Banhan felt his power waver. "Why? Why is my lightning fading?" The colossal meteor drew closer. It was almost upon them. "Damn it! His field again!" Banhan screamed in frustration. Lin Han extended his hands. "Not bad," he said calmly. "It seems my thunder and wind field not only strengthens my own spells, but it also weakens an enemy's wind and lightning attributes. I was genuinely surprised when you revealed that you knew this same technique. We're lucky our spells are in perfect sync." Director Su stood before him, a proud smile on his face. Banhan cried out, enraged. "Terrible devourer! Help me now, you scoundrel old man Shen! Are you really ready to die with us? What about your precious disciple? Don't you feel any pity for him?" The vampire activated his own power, sending it surging upward. Director Su just looked at them. "No, the only ones dying here are you." 36 beam technique? Imprisonment. He clasped his hands together as the protagonist thrust his own hand forward. Massive metal beams erupted from the earth, encasing them. They formed a protective dome. Director Su smiled grimly. "As you've now realized, this technique is incredibly versatile. It's perfect for both offense and defense. Farewell, you scoundrels." The meteor struck the iron beams, triggering a blinding, catastrophic explosion. Inside the sanctuary, Lin Han could only think one thing. He certainly wouldn't want to be one of those guys on the outside. But then, the beams began to crack and crumble. He looked to the sky in alarm. The dome shattered. The protagonist and his mentor emerged onto a scorched, smoking wasteland. "Mentor, are you all right?" Lin Han asked. Director Su squinted one eye. He walked forward confidently. "Don't you worry about me." He approached a massive, deep crater. "It seems we've won. We can finally go back." In that very moment, a bolt of dark lightning pierced his body. He gasped in shock. The protagonist caught his mentor as he fell, screaming, "Mentor!" Banhan crawled out from beneath the rubble, his hand aimed right at them, laughing maniacally. He pulled himself free. "That was a close one. You're insane, old man, but in the end, I am the winner. Sue and that vampire are gone. And now, Lin Han, it's your turn." The protagonist stepped forward, shielding his master. He pressed his palms together. You will not lay a single finger on my mentor, the light of holy healing. A sacred glow enveloped the director's body, and in moments, his grievous wounds vanished completely. Banhan's jaw dropped. What the hell, I forgot. This kid is an altar class. The vampire suddenly reappeared, lunging forward. I'll deal with him. He thrust his clawed hand out, but the protagonist simply kicked him, sending him flying. He looked down at his own hands, confused. What happened to my mana? The vampire laughed from the ground. Did you only just notice I've already corrupted all the mana in this area with my blood? If you try to absorb it,
You'll have to absorb my demonic blood, too, the vampire cackled. I'll still get you. Just give up, boy. You can't defeat me. Banhan gathered a storm of energy. Thunderclaw, he roared. But just as he attacked, a figure flashed in front of him, shielding Director Sue with his own body. The director smiled weakly. You're just in time.
Without you, we wouldn't have made it. Banhan, you stand no chance against him. The villain frowned, recognizing the newcomer. This is the owner of the Vajra body, Kusanagi. What is that devourer waiting for? The vampire rose, his scythe whistling through the air. But Kusanya threw up a hand, shouting, "Halt!" as he blasted him away. That won't be enough to finish him. A moment later, they advanced, and Lin Han spoke. Boss Ku, thank you for your aid. Kusanya put his hands on his waist and sighed.
That old fool, Sue, even after we tried to stop him, he still got a message out. If we weren't on guard, the number of casualties would have been
unimaginable. Banhan staggered to his feet, his voice raw. Take them away. I just wanted what was rightfully mine. Why does everyone stand in my way? Director Sue stormed over to him. Banhan, do you still not understand what you've done? He seized him by the collar. That day, you were the one who insisted. You insisted on killing that monster for fame, for a comfortable post in the capital, and when the choice came, you abandoned 13 of your comrades to die. Without a moment of hesitation, you were the only survivor. Do you have any idea what I've had to live with all these years? Every time I close my eyes, I see their faces. I ask myself, why them and not me? Why didn't I die with them? Maybe it was my own pathetic soul. That prevented me from breaking through, but I did it. I reached the peak of the supreme rank, fueled by a regret that burns stronger than any fire. Banhan wept. Lin Han sneered with contempt. Let the fool talk. After all, victory is the only thing that matters. And one day, this vampire would fall by his hand. A chilling smirk spread across the vampire's face. Leaving so soon, Soul Leader, he tore open a portal, a gateway to his domain. Well, not exactly. I'll leave him here for now. A chance to reconnect with an old friend. Lin Han stared into the void, confused. In that instant, the vampire struck. The portal began to close around him. Director Sue cried out, Lin Han! Kusania screamed in terror. They had let their guard down for a moment. Does he possess a second class? A moment later, the vampire reappeared in his manor. The guards bowed in welcome. The main character, trapped in a sack, demanded to know where he was. What is this place? The vampire's voice echoed. Welcome to a headquarters of the Blood Moon cult. Seated upon his throne, he gloated. Lin Han, you are unbelievably lucky. If the patriarch hadn't ordered you taken alive, you would be nothing but a cold corpse. Lin Han, now bound before him, shot back. What a joke! Are all you cultists such pathetic freaks? The vampire merely waved a finger. Bring him to me! A guard obeyed. Yes, my lord. With a flash of energy, the vampire transformed the loyal guard into a simple apple. Lin Han's eyes widened in disgust. You monster! Even the lives of your own followers mean nothing. What a disgusting cult! The vampire took a bite of the apple and rose from his throne. This, he declared, is an equivalent exchange for worshipping our god. He circled Lin Han. I don't know why the patriarch wants you, but I have a feeling that you were born to become one of us. Lin Han's voice was ice. Don't even dream of it. I would rather die. The vampire simply turned away, arms spread wide. Don't be so quick to refuse. Lin Han, first, allow me to show you something. A massive crack ripped through the floor, revealing a chasm below. He dragged Lin Han to the edge. The hero screamed, struggling against his bonds. No, let me go! He glared at the vampire, demanding. What are you trying to do? A cruel laugh echoed in the chamber. Save your pity, Lin Han. Ever wonder how a cursed mage like me acquired a spatial skill? It's because I possess a second class. A spatial mage? Lin Han stared in shock. A second class, the vampire explained.
Normally, a person has but one, but a fortunate few can awaken another. However, our venerable demon god can bestow a second class upon all his followers. His voice boomed with fanaticism. Watch closely. Lin Han, you will be the first outsider honored to witness this sacred ritual. If our demon god accepts my sacrifice, he will surely grant me another class. Even now, as a mere gold-ranked altar, my power rivals that of an initial stage supreme rank master. Can you even fathom the strength I'll command when the demon god blesses me again? The vampire's eyes gleamed. We will do everything in our power, Chan, to help you reach heights you've never dreamed of. In return, you need only join us. Devote yourself to our demon god. And perhaps you could become a guardian, just like me. No, I'm certain you could rise even higher. Perhaps even become the next patriarch. Lin Han just laughed, turning his head away in disgust. The more you talk about these grand prospects, the more sickened I become. Just get this over with. But the vampire only smiled. No one can resist the temptation of absolute power. With a sudden shove, he sent Lin Han plunging into the abyss. You'll have plenty of time to reconsider, I'm sure. That, very soon, you will be our new comrade. As the main character hit the crimson water, the vampire's laughter filled the air. Enjoy it, Lin Han. Enjoy the sea of blood. Embrace the pain. The all-consuming madness. Only then will you find your true purpose. Only then will you feel truly alive. He turned to his men. Prepare the ceremony. Yes, my lord, the guards replied. The vampire looked down at the struggling hero. Don't fight it. This demonic blood will drain your mana until nothing is left. And when it's gone, you too will fall into the embrace of our venerable demon god. Lin Han closed his eyes as whispers clawed at his mind. It hurts. So much pain. I didn't want this. I didn't want to kill my wife and children. But I had to. No. I didn't want to. Horrifying corpses began to surface from the depths. The whispers grew louder. I've become so strong. I need more. I need to kill more. I will give you everything. My dear God. Lin Han fought to keep his sanity. He had to do something. If he gave in, he would lose his mind forever. But if he kept resisting, he would surely die. This blood, it was composed almost entirely of demonic chi. An idea sparked in his mind. Perhaps he could try to use it. At that moment, a messenger arrived. Devourer, the messenger announced. The Kaoki Academy has dispatched 15 Supreme Stage Masters to find Lin Han. We are out of time. The vampire smiled calmly. Lord Messenger, he purred. I was just about to bring him to you. The messenger's tone was sharp. It's high time. We have no more time to waste. The vampire clenched his fist, rage burning in his thoughts. If he handed Lin Han over now, all the glory would go to this messenger. He suddenly whipped around, feigning shock. What is happening? His assistant cried out. Sir, something's wrong with the river of blood. The demonic chi? It's become unstable. The vampire frowned. This had to be Lin Han's doing. He glanced down into the swirling abyss. How could he still be resisting after all this time? Suddenly, the cavern began to shake. Rocks rained from the ceiling as the messenger yelled. Report! The river of blood is overflowing. A massive wave erupted with a deafening roar. A forbidden-level spell. Revival of the undead. Monstrous wolves made of shadow and bone leaped from the river, their eyes burning with demonic light. The vampire laughed in disbelief. He used the demonic chi he couldn't absorb to summon the undead Lin Han. You never cease to amaze me. The main character rose from the river, his voice thundering with righteous fury. Heart-eater, I will restore justice and avenge all who died by your filthy hands. Go, Cerberus. The vampire waved a dismissive hand. Servants, deal with this mutt. But as Lin Han leaped onto the back of his beast, it tore through the guards in a single, devastating charge. The vampire's eyes lit up with sadistic glee. Excellent. This will be the perfect offering for our demon god. But then, Cerberus froze, its head snapping to the side as if compelled by an unseen force. It bolted away against its will. Lin Han was thrown into confusion. What's going on? What did you do, you coward? A wicked laugh echoed from the vampire. Did you forget who built this fortress? I simply activated its protective barrier. Runes blazed to life across the cavern walls. Forbidden-level spell extermination scene. The vampire's eyes glowed with triumph. Lin Han, within this domain, you cannot wield demonic chi without it invading your soul. The pressure on your mind will only intensify. You have nothing left to fight me with. He laughed manically, saying that only he was allowed to kill on this stage.
At that moment, a colossal snake coiled around the Cyrus's massive body. The main character leaped from the beast, a grim thought striking him. Damn it. He was right. He could no longer control the demonic chi poisoning the very air. The undead could no longer be summoned. But he couldn't absorb this corrupt power either. The last thing he needed was to become one of those mindless puppets of the Blood Moon cult. They truly stooped to any vile method. He couldn't risk going all out. Just then, Cyrus began to crush the snake. The vampire's blade plunged deep as he charged. Lin Han frowned, assessing the fight. The Cerberus was clearly no match for this devourer, and his mana reserves were completely empty. Was this how he was going to die? He had no choice. He had to absorb the demonic chi to regain his strength. He would absorb just enough to fight back, then try to purify the taint with divine light. As he decided, corrupt energy exploded outwards. The protagonist watched in absolute horror as the demonic chi began merging with his own mana. The vampire grinned. Lin Hanso, you finally decided to accept the glorious power of our demon god, he cackled. Rejoice, your body now belongs to him. The protagonist struggled to his feet. Don't even dream of it, you filthy murderer. The vampire's smile widened. Oh, still clinging to your sanity? Very well. Allow me to add some fuel to the fire. He slammed his palm onto Cyrus's head, and blood erupted from its body. As the beast howled in agony, stones rained down from the cavern ceiling. Lin Han glanced at the collapsing roof before launching himself forward. Damn it, what now? He roared. The vampire was now riding Cerberus, charging straight for him. Lin Han gritted his teeth in disbelief. You took control of my Cerberus. The vampire sneered. Are you talking about this new puppet? Forget it. It serves only me now, he commanded. Tear him apart, Cerberus. The beast lunged, but the main character stood his ground, a cold realization dawning. The Blood Moon cult. A pack of depraved madmen. I'm glad I understand that now, he thought. It means I won't feel a shred of remorse. Lin Han shot into the air, his voice echoing with power. Divine face, Zhang Shifang's, master of the 3 blades. The vampire's face twisted in rage. What, the master of the 3 blades? You're just a cheap fake, nothing more. A new figure materialized before him. A fake, Shifang asked coolly. Allow me to show you. The realm of the 3 swords. He swung his blade with purpose. The divine face technique only lasted for 3 minutes. He had to end this quickly. At that moment, a girl was scanning the chaos. No one here. And no one there either. Suddenly, her eyes widened at the epic battle. Ah! She screamed. Director Su, what is it? Did you find him? Gongsun cried out. Yes, I found him. At that very moment, Shifang pointed his swords, skewering Cerberus and the vampire in a single, decisive strike. The fiend tumbled to the floor. His body was broken and bleeding. You've won, Lin Han, he rasped with a disturbing smile. But I'm happy. I know that soon you'll become a perfect creation of the blood. Moon cult. You will submit to our demon god. Our cult will rule this wretched world, and I will be waiting for you in hell. Boulders began to plummet from the ceiling. The protagonist glanced up. What a relentless fool! Spouting nonsense with 1 foot in the grave. This was bad. The entire cave was collapsing. Lin Han braced for the impact. When suddenly, a wave of energy shot past his head. He opened his eyes to see a girl in the new opening. She rushed to his side, screaming his name. Lin Han, Gongsun Shenna helped him out as Director Su ran up. How is he? The director demanded. Shenna turned. He's unconscious, beaten badly, but he'll live. I think the Academy's healers will get him. Back on his feet in no time. Director Su nodded grimly. We owe you. If not for your chai searching technique, we would have been looking for a long time. But still, why is the Blood Moon cult so fixated on him? Gongsun looked away. I don't know. By the way, I fulfilled my condition. I found him. Now the Key Academy is indebted to me. At that moment, Lin Han's mind drifted into his consciousness, where a chained figure sat before him. He looked around the empty void. Where am I? The figure's head snapped up, shrieking, I'll kill you, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Lin Han stared in shock. Is that me? Sometime later, in a hospital room, the main character lay in bed, surrounded by his entire team. Suddenly, Lin Han's eyes shot open. He screamed, his eyes burning with rage. I'll kill him! Yuan rushed to him. Brother Han! She started shaking him. Don't scare us like that. What's wrong? The protagonist groaned. Stop shaking me, or I'm going to throw up. Danan approached with a plate. Leave him be. Here. Brother Han, eat some porridge. Lin Han managed a weak smile. Thank you. After a while, he finished the whole plate and exhaled deeply. He said that he felt reborn. Ganson approached him cautiously. Brother Han, are you really okay? The protagonist showed him his hand and replied, Of course, I'm as strong as an ox. He considered her question. Yes, he was fine. Except for the demonic presence raging inside him, constantly trying to devour his very mind. It was a horrific struggle to contain it, but he had to maintain control. As long as he kept his composure, the entity couldn't escape. Yuan Shi placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, her smile reassuring. She promised them Han would be all right. Lin Han looked at her and asked, By the way, how long was I out? Yuan Shi's reply was grim. It's been a week. A jolt of fear shot through the protagonist. A whole week last time. After his battle with Zhang Shifeng, he was only unconscious for a day. Now, an entire week had vanished. Just then, representatives from the academy entered, led by Director Su. He announced that a magpie had brought him good news. Walking over to the protagonist, he began to gently drape a blanket over him, expressing his relief to see him awake. Lin Han accepted the gesture, but he raised his hands and said, Mentor, I'm not cold. Gongsun Channer stepped forward, folding her arms. All right, everyone. Could you give us a moment? She explained that she and Lin Han needed to discuss something important. Pulling up a chair, she began. First, allow me to introduce myself. I am Jin's older sister. Gongsun Channer. She sat down gracefully. Today, I'd like to ask you exactly how the Heart Eater died, and what truly transpired in that cave. With a smirk, he thought, So they found that idiot's body? But they'd never suspect he was the one who ended him. The need to conceal his true power was becoming critical. He would have to hide behind his imaginary master once more. Lin Han claimed that he had a magical treasure, a gift from his master. As she could plainly see, it not only killed the devourer, but nearly killed him too. And that's when Lady Gongsun saved his life. Her eyes widened in disbelief. A treasure that can kill a supreme stage peak master. It must be legendary rank. At the very least, what kind of treasure was it? She pressed. The main character laughed nervously, replying, I honestly don't know myself. Everything happened too fast. I was just trying to stay alive. He prayed internally. Please, just believe it. My head is about to explode. Just then, Principal Su approached them. Lin Han just regained consciousness, he stated. He needs his rest. Kid, you've achieved something impossible for a disciple of your level. I will petition the academy to grant you the reward for an SS rank quest. You'll receive it as soon as you recover. The main character grinned. Thank you so much, Mentor. He was safe. As Principal Su led the way out, he turned to the others. Let's go. Down the corridor, the academy members walked as the principal asked. About this master of Lin Han's? What do you all think? Kusano stroked his chin thoughtfully. A very mysterious individual. Gongsun smiled, adding, And I'm more intrigued by how he wasn't surprised to see me, despite it being our first meeting. Besides, a Heart Eater isn't an opponent. That can be slain with a mere treasure. That boy, Lin Han, is hiding countless secrets. Director Su closed his eyes. No matter what he's trying to hide. He is my disciple, and he is under this academy's protection. I won't let the Blood Moon cult lay their filthy paws on him, not while he was there. A short while later, Lin Han woke up, rising from his bed to stretch. Yuan Shi poked his head in. Ah, so you're able to walk already. Then let this brother treat you. Lin Han smiled warmly. Okay, but let me wash my face first. I'll be there in a moment. He went to wash his face and began to wipe it with a towel. Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open as veins pulsed on his forehead. He gripped his head in agony. This demonic chi. Damn it, I thought I had it suppressed. Now, it feels like it's about to burst out. No, if that happens, the academy will lock me away. No one would listen. To my explanations, not a chance. Lin Han shut his eyes tight. I have to ride this out somewhere else, outside. Yuan Shi waited patiently by the door. Brother Han, he called out. Lin Han's voice was strained. My stomach hurts. Can you wait for half an hour? Yuan Shi asked. Diarrhea. That makes sense. After all that porridge you ate after being unconscious for a week. Are you okay? Lin Han shouted. No, don't come in. I'll be out when I'm finished. At that exact moment, he was balanced on the window frame. Thank goodness there's a forest nearby. He thought desperately. If I release my demonic chi there, the academy won't be able to figure out who it was. He leaped from the window. Then I'll suppress it again with my mana. 5 minutes should be enough.
At that very instant, the Academy's leaders were gathered in a large office. A colossal explosion ripped through the forest, and Director Su froze. Kusanya shouted. Old man Su Gongsun simply gazed out the window. The director's voice was grave. Where did a cult master with that much demonic energy come from, damn it? Has the cult completely lost its mind? How dare they attack our academy? Gongsun took a calm sip from her cup. Are you certain this Supreme launched a frontal attack? What are you implying? The director asked. Gongsun replied. Your message from Mingshan County never arrived, did it? That means, there is a cultist within the academy. However, we still can't find them. None of the alarms went off. So either this Supreme is so skilled that he bypassed our defenses, or he was already inside. She smiled. I'm inclined to believe the latter. Perhaps we'll meet our mole today, Director Su asked. By mole? Are you referring to Lin Han? Gongsun closed her eyes. I'm not saying I am, but it is worth checking. At that moment, the main character was sitting on the forest floor, unleashing the demonic energy. A massive spectral skull hung over him. Suddenly, his eyes began to glow, and his entire body was enveloped in fiery energy. A large skull tattoo appeared on his shoulder as his hair grew long. A voice echoed, Horror! No, not that. Lin Han Awakening of the Second Class. Title, Terrifying Son of a Demon. Class skills. Blood Moon Claws. Blood Moon Corruption. His pants were torn to shreds as crimson claws appeared. Blood. Moon Claws, while the owner is in demonic form, each attack absorbs the enemy's mana. Blood Moon Corruption. Pouring demonic chi into an enemy. The owner briefly grants them a boost in strength. In exchange, the opponent gradually loses their mind and becomes an obedient puppet. Lin Han was disgusted. Are you kidding me? What use is a class like this? In this form, anyone would mistake me for a cultist, and while he could, transform back. The process was incredibly difficult. If anyone saw this, it would be the end for him. At that moment, Yuan Shi was standing near the restroom, his arms crossed over his chest. The academy's leaders approached him. Mentor, he said. Did you come to see Han? Director Su frowned. Where is Lin Han? He demanded. Yuan Shi pointed. He's in the toilet. The director's command was absolute. Open the door for us, now! Director Su pushed. The door opened and saw the main character sitting on the toilet, newspaper in hand. He shouted, What are you doing? Get out of here! Director Su quickly closed the door and cleared his throat. He turned to the others. I told you Lin Han had nothing to do with it. Let's quickly check the area where the energy surge occurred. After they left, the main character came out, sighing in relief. That was too close. If I hadn't made it back in time, everything would have been over. He knew he needed a plan, since next time he might not be so lucky. He thought, I know. I should go to an old friend's place and buy a treasure that can suppress my energy. Soon, Lin Han found himself on the street, looking around, wondering if such treasures even existed. He could only hope. Suddenly, Gong Sun appeared behind him. Decided to buy something for yourself. Junior Lin Han. He turned around, startled. Senior Gong Sun? He cursed inwardly. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? Gong Sun just smiled. So, have you decided to buy something? Junior? Relax. Everyone has their secrets, so I won't pry into yours. At that moment, Mr. Luo appeared from the building with a hearty laugh. Miss Gongsun, what a pleasant surprise. He was delighted to see her, Lin Han asked. Manager Luo, Mr. Luo turned to him. Mr. Lin. Gongsun Qianer looked between them. You two know each other, the manager beamed. Indeed, Miss Gongsun. Mr. Lin is one of our most honored guests. It's always a pleasure to serve him. Gongsun Qianer's eyes gleamed with understanding. Is that so? In that case, Junior Lin, please buy yourself something. Our Gongsun family will cover the entire cost. Forgive me, but I won't be able to accompany you. I still have matters to attend to here. The protagonist looked at her, confused. But, Sister Gongsun, why are you doing this? She smiled shrewdly. Well, I simply hope that Junior Lin will help the Gongsun family and my younger brother. Should they ever find themselves in a difficult situation? Lin Han understood her intent. Of course, I will do everything in my power. Gongsun Qianer's smile widened. Then we have an agreement. She walked away with a wave. Don't hold back on my account. And with that, she was gone. He was certain she had figured something out. Yet, it seems she had no intention of exposing him. Not only did she protect his secret, she also promised to pay for his incredibly expensive purchase. He was now truly indebted to the Gongsun family. A short while later, Gongsun Channer stood on a balcony, gazing into the distance. A woman appeared beside her. "Madam, your guess was correct. The Ma family did indeed encounter a mysterious master, not far from Lin Han's residence. And this master is also quite familiar with Fawa." Gongsun Channer turned, her expression thoughtful as she touched her chin. The woman handed her a file. "Madam, if I may ask, who exactly is this Lin Han?" Gongsun Channer opened the file, revealing a photo. "Lin Han is just a junior, with a few secrets, and an unlimited well of potential." She turned away, tossing the file back. "And Wu? I want you to destroy all the information we've gathered on him. No one else is to see it. Perhaps Junior Lin will become a great asset to our Gongsun family very soon." Meanwhile, Mr. Luo pointed ahead and declared, "I am always amazed by your fortune, Mr. Lin. What will you be ordering this time?" The protagonist took a sip of his coffee. "Manager Luo," he asked, "do you have any artifacts at Millennium that can suppress magical fluctuations?" The manager walked to a large vase. He twisted its lid and a hidden door slid open. With a laugh, he gestured inside. "Of course, while it's quite a rare request, we have everything a master like you might need." Lin Han stepped into the hidden chamber as Mr. Luo announced. "Mr. Lin, I present to you an artifact that can completely conceal its owner's magical fluctuations." He dramatically unveiled the item, an epic-level starstone, capable of suppressing most magical fluctuations and the chi aura of its owner. The price is a mere 50 million. Item improvement, 10,000 times name. Mysterious starstone, divine level, position necklace, description. Completely conceals the magical fluctuations and chi of the owner. It cannot be detected. Unless the owner himself wishes it? Lin Han simply waved his hand. "This is exactly what I need. I'll take it. Thank you. Manager Luo." "Mr.?" Luo bowed. "We are always happy to help. Please, come again soon. Mr. Lin." The protagonist stepped outside, his mind reeling. He now possessed a divine-level artifact. At that very moment, in a darkened room, a robed figure bowed low. "Reporting to my superior, the Heart Eater is dead. However, we have detected strong fluctuations of demonic energy. In Hanhai City." The patriarch's voice was cold. "That fool was more trouble than he was worth." He pointed a single finger forward. "Do not touch that brat, Lin Han, for now. It seems he has someone powerful watching his back. Someone we must be wary of. Continue with our original plan and bring back the demon. If you fail, you will all suffer a fate 1,000 times worse than the Heart Eaters." The subordinate slammed his fist into his palm. "Yes, my lord, we will not let you down." Sometime later, Lin Han walked out of the shopping center, thinking, "Excellent. With this god-level artifact, no one will be able to connect me to the Blood Moon cult." He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. But suddenly, his team members appeared right in front of him. Gongsun Li stepped forward, a smirk on her face. "Brother Han, did you really think we wouldn't find out you ditched us to go on a date with my elder sister?" The protagonist froze, completely bewildered. "No, where did you get an idea like that, Gongsun Li? Let me explain everything." Gongsun Li grabbed him playfully. "No need for explanations. Brother Han," she turned to the others. "I say we rough him up a little. Guys," Lin Han pleaded. "No, wait. I just needed to go to Millennium for..." But it was too late. The team members dogpiled the protagonist. Much to Duan Muyan's shock, Gongsun Li adjusted her gloves. "All right, now we can talk." Just then, Jiang Rin approached them. Well, I never expected to see our academy's top freshman in such a pathetic state." Gongsun Li glared at her. "What's that supposed to mean?" Jiang Rin shrugged. "I'm just saying, if anyone saw the best freshman of our academy getting beaten up, it would seriously damage our reputation. It's unlikely anyone would want to enroll here after that." Yuan Shi then added, "His character is nothing like Miss Fa's. If he hadn't, he never would have guessed she was her younger sister. In a flash, Zhang Ring was on him. Cold steel pressed against his throat. "Repeat what you just said." Linen caught her hand with ease. "Calm down," he commanded. She is your sister, isn't she? Why are you reacting like this?" She was family, after all, and he knew Feiya cared for her. But Zhang Rang tore her gaze away. She is nothing. "But a pathetic traitor who rejected her own family / the honor and hope of my clan rests on my shoulders." "Why would I ever change my attitude towards a traitor?" A senior student approached, laughing.
Students should support each other, not argue. But it's a good thing you've all gathered. I have a small task for you, UN. She turned to him. Another mission already. They had only just returned, /. The man smiled. Don't worry, you won't be alone this time. / This mission is designed for the two. Youngest freshman squads, / The main purpose is to gain combat experience / and learn the situation in the borderlands. On top of that, I'll be leading you personally, so there won't be any problems. /UN, he could only hope he was right this time. After a while, they saw monsters leap into the air, / attempting to scale the massive wall, / one of the archers took aim.
Open fire, he commanded, / a volley of arrows rained down, piercing the approaching beasts, / The archers stood ready behind.
A wall of knights with heavy shields, / A loud voice boomed. The second wave is approaching. Prepare yourselves, /UN. She watched from atop the wall, completely stunned by the chaos, / The man asked, how do you like it / very different from what you imagined, isn't it?
The fighters of the border walls are in a constant battle / against endless waves of monsters, / everything here depends on teamwork, not the strength.
Of a single person, / this is a C rank quest, / all you need to do is wipe out 3 small monster groups outside the city, / the strongest creatures here are barely gold ranked, so consider it training, / your mission wipe out all monsters within 5 leagues of the wall, / split into 2 groups and begin. We meet back here tomorrow at 3 p.m. If you encounter any trouble, contact me immediately. The students accepted without hesitation, / shortly after. Dwan activated her observer skill, / there's a pack of wolves waiting for us. They're all gold ranked, she announced, / this is already different from the briefing, / Linhan replied. It's time you learned that quest information. Rarely matches reality, / still, this is bad. The border guards usually only handle silver ranked monsters, / if these wolves reach the walls, the seniors might be caught off guard, / but Dwan rose to her feet confidently, / I don't think we need to fear gold ranked monsters. We should handle this. I can even take them alone, / Linhan watched her. You're a little too eager, / something tells me this won't be as smooth. As you think, / soon after. They found the pack, and Dwan immediately attacked with a massive fireball, / she turned, noticing several wolves, lunging at her from behind, / instantly. She cast an ice spike spell, impaling them, / leaning on her staff. She caught her breath.
I think that's all of them, / But then, a colossal shadow fell over her, / her head snapped around in terror.
A massive wolf, the alpha, was about to pounce, / Suddenly, a figure blurred past, landing a devastating blow to the monster's head. / it was Linhan. With a single, powerful strike, he sent the monster flying, / he turned to her. Your skill, switching between fire and ice magic. It's amazing, / at this rate, gold ranked. Monsters are truly no problem for you, but never let your guard down. Dwan collapsed to the ground, her heart pounding with fear. She got back to her feet, noticing the remaining wolves were fleeing. / wait, something's wrong here, she said, / Linhan stood beside her. What do you mean? Dwan's gaze was fixed on the retreating pack. After the alpha dies, the wolves should flee to their lair, but for some reason, they're heading towards the snake turtle territory. That's where Jang Rin's squad is. Without a word, Linhan grabbed her hand and started running, / we don't have time to think. We have to check it out, he urged, / Dwan was shocked by his speed. Hey, slow down, / at that very moment, a girl with a staff stood before a giant monster, a magic circle glowing at her feet, / she raised her hands and unleashed a blinding flash spell. The snake turtle roared, turning away from the brilliant light. Jang Rang seized the opportunity while the beast was blinded and leaped into the air. A blur of motion as her sword sliced through the monster's neck, / with a single, clean blow, it was over, / she landed gracefully next to the bodies of the other slain monsters, / a girl with white hair hugged her tightly, / you're the best, Commander, and you're so soft. Jang Rin was embarrassed. Xiao, let go of me. But as she turned her head, she saw several massive creatures watching them, with an ominous glare. It looks like we're not finished yet, / the snake turtles had surrounded them, / Xiao unleashed her spells. How dare you interfere with my captain hugging time? Her magic attack struck down one of the beasts, sending it crashing onto its back. But in that same instant, 2 monsters lunged for Jang Rang. She stood her ground, watching them close in. She parried one head with her sword, but the other's fangs sank deep into her arm. Slash. She gritted her teeth. Asterisk. I relaxed too much. Slash Captain. Xiao turned with a worried look. A monster took advantage of her distraction, striking her from the side. Slash. She fell backwards. Into Jiang Rin's arms. Leave me. And run, she whispered. Slash. The two of us can't get out of this. Slash. But Jiang Rin replied firmly. Stop talking nonsense, Slash. How can a captain abandon her subordinate? A blush spread across Xiao's face as she reached a trembling hand toward her. I never dreamed I could die in the captain's arms. Slash just then, Linhan appeared, Slash, and with a single overwhelming blow, he sent one of the monsters flying.
A thunderous crash shattered the silence, and a voice cut through the chaos. Slash. What's going on here, Slash? Can't you even handle a few snake?
Turtles. Jiang Rin's temper flared. Who gave you permission to speak so casually? Don't you dare act like a senior just because you know my sister. Besides, these are gold rank monsters, Slash. They're not that easy to deal with, Slash Duan quickly intervened, her face filled with worry. Please stop arguing. We need to deal with these monsters. Now, Slash, more of them could be on the way. Slash Linhan simply smirked. This will be easy. In the next instant, he seized a snake turtle by its massive head, Slash, and began to spin it with impossible strength. Slash. He then launched the beast's colossal body toward the others. The impact sent the horde of monsters flying. Slash Ji Yan Ring watched in utter disbelief, her mind reeling. Slash asterisk. Did he just throw a gold-ranked snake turtle? Asterisk. As if it were some kind of ball. Is that really the power of a gold stage Alar slash Doan? Sighed. Did you really have to show off like that? Slash Linhan just shrugged. The important thing is that the job's done. Slash the rest is just details. Slash with the monsters defeated, he announced. We should report this to the teacher. But as he spoke, Jiang Rin's face went pale and she cried out in agony. Slash. She collapsed to the ground, but Xia caught her just in time. Captain, what's wrong? Slash A's. Linhan approached. Xia shot him a venomous glare. Slash. What are you doing? Don't you dare come any closer. You're not allowed to touch the captain, ignoring her shouts. Linhan focused on Jiang Rin. The wound isn't that serious. It must be the snake turtle's venom. Maybe my forbidden spell can help. He clasped his hands together, his expression turning serious. Slash. Have you forgotten I'm an altar? Slash. He began to chant a life restoration spell.
I'll try to help her. Slash. A powerful glowing energy engulfed Jiang Rin's body. Slash A, worried Xia cried out. Captain, Captain! Slash panic began to creep into her voice. Alter. Why isn't she getting any better? Linhan's brow furrowed. Something is wrong. I already neutralized the poison, so why hasn't she woken up asterisk?
He grimaced. My spell didn't work. We have to call the teacher, urgently. Half an hour later, their teacher arrived on the scene. He examined Jiang Rin, his face growing grim. Slash. What happened to her, he asked. Slash. A strange energy is circulating around her heart. If we don't get rid of it, her life could be in danger. Slash. Xia burst into tears. Can't you do anything to help her? Slash the teacher produced a small medallion. The medical technology in the borderlands is not advanced enough, he explained. Slash. We can't help her here. Slash. We have to return to the city as soon as possible and get her to the specialists. Slash. This is a teleportation formation. Slash. You've probably noticed. The borderlands aren't very calm right now. What happened out there? Lennon asked. Slash. The teacher shook his head. We don't know why. Slash, but in recent days, the monsters near the border have grown much stronger.
For example, the 3 groups I sent you to eliminate were originally silver rank. Now, they've become gold rank. You must not forget to
report this. He pointed to Xia and Duan. Slash. As for you two, you fought well against the monsters. Slash. I need you to continue helping defend the wall. Return as quickly as you can. Slash. He activated the item, and a magic circle flared to life beneath the students, emitting a blinding light. In a flash, they vanished into the light. Slash. The teacher watched them go, a deep unease settling over him. Slash asterisk. I hope everything will be fine. But, for some reason, my heart is not at ease. Slash. Sometime later, in the city hospital, Linen burst through the doors. Slash. Doctor, I need help. Slash. A doctor, about to eat, nearly jumped out of his skin.
What's with all the screaming? He snapped. Slash. Can't you see I'm on my lunch break? Doctors get hungry too. You know. Slash. He turned, annoyed,
and saw Linhan holding Jiang Rin's unconscious form. Slash. The doctor's expression shifted instantly from irritation to alarm. Get an operating room ready, now, he yelled to his colleagues.
This patient needs surgery, urgently as they rushed her away on a stretcher. Lin Han could only watch. Nothing can happen to her.
Otherwise, how will I ever face her sister again? After what felt like an eternity, he saw the doctor. How is she? Is she okay? The doctor looked at him, exhausted. Where on earth did you encounter something like this? Lin Han pressed forward. Is it serious? Her life is no longer in danger, but this is a rare and dangerous phenomenon. They're called heartworms, parasites. Originally, they were just ordinary pests. They were easy to get rid of. However, 80 years ago, the Blood Moon cult somehow improved them, they became deadly.
Little is known about their effects on the body, only that they can lurk near the host's heart and temporarily increase their spiritual power. However, there's a chance
that the parasite can control the host's body. Lin Han's mind raced. The Blood Moon cult. They're involved again. ***. Does this mean the monsters on the border, ***, grew stronger because of these parasites? Have the cult's hands really reached the borderlands? He clenched his fist. I hope the others are okay. The doctor handed him a clipboard. You need to sign these papers. And then you can go. I suggest you avoid such dangerous places in the future. Linen signed the documents just as his phone rang. He answered, and a friend's panicked voice came through. Before the connection was suddenly cut off. He lowered the phone, his expression hardening. Something must have happened to them. Lin Han? Jang Rin was already on her feet. We have to return to the borderlands. Urgently. He turned to her, shocked. You just had surgery. You need to lie down and rest. But she stood firm. I can't do that. Right now, my comrades are fighting those terrible monsters. I won't forgive myself if something happens to them while I'm just lying here. I understand, Lin Han said. But I don't have another teleportation formation. As if on cue, a new voice cut in. A girl had approached them. I have one. Feng Yunin stood there, holding a familiar medallion. I was nearby on a mission. I saw you running to the hospital, so I decided to check on what happened. I never thought it would be this serious. Linen's eyes lit up with hope. We need to report this to the academy and get back. Don't worry about the academy, Feng Yunin replied. I've already informed them about what's going on. They're already preparing a team. If you're heading back there, take me with you. I'm not weak. I can be quite useful. Standing side by side, they activate the formation. With a surge of light, they vanish. Only to reappear inside a strange building. Lin Han blinks, taking in their new surroundings. He spots a sign, his eyes widening. The Mangshan County Morgue, why here? Just then, Yuan. She directs the doctors. He shouts, quickly, into the vehicles. We have to evacuate. Lin Han approaches him, demanding answers. What's happening? Yuan. She turns, his face grim. You're back, he asks, his voice laced with desperation. The situation is critical. The borderland monsters. They've gone berserk. The wall is broken, Mangshan. County has fallen. My orders were to get the medical staff to safety. Mentor Jang, Gongsun, and Manga are holding them back. For now. Understanding dawned on Lin Han's face. I get it. Leave the evacuation to me. He sprinted off. I'll get to the others. The girls followed close behind. We're coming with you, they yelled. Yuan, she shouted a warning after them. Be careful, those things are out of their minds. Meanwhile, a group of warriors stood their ground. Before a colossal serpent, a familiar spear embedded in its flesh. Lin Han's eyes locked onto it. That's Gongsun Lai's spear. But where is he? Suddenly, a deafening crash thundered through the air, drawing their gaze. The giant snake was retreating. Feng Yinyan watched in confusion. Why? Why is the monster running? 3 colossal beasts were locked in a chaotic battle. Zhang Rin asked nervously. What rank are those monsters? If they're weak, we should deal with them. Lin Han's voice was grim. 3 peak supreme rank monsters. Are you sure you want to try that? She immediately backed down, seeing there was no point. Fighting beasts like that is suicide. We should go around. But just then, a monster crashed down beside them. Lin Han pointed east. This way, now. The earth-shattering roar caught its attention. It turned on them in an instant. Lin Han swept Zhang Rin into his arms and broke into a desperate sprint. They fled for their lives. Glancing back, Lin Han shouted, Why are they teaming up on us a second ago? They were trying to kill each other. Feng Yinyan's voice was strained. They're too fast. We can't outrun them.
A grim look crossed Lin Han's face. This is a serious problem.
We have to split up, he declared. I'll draw their attention. We'll meet back at the same spot later. She turned to him, understanding the grave risk.
I understand, she replied. But Jiang Rin, still in his arms, protested. You're not really going to run with me like this, are you? Lin Han just smiled.
You don't like it, he teased. If those things catch you, I die too, she shot back. He chuckled. What's wrong with that? We'll die together. Just like in a romance novel. As Feng Yinyan sprinted in the other direction, Jiang Rin yelled, Let me go! I never agreed to this! But it was too late. All three monsters ignored Feng Yinyan and chased after them. Half an hour later, Lin Han was still running, his mind racing. His stamina was immense. He could keep this pace all day, but he doubted these monsters would ever get tired. If this chase continued, it would end badly. Then, he spotted a cave in the mountainside, a chance to hide. He darted inside, moving like a shadow. The sudden move made the monsters lose his trail, but one of them sniffed the air, its eyes locking onto the dark cave. Lin Han pressed them against the wall. Only a forbidden-level spell could stop them. But I'm not alone. Just as Jiang Rin was about to whisper something, a hand touched both of their shoulders. A smiling figure stood behind them, activating a skill. Reality warped as they were teleported away.
A surprised scream escaped her lips as they crashed onto the ground in an unknown place. Stumbling to her feet, she demanded, What is going on?
Then she saw him. Teacher Jiang, overjoyed. She started shaking Lin Han, but the teacher immediately gestured for them to be quiet. It's our teacher, she whispered excitedly. Stop! Lin Han groaned. Or my head's going to fall off. Soon, around a small fire, Teacher Jiang spoke up. So, you were searching for me? Lin Han nodded. We couldn't just leave you out here. The teacher laughed warmly, thanking him. Jiang Rin, your wound. Is it okay? She smiled. It's almost fully recovered. The doctors removed the parasite that was poisoning me. Lin Han then asked. Where is Gongsun Lei and the others?
What happened? And how did you all end up so far from the walls? Teacher Jiang's expression grew serious. I had to cover our forces' retreat.
I faced 3 supreme-ranked monsters at once. Before long, other beasts were drawn to the fight, swarming me from all sides. To make things worse, a colossal worm, also supreme rank, appeared. As strong as I am, I couldn't handle all of them at once. That worm completely surrounded Mount Manon, leaving only one escape route to the south. I decided the best solution was to try, and cross the border into the Ma'ai Empire. But on the way, I ran into those same high-ranking monsters again. So I decided to hide here. And that's when you two showed up, Lin Han explained. Elder Feng Yinyan came with us. We had no time for a plan, so we had to split up. Teacher Jiang asked. She's a 3rd year, correct? Lin Han confirmed it. We agreed to meet back where we separated. She's only a diamond stage wind mage. This forest is too dangerous for her. I need to find her as soon as possible. Teacher Jiang looked concerned. I understand, he said. But going alone is a terrible idea, even if your true strength rivals that of a supreme stage master. He couldn't finish.
3 supreme rank monsters are still out there, Lin Han cut in. A group of 3 is too large a target, making us too visible.
It'll be easier for me to move alone, Jiang Ren added. You should trust him. The teacher sighed and agreed. We will stay here, but you must return, and Mishimantin. Before nightfall, whether you find her or not. Sometime later, Lin Han activated a skill, the all-seeing eye. This will find her faster. His vision expanded. He couldn't see anyone, but the skill revealed Feng Yinyan's tracks nearby. He called out. We found Teacher Jiang. Where are you? She stirred from her sleep, her eyes fluttering open. Lin Han. He immediately spun toward the sound of her voice and called her name. He rushed to her side. Are you crazy, sleeping in the middle of this forest? What if monsters attacked you? Feng Yinyan, however, was calm. I was being cautious, she explained. I set up a wind barrier that carries away my scent and warns me of anyone approaching within 500 meters. Lin Han was confused. Then why didn't you notice me? She replied simply. Because you didn't wish me any harm. My barrier only reacts to hostile intent. I see, he said, understanding now. We've found Teacher Jiang. We need to get back to the others. As night fell, they began to head back. They moved through the darkening forest. Be careful, Lin Han warned. The monsters could still be wandering around. Suddenly, he raised his hand.
Stop, he whispered. I have a bad feeling. Activating his all-seeing eye, he saw a horrifying sight. A horde of monsters was rushing
directly towards the teacher, and Jiang Rin Lin Han broke into a desperate sprint, shouting, They're in danger. They're surrounded by monsters.
Beasts in his path noticed him, turning to attack. But Lin Han was a blur, cutting them down with a series of impossibly fast blows.
He burst into the cave. Feng Yin watched in awe, wondering, where did he get all that strength? Is this the power of a golden stage master? At the same time, the teacher stood between Zhang Rin and the monster horde, and next to them stood a man completely engulfed in flames. Was covered in grievous wounds from the battle. His expression was one of absolute dread. Lin Han rushed forward, shouting his name. "Teacher Jang!" The old man looked up, his face etched with terror. "Run! Get away from here!" he screamed. "Our opponent is a peak supreme stage master. You're no match for him." A figure cloaked in raging fire strode forward. "He's right," the man sneered. "You are all nothing more than insects to me." Panic seized Lin Han as he sprinted towards them. "Stop!" he roared, his voice cracking with fear. "Teacher Jang, But it was too late. A hand, forged from pure flame, shot out, and plunged its fingers deep into his teacher's chest. Teacher Jang coughed up blood, his voice a desperate rasp. "I told you to run!" Impaled. He stared at his students. "If you interfere, you will all definitely die." His eyes began to glaze over as his life faded. "Teacher!" Zhangling screamed in anguish. Her face twisted with pure hatred. "I'll kill you," she vowed, her aura flaring. But before she could move, Lin Han appeared behind her, and with a swift palm strike, knocked her unconscious. Feng Yin started to cry out, but she was next. Another precise strike, and she slumped forward. He caught them both before they could hit the ground. "Forgive me, Elder," he whispered to his fallen teacher. He gently laid the two unconscious girls against a nearby wall. All the while, the man of fire watched, intrigued. The fiery man tilted his head. "And why did you do that?" Lin Han turned, his eyes cold as ice. "Simple," he said, his voice dangerously low. "So they wouldn't have to watch me kill you." A burst of derisive laughter echoed from the man. "You kill me. Do you even hear yourself?" Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Ah, your self-confidence. I see. I heard that worthless heart-eater was killed by your master. To be honest, I wasn't even here for you. My master gave orders not to touch you. For now. But since you've delivered yourself right into my hands. Well, that changes everything, doesn't it? I'll bring you to him as a gift. Perhaps he'll even reward me for my initiative." Lin Han's expression remained unnervingly calm. "So your master is still hiding in the shadows. Aren't you afraid he'll show up and erase you? The man chuckled condescendingly. "You truly have no idea, do you? You don't understand the power of a supreme stage master. I control everything within a 5-kilometer radius. The moment you and that girl entered my domain, I felt you. No matter how strong your master is, he couldn't hide his presence from me. You're all alone here. So drop the act and surrender. It's over." Lin Han merely scoffed. "Surrender so easily?" To some errand boy from the cult? You're only at the initial supreme stage. The man's fiery aura flared with anger. "What did you just say?" "Isn't it the truth?" Lin Han pressed. "Heart-eater was your master's dog, too? My master killed him, and your overbearing leader did nothing. He didn't seek revenge." "He ordered you not to touch me? He places no value on your lives at all. You and Heart-eater are no different. Just loyal, expendable dogs of the Blood Moon cult." The man pointed a flaming finger at him. "You love the sound of your own voice, don't you? Your words are meaningless, the foundation of our cult. Is cruelty and power? Heart-eater died because he was weak. That was his failure alone. No one else cares that he's gone. Wait a minute, did you start this conversation? Just to stall for time? It's useless. You have nowhere to run. And your ghost of a master won't save you this time." Lin Han smiled faintly. "By the way," he said, "since you're so sure of your victory, shouldn't you at least tell me your name? The man roared with laughter. "Of course I'm confident. Very well, my name is Lai Yan, the spirit tiger halberd. Remember it in the afterlife." He shot forward like a meteor, his voice booming. "Brace yourself, this is going to hurt." But Lin Han anticipated the move. With explosive speed, he leaped into the air, dodging the strike by a hair's breadth. He kicked off a rock wall, propelling himself outside. Lai Yan gave chase, a smirk on his face, trying to run. Lin Han's mind raced. If we fight here, We might hit the girls. I have to lure him further away, slash. The two blurred through the landscape at impossible speeds, slash finally stopping in a clearing deep within the forest. Lai Yan scoffed. Why stop now? Tired already, bus. Slash. Or have you foolishly decided you have a chance? Slash in response. Arcs of brilliant lightning began to crackle around Lin Han. You don't need to know, he stated coldly, slash. We've gone far enough. It's time to end this, slash. Every extra second your heart beats is an insult to Teacher Zhang's sacrifice, slash. A blinding magic circle erupted beneath his feet, slash. Forbidden technique thunderfist, slash lie. Yan's eyes widened in shock. How does a mere golden stage warrior have this kind of power? He could feel it. An energy that far surpassed the diamond stage. It was the power of the supreme stage, slash. He summoned his weapon, a massive halberd, slash. O revered demon god, your most devoted follower. Call upon the very power of hell itself, slash. Forbidden spell demon realm, slash. Lin Han drew back his fist, lightning coiling around it like a serpent, slash. This spell, I know it. He had faced it before, slash. With roars of defiance, they charged, slash. Two cataclysmic forces met in a devastating collision, slash. An explosion of pure, untamed energy. When their immense power collides, a blinding explosion tears through the battlefield, slash. Lin stands his ground. A flicker of shock in his eyes, slash. He realizes it wasn't a bluff. The boy actually used a forbidden technique, slash. With a smirk, Lin Han asks, what's the matter, slash. Are you saying you can use it, but I can't? Lin lets out a cold laugh, slash. He finally understood. It wasn't some master who killed the Hegemon Eater, slash. It was this gold stage rookie, wielding a forbidden art. And his speed? Even diamond rank masters couldn't move that fast. He recognized the spell now. He finally understood why the Overlord was so obsessed. Slash, this boy was a walking treasure trove of secrets. Slash, you've finally made this interesting, Lin declares, taking a combat stance. I will drag you to the Overlord myself, slash. Lin surges forward with blinding speed, shouting. And I'll personally tear out every secret hidden inside you, slash. Suddenly, Lin Han's eyes blaze with a crimson light as ancient symbols swirl around him. He unleashes the demon god's domain, slash. His nails sharpen to claws, and his hair grows wild, slash. He has activated his second-class son of the terrifying demon. Taking a new stance, he roars, I'll kill you. Lin freezes. Where did this monstrous aura come from? He unleashes a powerful stream of energy, flames with his staff, chanting an ancient verse. Supreme God of the halberd, grant me the might to sunder the heavens and shatter the earth. He unleashes the forbidden technique. 10,000 scorching thrusts, a torrent of fire hits Lin Han, but a barrier erupts around him, deflecting the blow. Still, a sliver of the flames pierced his defenses, leaving a searing gash on his face. He wipes the blood away, a smirk playing on his lips. I didn't realize you were hiding a trump card like that. It seems I underestimated you. Lin's eyes narrow. How can you use the demon god's domain? That forbidden art is reserved for the supreme masters of our Blood Moon cult? Lin Han just sneered. Can't you tell just by looking at me? He'd thought the demon god's domain would incinerate him in the blink of an eye, but he was wrong. However, the risk of losing control grows with every passing second. Lin glares at him, his voice laced with suspicion. That appearance. It's a demonic form? Have you already joined our cult? Lin Han scoffs. Your pathetic cult. Why would I ever think only you could use such spells? Do you take me for an idiot? Lin retorts. Only cult members granted the second class by the demon god can emit such demonic and you reek of it. You are one of us. Furious at the accusation, Lin Han unleashes a wave of magical energy, shouting, You know too much. Lin struggles against the attack, his expression a mix of shock and awe. He used the demon god's domain again. A golden stage altar, 3 forbidden spells, and an overwhelming amount of demonic chai, true genius. Since the day our cult was founded, we've never seen such talent. You must realize, he says, grabbing Lin Han's arm. After this, the Key Academy will never accept you. You no longer have a place among ordinary people. Your only home now is with us. You must join the cult. Lin Han wrenches his arm free in disgust. Your cult is just a collection of disgusting freaks who've gathered together because there's no place for you in a normal society if I ever joined you. I'm afraid my ancestors would claw their way out of their graves just to beat some sense into me. Lin laughs condescendingly. You ignorant fool. You were born in some backwater nation, the Star Dragon Empire, wasn't it?
It's no wonder you know nothing of the real world, not a single country.
Or power on this planet can rival the might of the Blood Moon cult. Without exaggeration, your empire's strongest master is but a child before our elders. You'll understand soon enough. Once I reveal your secret, you'll have no place left among humans. And you'll come crawling back to us. Linen's eyes flash with murderous intent. In that case, I have no choice but to silence you forever, so that no one will ever know my secret. He explodes forward in a blur of motion. Let's end this. I've already wasted far too much time on a pest like you. He throws a devastating punch, but Lin barely blocks it with his halberd. Struggling against the raw power, Lin thinks he's impossibly strong and fast. Shoving him back, he gasps. The demon god's domain truly lives up to its name. Linhan lunges again. This is no time for idle reflection. He strikes again with his bare hands, but Lin parries with his halberd. The weapon swings back in a vicious counter, but Linhan blocks it with his palm. He leaps aside, preparing for another assault. Their clashes create a thunderous explosion that illuminates the entire area. Lin stands his ground, weapon ready. Your strength is astounding, Linhan snarls back. Annoying insect, I'll end you right now.
With a furious roar, he pounces with terrifying speed, tackling Lin to the ground.
Lin struggles to defend himself. See, you're even more like one of us now. You can't run from your destiny. Join us. In response, Linhan sinks his teeth into the halberd itself.
I will never join you, he growls, and I will definitely kill you. He wrenches the weapon from Lin's hands, who screams, You've gone completely insane.
Linhan ignores him. Lunging forward to bite his shoulder with a savage roar, Lin cries out in agony from the vicious attack, screaming at the madman. Let go of me. He begins hammering his fists on Linhan's head. Let me go right now. Suddenly, Linhan rips his head back, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Lin screams in pure pain. Linhan spits out the bloody piece. Disgusting. I can't even eat this. I see. So there's no point in letting you live another second? Terrified, Lin scrambles away. I'm not going to die at the hands of a lunatic like you. Linhan gives chase, his voice booming. Don't even think about escaping. Suddenly, a colossal shadow falls over them, and they both freeze. An overwhelming, oppressive aura roots them to the spot. A gigantic emperor python has noticed them, letting out a deafening hiss. Lin's face turns white. What is a tops level supreme rank monster doing here? The heavens have truly cursed me. But Linhan just looks at the beast, licks his lips, and lets out a challenging roar. The emperor python's attention snaps to him, its hissing intensifying. In an instant, its massive tail strikes with devastating force, launching him high into the sky. Lin sees the monster's gaze turn towards him and screams, Stay away from me! He flees for his life, the colossal python slithering after him at terrifying speed. The next morning, Linhan stumbles through the forest. That imperial python! Its power was on another level entirely. He leans against a tree, catching his breath. If it wasn't for my forbidden art, I never would have survived that attack. He finally deactivates the demonic power, his body returning to normal. It seems my core wasn't damaged. That's good. With that, he heads back to the cave entrance, where he sees the girl sitting beside their fallen mentor. Funi notices his approach and asks, Are you okay? Linhan nods gravely. I'm fine. We need to go, quickly. Mentor Jang sacrificed his life for us. He thinks to himself, I can't let his sacrifice be for nothing. I have to get them to safety. Jang Ring looks up, about to say something. About Teacher Jang, but she can't find the words. Linhan speaks with urgency. There is a top-ranked Emperor Python roaming nearby. We'll be in mortal danger. If we take his body with us, we'll have to lay his spirit to rest right here. That monster could appear at any second. And it possesses the power to crush everyone it sees. I need to get this information to the others immediately so we can take every precaution. At that same moment, Gongan, Lini, and Shaga are elsewhere, in a field swarming with monsters. Wan sprints from the forest, an explosion erupts behind her. She screams for help, Gongsun sees the blast. What kind of monster is that, She reaches him, breathless. No time to think, we have to run. He spots the Imperial Python chasing them, that beast is enormous. It must be at the peak of the supreme rank. Looking closer, he realizes, wait, that snake is chasing someone. Don't tell me it's our mentor, Jung. At that thought, Gongsun sprints back into the trees, The mentor stayed behind to cover us. What if it's really him, he has to find out. Xiao chases him, shouting not to be so reckless, At that very moment, Lin is also fleeing from the colossal beast, screaming for his senior. Help me, I have vital information to report. Slash in a flash. A man from the cult appears beside him. He lands a devastating kick on the monster's head. Slash. Have you lost your mind? Why did you lure the Imperial Python here without permission? You've jeopardized the Master's grand plan. Have you forgotten what happens to those who anger him? Lean falls to his knees, pleading, please, believe me.
I assure you, my information will not disappoint the Master, Senior Lee glares down. This is the first and last time. I will hold off the Python. You deliver that message to the Master's ears. We will meet later, Lean thanks him for saving his life.
He flees, exhausted, muttering, it's best not to mess with monsters of that rank. I need to get out of here. He then runs straight into Gongsun and the girls in the forest. Who are you people? Gongsun demands. Lean smirks. I have the exact same question for you. Gongsun introduces himself and his school, the Kiqing Academy. Lean chuckles darkly. Oh, the Kiqing Academy. You say, Gongsun scowls. What's so funny? Does this mean you're acquainted with Jiangnan? I can send you to him, right now? How does that sound, Yi? Gongsun asks. What did you do to our mentor? With a terrifyingly serious expression, Lean replies, I killed him? Of course, pure rage ignites in Gongsun. He charges forward, screaming, I'll kill you for this. Meanwhile, Lin Han watches through his skill, thinking, that freak Lean somehow managed to survive. But why are Gongsun and the others fighting him? I have to help. And besides, he knows far too much. He cannot be left alive. Zhang Ren asks what he saw, Lin Han turns to his team. You need to return to base immediately and report to command. He thinks, there are no other dangerous monsters nearby, so they should be safe. Zhang Ren asks, aren't you coming with us? I'm going to find Gongsun and the others, he says. I'm a little worried about them. Feng Union waves, telling his junior to be careful. Lin Han pulls an artifact from his inventory. He thinks, Lean is too strong. Gongsun and the others won't be able to handle him. It's time for me to use the imbalance mask. He then vanishes into the forest. Feng Union notices Zhang Ren watching him. What's wrong? Zhang Ren looks at her. I still have one thing left to do. You go on ahead and don't worry about me. After they leave, she takes out her phone. She calls someone. This is Zhang Ren, she says. If you truly care about me, you will listen to my one request. At the same time, Gongsun blocks a devastating strike from Lean's halberd, but is thrown to the ground, Lean, holding Xiao with one hand. Scoffs at them. You pathetic losers. Did you really hope you could avenge your mentor? He points his halberd at the wounded Duan. I'm tired of playing with you.
I'll finish this now, starting with her. He swings his weapon, shouting, now you'll go to your mentor.
He hurls his weapon with all his might. The terrified Duan closes her eyes, crying out that this time she's finished for sure.
But at the last second, someone catches the halberd, saving her from certain death. Lean is stunned. Who are you? Lin Han. His appearance completely changed, throws the weapon aside.
He tells the monster, you do not deserve to know my name. He channels energy into his hand and uses the revival skill. Xiao and Gongsun look at him in shock. Duan says, don't talk nonsense. This unknown master saved us.
Elder, thank you for saving our lives. Lin Han turns his back. You don't have to thank me. It would be better if you quickly leave here. I will deal with him myself.
Lean becomes enraged. You freak, he roars. Do you really think I'll just let them leave? He leaps into the air with his halberd, screaming, do you seriously think you're a hero? In that case, you'll die first. Lin Han raises his hand. A magic circle appears, blocking the attack with ease. The disciples immediately start to run away, and as he flees, Gongsun prays for the senior's victory.
With a laugh, Lean leaps aside. You can use revival. That means you're just support class. You don't stand a chance against a spearman.
Lin Han remains perfectly still. Say whatever you wish. Lean scoffs. I never thought I'd be challenged. By a mere healer. He lunges forward in a blur of motion. But Lin Han is faster, his sword already drawn, blocking the lightning-fast strike. He shoves Lean back with a powerful swing. That sword. Where did you get it? Is your name? Zhang Shifeng? Lin Han's eyes turn cold. Enough talk. Let's end this now. In the next instant, they clash. A storm of steel and sparks filling the air. Lin Han analyzes his opponent. His speed is incredible. Almost impossible to track. And his defense is rock solid. I have to finish this fast. The divine face won't last forever. Suddenly, His sword shatters, slash. The divine power was fading. Slash Lean sneers. Where is your real blade? Do you truly care? Lin Han retorts, searching desperately for a weakness in Lean's form. But Lean's expression twists with rage. So you're not Zhang Shifeng? No matter. I'll pry the truth from your corpse. Just then, a hooded figure attacks from the shadows.
A brutal kick sends Lean skidding across the ground. He groans, complaining that the challengers just keep coming one after another. Suddenly, a girl with 2
swords leaps toward him, her voice sharp. Will you just shut up? A flash of steel follows as she unleashes a storm of strikes, launching him into the air. Lin Han watches, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. He knows that technique, that murderous aura. Lean clutches his wound, gasping. Who in the hell are you? Zhang Ruin settles into a deadly stance. I am the one who will kill you. A cold smile plays on her lips. Or perhaps you know me better as the goddess of thorns. I will be your opponent. She then turns to the elder. Please, leave this one to me. My contract states I must kill him with my own hands. I have my own score to settle with him. Lin Han interrupts. Why not join forces? He calculates quickly. Zhang Ruin's strength is immense. If they attack him, together, they can end this before his divine phase expires. But Lean's face twists with fury. I have no feud with the goddess of thorns. If I recall, you're a mercenary for the Merchants Guild who hired you. I'm willing to pay double for his head. Ruin lunges toward him, siding with the elder. Deal. Lin Han immediately casts a spell, shouting, Now! They strike as one overwhelmed. Lean can't possibly resist. His halberd clatters to the ground as his injuries take their toll. He collapses,
coughing up blood. Lin Han stands over him, dagger glinting. A single thought in his mind. See you in hell. But his focus is shattered by a
massive explosion in the distance. What's going on over there? He instantly activates his divine eye skill to find out, his gaze locking onto a man battling a titanic monster. He wonders, is that another Blood Moon disciple he's holding back the Emperor Python single-handedly? His power is off the charts, and that sickly green mist, is that the Emperor Python's poison? Lin Han knows none of his allies would last a second in that toxic cloud. And it's spreading too. Quickly, if it reaches the main encampment, the consequences will be unimaginable. The only Supreme Stage Master is already commanding. The defense of the wall, meaning no reinforcements are coming. It seems he'll have to take another huge risk. Just then, Zhang Ruin speaks.
The hard part is over. It looks like I can finish him myself. But then she adds, wait, if you need help, I can go.
With you. But Lin Han is already gone, a blur of motion as his mind races. That monster is overpowering the Emperor Python. As they say, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. He could unite with the Python and drive these cultists out of here. Sometime later, the mysterious man continues to battle the colossal snake, roaring, You must die. He summons a giant hand of pure magical energy, ready to crush his foe. But unexpectedly for him,
a bolt of lightning shatters his spell. Shocked, he whirls around, demanding, Who dares interfere? Lin Han stands there, pointing his
hand at him. I'm the one who will kill you, he declares. You're from the Blood Moon cult, aren't you? The man crosses his arms and smirks. And what if I am? He doesn't even try to hide it. You've got some nerve, threatening me, Lin Han calls out to the Emperor Python. Let's team up and
kill him together. After this, you leave the border and return to the territory of Mushan County. Everything will go back to how it was. He thinks.
He'd better agree. Or this cultist will turn him into a snakeskin cloak. The Emperor Python accepts his proposal. It thinks to itself, if I knew these two-legged beings were so strong, I never would have left my territory. Crazily seethes with rage at their alliance. What do you insects think you're doing? He lunges towards Lin Han, roaring. You should have never come here, freak. He throws a devastating punch, but the Emperor Python intercepts, shielding Lin Han as he prepares a spell. The beast turns to him. I will buy you some time, prepare. Something powerful. Lin Han gives a thumbs up. Thanks. He raises his staff to the sky and invokes a forbidden art, Chaos Domain. Judgment Day. The spell's power is so immense that the very mountains begin to tremble. At the same time, Lean is on his knees, begging Lady Ruin to spare him. I can give you valuable information about Lin Han, he pleads. I'll tell you his terrible secret in exchange for my life. Zhang Ruin pauses, pulling back her hood. You have my attention. Speak. Lean rushes to say, Lin Han? He's become a follower of the Blood Moon cult. I'm sure of it. During our fight, he used the power of his second class. He even cast 3 of our cult's forbidden spells. He is about to say more, but Jang Ruin's sword flashes across his neck. She killed him in a single, silent blow. You know too much.
Only the dead can keep secrets. At that moment, a powerful gust of wind rushes past, startling her. She looks toward its source, thinking, this is the same
forbidden spell that boss Lin Han used. That mysterious master ran in that direction. Could it truly be the boss, after all? Meanwhile, Lin Han sits on a throne of pure magic, high atop the mountain he just created. He raises a hand and declares, "The trial of the sinner, crazily, begins now." Magic circles materialize around him, unleashing ethereal chains. Crazily scoffs, raising a hand. Such nonsense! He unleashes a torrent of magical power, shattering the chains just before they reach him. He immediately spins, and with another blast of magic, sends the Emperor Python flying. The beast recovers in an instant, striking back with its massive tail.
Crazily stood his ground, blocking the colossal blow with a single hand. Lin Han, still on his throne, summons countless giant arrows. He unleashes
them all downwards, and they slam into the ground, kicking up enormous clouds of dust. But crazily emerges completely unharmed, asking, "Did you really think you could kill me with such pathetic tricks? You severely underestimate me." Lin Han is stunned by what he's seeing. He couldn't even leave a single scratch on him. Crazily's ominous aura explodes outwards. Now, it's my turn to attack. Lin Han looks at him in complete shock, thinking, how is he so strong? This is his first time facing such a powerful master. In a single leap, Crazily is right before him. Is this all you've got, model? He had to stop wasting time. He conjured 2 palms of pure energy, launching them forward instantly. Lin Han could only watch in horror. Realizing he's too fast, there's no way to dodge. But just then, he was stunned to see Zhang Ruing leap in front of him. A blur of motion. She unleashed a flurry of rapid dagger strikes, shattering the spell completely. But as she glanced aside, Crazy Li was already upon her. A brutal blow sent her spiraling to the ground. With terrifying speed, Lin Han dove after her, screaming her name. At the very last second, he managed to catch her in his arms. They landed safely, and he frantically asked if she was okay. Zhang Ruing just stared at him. "Boss," she said, "it seems you've been hiding quite a lot from me." She thought, if she hadn't seen it herself, she never would have believed this young man could wield such immense power. Of course, she always suspected he was holding something back, but this was beyond anything she could have imagined. Crazy Li hovered nearby, annoyed. "Could you two stop your little drama already? Just tell me your name," he demanded. Zhang Ruing turned to her boss. "You've used so many fake identities, I don't even know
what to call you anymore," she sighed. "We are definitely having a long talk when we get back." Lin Han just chuckled and agreed. He knew this would happen. If he used a forbidden level spell that powerful, someone was bound to recognize it. Zhang Ruing raised a defiant hand. "Remember this name, you freak. My name is..." But Lin Han stopped her. "I'm grateful you covered for me again," he said softly. "But this time, leave this to me." He knew this Crazy Li was incredibly strong. Even with the Emperor Python's help, he couldn't win. It seemed he had no choice but to use his demon-class spell. He really didn't want to reveal yet another secret to her. But he was flustered when Zhang Ruing leaned in close. "Do you really want to protect me that badly?" she asked. Crazy Li's rage boiled over. "Are you ignoring me?" he roared. "Have you forgotten that I'm still here?" He unleashed his magic, forming a colossal statue of energy. "Behold the world destroyer, Tathagata." Jiang Ruing leaped forward, shouting, "We can't let him complete that spell." She landed, her power surging. "Venerable god of shadows and assassins, lend me a piece of your boundless power." Forbidden technique falling petals. At the same time, Lin Han aimed his hand, unleashing his judgment skill. Countless arrows of light shot forth from his energy. Crazy Li instantly threw up a magic shield to defend himself. But to his shock, his shield buckled and shattered. The barrage of projectiles flew past, forcing him to shield his face. The onslaught left his clothes in tatters, and he clutched his arm in pain. Zhang Ruing rushed forward. "Now's our chance. We have to finish him while he's weakened." But Lin Han sensed something was wrong. "Stop!" he yelled. A sinister smile spread across Crazy Li's face as he began to laugh. "It's too late," he cackled. Commanding the giant statue, Tathagata's palm, a massive energy hand descended. Lin Han found himself frozen inside a magic circle, thinking, I can't move. I should have used my demon form from the start. Is this the end? Zhang Ruing turned, a worried look on her face as she called out his name. She managed to throw herself between him and the magical palm at the last possible moment. Zhang Ruing! Lin Han screamed as a massive explosion engulfed everything. A badly wounded Zhang Ruing fell from the smoke. He caught her, his voice trembling. Why? Why did you do that? She barely opened her eyes. I'm glad. You're okay. Lin Han gently placed her on the ground and began a healing spell. I won't let anything happen to you, he vowed. Just rest. I'll handle everything else. Crazy Li sneered. Your efforts are futile. You're both dead men walking. Let's just end this. But then, Lin Han transformed into his demon form. He turned to the python. Go back to your territory, and never return. The beast obeyed instantly, muttering as it left. This land of bipeds is a disgusting place. I will never come back. Crazy Li pointed a trembling finger, his eyes wide with shock. You're the one our leader was looking for. Lin Han's voice was a low growl. I don't care who's looking for me. Sooner or later, I will devour every last member of your cult. He shot forward, his hand wreathed in demonic flames. And I'll start with you, a freak at the peak of the supreme stage. Crazy Li blocked the strike, his face a mask of shock. Wait, you're the chosen son of our demon god. We don't have to fight. Just come with me, he thought. If I can bring him to the leader, my reward will be immense. Lin Han's voice was ice. Why would I negotiate with my prey? Shut up and fight. He slammed his fist into the ground, but Crazy Li barely leaped aside. He stared in surprise, thinking, his aura, it's completely changed. For a moment there, I actually felt fear. Lin Han's voice boomed. Demon god's domain, demon realm. You were so proud of your power, he snarled. Now, let me show you what real strength is. Crazy Li stared in disbelief. He used 2 of our cult's forbidden spells at once, Lin Han roared. The aura of the Peak Supreme stage is so sweet. If you don't resist, this will be much easier. I can just eat you as you are. But Crazy Li unleashed a powerful surge of energy. The venerable demon god himself granted me my 2nd demonic class, he shouted. I didn't want to kill you, but you leave me no choice. He activated his own skill, Demon Realm, his body dissolving into red smoke before lashing out with a palm of pure energy. Now you must die, he screamed. Lin Han just laughed, a wide, terrifying grin on his face. You smell so delicious. Show me everything. You've got, Crazy Li thought with arrogance. As long as I'm in my blood fog form inside the demon realm, no physical attack can harm me. My victory is already assured. He was utterly stunned when Lin Han suddenly burst through the fog and appeared right in front of him. He delivered a powerful punch straight to his face. How? Crazy Li thought in shock as he was sent flying. He crashed to the ground, his demon form dissipating. This can't be, he gasped. It was just a fluke. He tried to summon the blood fog again, but nothing happened. What's going on? Why can't I transform his own blood essence? Had weakened drastically. That's when he saw it. Lin Han opened his mouth wide, inhaling all the demonic energy he was trying to use. Crazy Li watched in horror, shouting, It's... The fiend begins devouring his chi / all those years of cultivation. Being drained away / he lunges towards the attacker / stop. That power does not belong to you. Lin Han's eyes blaze with a terrifying light as he swings his hand, striking with blinding speed. The blow connects with the crazed attacker / He coughs up a spray of blood / How is this possible? / He broke through my defenses without any effort. Lin Han pulls back his hand as his grievously injured foe collapses. / He brings his fingers to his lips / tasting the blood that remained. Such a delicious scent, he whispers / I want to devour it all / the attacker. Crazy Li staggers to his feet, clutching his wound. You've gone completely insane. Lin Han descends upon him like a predator, slamming him to the ground and opening his mouth to bite down. At that moment, Zhang Ruing's senses return. She slowly opens her eyes. What's happening? Her gaze falls upon Lin Han, trying to eat a man who is screaming in agony. She covers her mouth in horror / Why does Lin Han look like one of those demons / Could this be his 2nd grade that Lin mentioned / It feels so sinister. Lin Han, she cries out / He turns, a piece of flesh still in his mouth / He stands up slowly. He spits it out.
Disgusting. Slash, his eyes land on her. Slash, but you're so beautiful. You smell so good. Slash, I want to eat you. Slash, he stalks toward her and grabs her.
Terror fills Jung Ruing's eyes. Slash, Lin Han, wake up. Slash, you have to fight it. Slash, don't let the demon inside you take over.
But her words don't reach him. Slash, he bites into her shoulder, sending a shock of intense pain through her. Slash, but then he stops. Because Jung Ruing hugged him. Her hand gently caresses his face, shocking him into confusion. She offers a kind, pained smile. This isn't you doing this, is it?
The Lin Han I know treasures the people he loves. He would do anything for his family, for his friends. He's the kind of person who would help a total stranger.
Just because they were in trouble. I will never believe that man would willingly hurt someone he cares for. Don't forget who you are. You are the only altar. Who has ever reached the golden stage? You're a miracle, a living legend. And you are my only friend. Jung Ruing kisses him. Please, come back to your senses. Slash. In that instant, Lin Han regains control. Slash. He stares in shock at the blushing girl before him. Suddenly, a splitting headache tears through his mind. Slash, Jung Ruing grabs his hand, her expression filled with worry. Slash, you're awake. He clutches his head, pushing her away. Slash, run. You have to run. Slash, I can't control myself. Slash. She starts to protest, but he cuts her off. You can't help me, he roars. Slash, just go. Now. Slash, Jung Ruing hesitates, her eyes filled with concern, before finally turning to leave. As she runs, she thinks to herself, how can I leave him alone like this? I'll just keep my distance and watch over him. I believe in you. Lin Han, you can do this. Lin Han glares at the demonic mark flaring on his hand. Slash, I know you can hear me, he shouts to the empty air. Slash, come out and face me. Slash, or I'll kill us both right now. The world dissolves around him, transporting him to a dark, empty void. Slash, a demonic voice echoes. Slash, you were so happy when she kissed you. Why didn't you just devour her then? Slash, if you consumed her, you two would become one. Slash, wouldn't it be wonderful to be together forever? Never, Lin Han snarls. I will never hurt her. Slash, the demon extends a hand. Slash, why do you resist? Slash, accept me, and you will reach the saint stage in no time. From there, the top of the world is within your grasp. Does that truly mean nothing to you? Lin Han's gaze is like ice. It means nothing. I don't need shortcuts. You're just an echo in my mind, a poison from Blade Shay. I suppressed you once, and I will do it again. The demon throws its head back and laughs. A terrifyingly wide smile spreads across its face. Slash, you are far too arrogant. Slash, compared to me, you are a pitiful weakling. Slash, why should I listen to you? You are the one who should obey me. I am stronger. Slash, crackling. Lightning erupts from Lin Han's hand. Slash, you brag about your strength. Slash, but it's nothing. I can erase your very existence with a wave of my hand. Slash. The demon dodges aside. You're bluffing. Slash, Lin Han continues to gather lightning within a magic circle. Believe what you want. Since you desire this body so badly, then I will simply destroy it. A grim smile touches his lips. In the end, neither of us will have anything, and I will be perfectly satisfied with that. True fear flashes in the demon's eyes. Are you mad? You'll disappear too.
Aren't you afraid of that? Lin Han looks at the pathetic creature. Of course I'm afraid, but I am more afraid of what you would do.
If you took over this body, I refuse to watch you cause chaos while I am powerless to stop it. I would rather destroy our shared vessel beforehand. The demon screams. I don't believe you. Slash, all humans fear death. You're no exception. Slash, Lin Han's spell grows brighter, more intense. There are the living who are lighter than a feather, and there are the dead who are heavier than Mount Tai. I will do what I must to purge this inner demon, once and for all. Slash, panic filled the demon's eyes as it reached for him. Slash, pleading with this madman to stop. But Lin Han wouldn't listen. A devastating bolt of lightning slammed into his own body. Slash, terror washed over Jang Ruin. Slash, and she screamed his name, her voice filled with dread. The impact rocked them both to their core. Slash. The demon shrieked, calling him insane. Slash. How could he possibly use a forbidden technique on himself? He had to stop now, or the next blow would be fatal. Slash. But Lin Han's expression was grim. Slash. How could he stop when this pitiful fragment of a consciousness was so resistant, so intent on destroying everything? Slash. He gave it two choices: surrender, or perish with him. Slash. The demon stared back, its face hardening. It told him not to be a fool, slash. But Lin Han prepared to strike himself again, his voice thundering, slash, either you surrender or you die. The raw terror was too much. The demon finally broke, screaming its submission, slash. It finally understood who was the true master, slash Lin Han's command was cold. Then leave, hide in the deepest crevice of my consciousness, and forget you ever existed. Next time, there will be no threats. As it vanished, the demon spat a final curse. You will regret this. When I have enough blood qi, I will tear myself free and become the true owner of this body. But Lin Han simply ordered it to go.
This body has only one master, and it is me. His strength finally gave out, and he began to fall, thinking he had suppressed the demon within.
At least, for a little while. He collapsed, his consciousness fading from the world. But Jang Ruin caught him, desperately crying out to him. He opened his eyes, a faint smile on his lips. Slash, I dealt with it. It won't hurt you anymore. Slash, Jang Ruin's fear turned to disbelief. Are you completely insane? Hitting yourself with a forbidden technique. His eyes rolled back as darkness took him completely. Panic seized her as she screamed his name. Slash. Sometime later, in a hospital. Ran sat by Lin Han's bedside. Slash, Jang Ruin couldn't believe she was here. Slash, but Ran made it clear she didn't come for her. She was only here to see how he was doing. Slash, he's still unconscious, isn't he? It's been a few days. Slash. She told Ruin not to get the wrong idea.
She was only repaying a debt for the times he saved her life. Slash, changing the subject. Ran sized her up. Slash. So, you've reached the peak of the gold stage.
Assassin class. That's not bad. She even noted a hint of her own style in Ruin's movements. But Ruin's reply was sharp. She vowed to become stronger than Ran, and that she would never betray her family. Slash. A shadow crossed Ran's face. I had my reasons for leaving the Jang family. If you knew the truth, you would have done the same. Slash, Ruin's anger flared. Slash. What truth? You keep talking about it, so just explain. But Ran only looked away. The right time hasn't come. Slash, Ruin's voice rose with sheer frustration. You're just talking.
Enough with these cryptic warnings. If you refuse to explain, then stop tormenting me with half-truths. You know you'd do the same in my position. Stop hiding behind your words. Your excuses are meaningless. You are nothing but a traitor. Rian tells her sister that one day. She may come to understand and even forgive her.
She sincerely hopes she can escape the clutches of the Jang family, a place she never truly belonged. But as Ryan tries to say more, she senses something. A strange presence makes her turn away. Leaping from the window, she vanishes, leaving her furious sister to scream. Are you running away again? At that very moment, a man hovers silently above a nearby roof, a quiet observer. He watches Ruyan land before him and remarks, So you did notice me? He admits he didn't expect her at the border, but promises the Academy will never forget her contribution to the battle. Ruyan scoffs. I don't need your recognition. It would be better if you, a saint stage master, explained why you stood by while Mingshan burned. He explains his duty as the guardian of the Kaoki Academy, stating he cannot simply abandon his post. But Ryan retorts, if it weren't for Lin Han, who was willing to sacrifice his very life, and that mysterious master, this entire region would have become a living hell on earth. She demanded to know how he could risk so many disciples and masters at the border, all for the title of guardian. The man simply says that the crisis has passed and all is safe. Ruyan turns away, disgusted. It ended well only because Lin Han fought desperately to protect his friends. And the innocent villagers? What if he wasn't strong enough? How would you justify your inaction then? And with that, she disappears. The guardian is about to mutter something about the younger generation when he turns, sensing another person. You're back already. Since when did the director take up eavesdropping on others' conversations? Su Junan appears, his face grim. I would not have come in person if this matter wasn't extremely serious. Just before the Blood Moon cult's attack, he reveals. The Empire's high command inexplicably summoned almost every high-ranking official to a meeting. The result was that none of them could arrive in time to help. He has every reason to believe there's a traitor among the Empire's top brass. Someone working for the cult. The Guardian notes the lack of proof. You didn't come here just for a suspicion, did you? Su Junan agrees there is more. The Mingshan border is showing the first signs of a natural disaster. The Guardian looks toward the mountains and sighs. It seems the border is about to get very busy. Sometime later, Lin Han's eyes flutter open. I'm sorry for making you worry, he whispers. A thrilled Duan pulls him into a hug. You're finally awake, he yells. Lin Han is shocked. An entire month. Last time he was unconscious for a week, but now a whole month. This is terrifying. He needs to be more careful. Gongsun, she confirms that Elder Fuwa brought him back barely alive. The doctors struggled for ages to awaken him, but he remained lost in slumber. Lin Han suddenly blushes, remembering the moment she kissed him. He reasons that it was an emergency, but the fact remains, she kissed him. How is he supposed to act around her now? What should he even be thinking? Struggling to clear the fog in his mind, he starts to ask about Ran, but Denan raises her hand, cheerfully cutting him off. She heard that Senior Fua had already returned to the army. She was only there to help with the crisis in Manan. Lin Han feels a wave of relief. He doesn't have to explain himself just yet, but he makes a vow to thank and apologize to her properly next time. Suddenly, his eyes widen. He calls his friends closer, a strange look on his face. He asks if he's just imagining things, or if they've all changed. Danon beams, thrilled he finally noticed. She's a gold stage mage now. Yanni looks away with a slight smirk. He's achieved the peak of the gold stage assassin class. Gong Sunan proudly declares that he's a spearman of the gold stage. Tingxing adds, with a smile, that he's just a hair's breadth away from reaching gold stage himself. Lin Han is floored. He gives them a huge thumbs up, praising their incredible effort. It feels like he's been asleep for years, not just a month. Their cultivation speed is simply monstrous. Gong Sunli tells their captain they're overjoyed he's finally awake. Since their entire team is assembled, they can finally participate in the 5 Grade Academy tournament. Lin Han is completely in the dark, asking what kind of tournament. This is, Yuan explains that each academy fields a team of 7 participants. 5 of them must be freshmen, and only 2 can be seniors. If they qualify and win, the academy will grant them 20% of all its resources for an entire year. Gong Sunan adds that winning the whole thing is a long shot, but clinching one of the top spots is definitely within their reach. Lin Han's mind races. 20% of the academy's resources is a king's ransom. He asks what they're waiting for. They need to enroll immediately. Danan just laughs, telling him not to worry about it. They signed up a long time ago and were just waiting for him to recover. Just then, Chenna enters the room. She heard rumors that their hero had finally woken up and came to see for herself. She remarks that he's looking good. The senior with her is also glad to see him back on his feet. Lin Han's face lights up. They've come at the perfect time. He realizes their missing team members have just arrived. His sudden enthusiasm leaves them completely bewildered. He grins, calling them by name. A massive opportunity just fell into their laps, one that promises a huge payout. Would they like to join the tournament? The senior asks thoughtfully if he's talking about the 5 Academy tournament. That does sound interesting. She thinks to herself that resources are never a bad thing. It might be worth a shot. Chenna agrees the offer is tempting, but she was so worried about him that she couldn't even bring herself to leave the academy grounds. So she makes him a deal. If he joins her on a shopping trip, just once, she promises she'll think about it. He agrees in a heartbeat with a determined expression. Lin Han vows to do his best, but Lini immediately shatters his resolve, warning him that shopping with his sister is a trial by fire, but for the team, he must endure. A short while later, 2 nurses express their happiness at his recovery and tell him to take care. Lin Han waves to them with a grateful smile. He covers his face, lost in thought. He has to get stronger so he never ends up in a hospital bed again. Stepping outside, he's surprised to see Chenna waving at him with a bright smile. Lin Han gets a little flustered, telling her she looks great. She asks with a playful smile, "Didn't I look good before?" But she decides not to tease the hero who was just discharged from the hospital. It's time to celebrate his recovery. But as they walk, Lin Han feels an uneasy presence. He looks around, his face tense. Why does he have the feeling that someone is watching him? The sensation is irritating. Chenna notices his concern and asks if something is wrong. In that moment, a massive crowd swarms them. They shout his name with overwhelming joy, confirming it's really him. They thank him for saving them and wish him a long life, begging for a comment on the Borderlands incident. Their hero was finally back among them. Lin Han is completely overwhelmed by the chaos. What is happening? Chenna explains that while he was unconscious, rumors of his heroic deeds spread like wildfire. It's no wonder he has fans now. They stare at the adoring crowd for a few seconds in stunned silence. Then, Lin Han breaks into a dead sprint. He's had fan encounters before, and he can't go through that again. He spots an inconspicuous corner, an idea flashing in his mind. Grabbing Chenna's hand, he yells for his senior to follow him. They hide between the buildings as the mob of fans rushes right past, completely oblivious. Lin Han whispers for them to stay quiet. He looks away, muttering about how insane this is. Chenna is completely embarrassed, her heart pounding in her chest. He was holding her so close, Lin Han peeks around the corner and tells his senior the coast is clear. He turns back and asks what's wrong, noticing her flushed face, trying to calm her breathing. Chenna says she's just a little tired. Lin Han points down another alley. If they go back, they'll surely be spotted. He suggests they go this way instead. She agrees, and soon after. They arrive at a beautiful building that catches his eye. He never expected they would run all the way to the Millennium. It's been a long time since he's seen Manager Lu. Chenna points to the entrance with a smile, asking her junior if he wants to take a look inside. He agrees, a visit couldn't hurt. Inside the Millennium, Manager Lu says Lin Han really made him worry. He even visited him a couple of times while he was unconscious. He's relieved to see him fully recovered. He gestures toward his office, inviting them in. Lin Han says he knew he'd be worried, so he came here right after waking up. Nearby, a doorman standing at the entrance asks his colleague why the master is being so polite to this kid. He doesn't look like some powerful master. The other guard immediately whips out his phone. He asks the idiot with a shocked look if he seriously doesn't know who Mr. Lin Han is. He shows him the newsfeed, and the first guard asks in disbelief, "This is the hero." He then unveils a weapon of legendary rank, the Tiger Spirit Halberd. This incredible treasure was brought to them by Fua. Lin Han stares at the weapon, his expression stunned. A thought flashes through his mind. So that was the demon's name. It seems Ryan didn't just spare Lin. She utterly destroyed him. And true to her nature, she took his prize. After all, her love for money is absolute. Manager Lu chimes in, asking if he likes it, even offering a generous discount. But Lin Yan simply states he has no need for it. At that, Manager Lu produces a small envelope. Fua had apparently left something for him. Lin Yan takes it, breaks the seal, and discovers a map, with a single spot marked by a cross. Lin Yan's eyes widen in surprise. "This is outside Mingshan County," he exclaims. Could their battle with Craze have somehow created an anomaly there? And when did she even give this to him? "Almost a month ago," the manager replies. Lin Yan's face drains of color. This was bad. Very bad. If his hunch was right, then a natural disaster could erupt there at any moment. Later, atop the colossal wall encircling the city, Lin Yan activates a skill, altering his appearance. He becomes a blur, darting behind two guards. In a heartbeat, he leaps from the wall, plummeting towards the ground below. One of the guards turns. "Did you say something?" The other just shakes his head. "No, I thought it was you." Meanwhile, Lin Yan tears through the forest at blinding speed. His divine eye skill fully active, he spots a massive pillar of flame in the distance. "Found it," he whispers. Fortunately, the natural disaster hadn't fully manifested yet. It seemed no one else had noticed the brewing catastrophe. This was perfect. He would simply wait for it to activate, then claim the source for himself. But as he leaps down, something below immediately captures his attention. A voice cuts the silence. "Master, are you certain this is the place where the calamity will manifest? Concealed behind a rock?" Lin Han watches as the man above speaks with absolute certainty. "A battle between two supreme masters unfolded here," he declared. They unleashed forbidden-level spells without a second thought. There can be no mistake, He then addresses the girl beside him. "Exer," he says, "I fail to see why you'd go to such extremes for that boy. The 10th realm is the absolute ceiling for an altar. There is no need for you to court such peril for a phantom chance to strengthen it, she replies firmly. "Master, I only wish to fulfill my younger brother's dream. That is all. Besides, didn't you mention an altar that reached the gold stage appeared in the Star Dragon Empire, I've also heard rumors that its wielder is incredibly powerful. So I believe that one day, my brother can also stand among the elites of our Mai Empire. Still hidden." Lin Han's mind races, a golden stage altar. Are they talking about me? The master's face twists with surprise. "We don't know. If such an altar even exists, it's merely a rumor from a rival empire. In the long history of our Mai Empire, only one legendary altar ever reached such a divine level, there's a reason they are called silver stage altars. The path to the next level is known as the path of death. The probability of perishing during the breakthrough is astronomical. Why take such a foolish risk?" Lin Han silently agrees. He's right. If not for my 10,000 times attribute boost, I would have been annihilated. Exer's resolve doesn't waver. "It is my younger brother's dream. I just want to help him see it through, But please, do not worry. Once we acquire the source of the calamity, I will warn him of every single danger, The master sighs. "I understand. This time, and this time only. I will help you secure the source, but I will not interfere again. And let me warn you now, with your brother's constitution, his chances of surviving the breakthrough are practically zero. Raw energy converges in his palm. Now, let's end this quickly. We are trespassing in another's territory. After all, the source of the calamity isn't fully mature, but I can give it a little push. He unleashes a tremendous
torrent of power. The very earth groans and trembles in response. Linhan watches in shock as boulders around him begin to levitate. That old fool is force-ripening the source.
A brilliant light erupts from a fissure in the ground. There it is, he thinks. The source I came for. He leaps from his hiding spot. And I have no intention of sharing it. At that very moment, back at the KI Academy, an urgent report comes in. Mr. Vice Rector, we've detected massive magical fluctuations near Michon County. The amplitude suggests forbidden-level magic has been used. The Keeper's voice rings with urgency. Relay this to the security department immediately. And notify all masters and disciples in the border region.
Evacuate the residents of Michon County, now. Meanwhile, the master and his disciple descend. This is the first barrier of the calamity source.
You will go no further. The source is unstable. It could detonate at any moment. Leave this to me. Suddenly, his eyes widen in disbelief as a figure blazes past him in a flash. Who goes there? Stop at once. The master is stunned. I didn't even sense his presence. Linen's fist crashes into the barrier. You're the one who needs to stop, you crazy old man, he roars. If you keep provoking this source, you'll destroy everyone in the vicinity. The barrier shatters. Besides, this source belongs to me. And I'm not handing it over to some kid who pushes the responsibility for his own power onto his sister and her master. Exer's face darkens with anger. Stop, thief, she shouts. That source is ours. Do not steal the spoils of our victory. Linhan scoffs, ignoring her as flames engulf his fist. Who told you I was stealing anything? This source was always mine. You're the only vile thieves here. And I'm done with this pointless argument. He smashes the final barrier as the cavern begins to crumble around them. Stop, the master yells. This place is about to collapse, Exer. We must leave, Shay. Linhan approaches the pulsating core. Finally, I found you. He reaches out his hand. And now, you're mine. But from the shadows. A beam of destructive energy hurtles towards him. He whips around, narrowly dodging the lethal attack. So, you've resorted to sneak attacks, he shouts. He activates his divine eye skill, searching for his assailant. I'm not surprised, he sneers. It's the crazy old man. Since you couldn't face me head on, you decided to strike from the shadows. But then, a shocking realization freezes him. His eyes widen in horror. No, that's not it. He wasn't aiming for me. He was aiming for the source. If he shatters its integrity, this whole area will be annihilated, and I'll be vaporized with it. Reacting in an instant, he unleashes his own forbidden power. Forbidden technique, Thunderfist. A storm of lightning erupts from his fist, racing to intercept the master's devastating magical assault.